Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
We're in the era of two-day tests. First it was India v England in Ahmedabad. Then it was Zimbabwe and Afghanistan in Abu Dhabi, and now it's India v England in Ahmedabad. But at least there's no pink ball, and England have had a few days away from cricket to clear their heads. And so I led you to believe earlier, if you were reading our news section, Jofra was threatening to bowl left-arm spin. What more could you want? Well, you could want Jofra for a start. He's been left out along with Stuart Broad. England are going in with a very reduced bowling attack. It looks like Stokes will have to make up the numbers. Or Joe Root himself. Dominic Best comes back in for England. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you're in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, and in a moment I'll have more news about teams and toss. Well, the toss news is that England have won it and will bat again. Will it make any difference? But first, let me introduce you to the two fellow gorillas who have managed to toss the duvet aside, climb out of their beds heroically, roll down the stairs and into their lounges, respective lounges. I have with me all the way from Claygate, Surrey, Tony the Bishop.
Morning, Hendo.
Morning. How you feeling?
I'm feeling surprisingly wide awake and quite looking forward to this.
How's Suki?
Well, she was sitting with her tail swishing across my other laptop, which I keep sort of scores and notes on, but she now seems to have settled down and gone and laid down in a corner.
What about
It's not breakfast time.
What about Luigi?
It's too dark to tell.
Too dark. We're waiting.
I'll let you know when light comes up.
Right, we're looking for Luigi the Magpie outside Tony's house in Claygate. Also, all the way from deepest, darkest Crofton Park. It is indeed. No, he's not there. He's in Sydenham, of course. He's in the studio. It's the bear himself.
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm here, but Jason's on as well. Yeah.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, he's come. He's arrived. Has he? I
Yes.
didn't see him come.
Yeah.
My apologies. In that case, the bear can stand down, and Jason, who's bravely standing in for poor old Ollie. Poor old Ollie was supposed to be here this morning, but he's got the dreaded COVID in the UAE and is not feeling very well at all. So we send our best wishes to him if he's listening. Jason, you have been given the late call up to the early slot. How do you feel this morning?
I'm a bit less well off than Tony. I think I'm just waiting for the sleep deprivation to kick in now. Just about time when it starts to play.
Yes, that's right. I was just listening. I spent the whole of the night watching the West Indies v Sri Lanka, and I've enjoyed telling anyone who's not been awake what's happened in the West Indies Sri Lanka game. Do you know what happened in the West Indies Sri Lanka game?
I do, because you told me.
I heard your excitations on WhatsApp. That was.
Well, it's amazing. It was amazing stuff. A hat-trick for Alika Dhananjaya, followed the next over by him going for 6 sixes, hit by Kieran Pollard. A stunning T20 game in Coolidge, Antigua. But anyway, let's turn our thoughts to the final test of the winter. It's India v England. It's back in Ahmedabad. It's with a red ball. Will that make all the difference? Will England total 540 for 5 declared? Jason, what do you reckon?
It's an interesting setup that they've gone into the side with. It's a bit stronger on the batting potentially, but very much lighter on the bowling.
Yes.
I'd worry if I were England that their batsmen are not going to do the job. But it all depends on the pitch. And this may be a pitch that doesn't turn anywhere near as much because of the threat of sanctions against the ground for 2 consecutive bad pitches.
Ooh, now that would be fun, wouldn't it? Well, Zach Crawley is out there with Dominic Sibley. We don't have to whittle any longer because the sun is out, the players are out, and the bear has the jingles in his palm.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Efficient batting. He made huge runs, the rumours spread by word of mouth. This guy's really talented. Dominic Sibley. Dominic
This job is gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me. Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Well, thank you, Ishant Sharma. He's waited for his jingle to finish. Zach Crawley now comes back from somewhere near square leg to take guard. And we will get the first ball of the morning, for morning it is, in a traditional test match. Outside the off-stump, good carry through to Rishabh Pant, but Zach Crawley leaves it alone. He's got his collar turned up. We shall be getting onto social media very shortly, because always at the beginning of the day, there are thousands of you who come in immediately and want to have your say. I mean, if you could just spread yourself out a little bit through the day, it would be much easier for us. But anyway, we don't mind. We like to have lots and lots of you here. We will talk about your tweets very shortly after the next delivery. We've got 2 slips in the gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Just out of picture. I'm guessing he's the other man there. And Sharma is racing in past the umpire. Bowls to Crawley, the lovely ball, big LBW appeal. The umpire says no. Big swinging delivery. He aimed a drive at it, got hit on the pad. Maybe height would be saving him there. Now we're going to get Virat Kohli, who's going to finally make the decision. Oh, he's going to make the decision with 4 seconds to go. So this has gone upstairs. The DRS is already in operation. The original decision is not out.
That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? No.
Now, we can't have England players getting out to seamers in the first over. I mean, Dominic Sibley did it more or less in the third test. And if we're going to be like lemmings to the slaughter, to
Mix the metaphor.
to mix the metaphor. Oh, this is trouble. It's just on the knee roll. You sometimes have to reach briefly. Might just save him. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure he's far enough forward. Could be
sliding down leg as well, I think.
Do you think that's sliding down leg? I'd set them on the inside of the pad. Sorry, the outside of the pad, isn't it? The outside of the front leg. Here we go again. Big swing. Oh, I think he's in a lot of trouble here. No, he's not. He's missing. I don't understand this ball tracking thing. That looked out all the way to me, but it isn't. Good decision from the umpire, and England breathe a sigh of relief. Right, so that's a dramatic first couple of balls. Let's see some tweets. Let's see what you've got to think yourselves.
I can tell you a couple of things. Suma Nag says, "Good morning, chaps. Hope you have all the energy you need from Pollard 666 and the Arbishi commentary to start the day." Yes, we do. He also says, "Please explain how Bairstow retains the place after that horror game, lack of batsman, the England squad, or genuine tactical error."
Is that the same again? Have we just seen a repeat, or is that... hang on, I'm confused here. I think this is almost exactly the same ball. That's hit him a little bit higher, if anything. Now, Ishant Sharma is keen on this again. No, we're back to live. Don't do that to me, please. This is left alone outside the off stump. Doesn't swing anything like as much. Thank you, Channel 4. Thank you, host broadcaster in India. You really aren't making it easy for commentators. Yes, tweets.
Yes, Suman also said, Don, best inclusion finally. Mog, good morning, Mog, says, "Well, if it isn't the motherfucking dream team on comms right now." Also, hello, Mog. Messy Jazz, morning all. This is a particularly difficult time for all Australians. Needing England to win and wanting England to win are two entirely different things. Needing and wanting, yes, torn in two. We had an article about David Warner, didn't we, who said doesn't care about the World Test final. He could never support England winning.
Never in a million years. Here comes Sharma again. Oh, there's a big swing there, a quite late swing. Crawley gets onto the front foot and more or less plays it just with the top hand to ensure that the bat stays rigid and doesn't turn on itself a little bit. And he does all right. Sorry, Tony, you put me off there with your exhortation of humour.
Yes, I beg your pardon.
What's that all about? You might as well tell us now.
Well, I might have to have a little run up to this next week. Come to me after the next ball. Suffice to say, none of it's in English, but I think it's designed to test me early in the morning on purpose.
Oh, right, okay. Sharma then is up around about 133 kphs, and here he is again, running into Boulder Crawley, and Crawley leaves this one that, if anything, it left him a little bit, but not by much, and it was wide to start with, or wide-ish to start with, and it's through the keeper. There is no run. Go for it, Tony.
All right, well, I don't know if anyone speaks German. It's from Lennox Lear, who says, "Good morning, everyone." That's the easy bit. It then goes on, Cricket Mafia Deutschland, Landesgruppe Niedersachsen meldet Einsatzbereitschaft, which I have no idea what that means, and I haven't had a chance to put it through Google Translate.
We do like to have German listeners, but we're not going to do the whole thing in German today, I'm afraid.
One day, that would be fun.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing Eddie Izzard does, doesn't he? He does stand up in French. In again, and once more, Crawley is taking the bottom hand off the bat and then inspecting a finger as he defends this into the onside. That is the end of a threatening over from Ishant Sharma. England are none for none.
Well, I'll swing along then. Jessica Canucks 813-2. Would that be of the Holly Jolly, as was formerly known, the artist formerly known as? Says, "Good morning, my Gorilla Cricket friends. The worst bit of all this is that Australians now have to support England for a test." Yeah, we were just discussing David Warner refusing to do that. Knuckle says, "This, in its way, is a ballsy team selection from England. You can't accuse them of being overly conventional, but I hope they haven't fallen into the trap of trying to win the last test in this one." Okay.
We don't have any Jasprit Bumrah because he's going off to get married, isn't he? He's going off to get married, curiously enough. Now, what is going on with the world? If people keep missing test matches to get married, I mean, it's one thing to be there at the birth of your child, but to go off to get married, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's going to be Mohammed Siraj who has taken his place. He's going to be coming in from the Adani end, and he's a jingle that goes like this.
I can't find him.
Can't find him. Oh, right. First ball is bowled by Siraj. A little bit of a way swing, quite a full delivery. It comes off a thick outside edge. Aksa Patel has chased that down towards the third man. And Dominic Sibley is off the mark. And England are up and running for how long, we don't know. But they are 2 for no wicket at this particular stage. You found it now, Bear? He has. He's nodding. Play it. Yep, that is apparently the Mohammed Siraj jingle. 3 slips in the gully, backward point, extra, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. In he comes to Sibley outside the off stump, raises his bat high above his head, and it goes through to the keeper. 135 clicks from Siraj to start with. A very eager fellow that he is. Any more tweets?
Absolutely. Jeff Perkins is with us. Says, hello, Jeff. Evening, Gorilla Cricket. Can England do it for Australia? Jeff being our Australian in Indiana. Messi Jez says, Hendo on form already. I didn't see him come, as the actress said to the Bishop, of the Bishop. But it says here, I think he meant to the Bishop.
Indeed.
Who is this actress? I want to meet her.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it the same actress? Siraj in, beautiful ball, good pace, just a hint of movement away, and Sibley plays forward and is beaten on the outside edge. Ravi Ashwin has his hand over his mouth as if to say, my goodness, that was close, old boy. 2 for no wicket.
Too good for thee.
Too good for thee. Who's that? Would that be Fred Truman, wouldn't it?
That would be Fiery Fred, yeah.
Fiery Fred. Too good for thee. I'd be very surprised if that's what Mohammed Siraj said, but it would be quite fun if he did take the piss out of Fred Truman, wouldn't it? Anyway.
What is going off out there?
What is going off? Well, England aren't doing very well at the moment. That's hit the thigh pad. He wasn't really playing a shot at that, was he? It's gone for 4 anyway, 4 leg buys. The umpire is going to allow it. He's not going to say, no, you didn't play a shot. And England have 6 runs to their names after 1.4 overs.
Excellent use of the long leg and the pad by Crawley there.
Yeah, good use of good. No, it wasn't Crawley. It was Sibley, wasn't it? Very good use of. He's got quite a sort of padded thigh, hasn't he? He's quite chunky in the around the hips. Although he has lost a little bit of weight, hasn't he?
He's well protected there, I think.
Very well protected. I think that's fair enough to say. Siraj in again, bowls to Sibley. Sibley plays a ball that's probing around his off stump, straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. And there is no run, I should tell you, is a T-shirt that you can get from the Gorilla shop, GorillaCricket.com. Go to our website and then click on the pictures of T-shirts down the right-hand side of the front page. That will take you to a company called Redbubble, and then there you will find loads and loads of designs for T-shirts, clocks, bath mats, duvets, cushions, I don't know, fluffy animals probably. Defended on the front foot by Sibley up to mid-on, and there is no run. And that sort of thing, buying from our shop can help Gorilla Cricket continue. Continue with tweets, Tony.
I certainly will. Leah says, don't say C-R something N something on air, Hendo. It gets you demonized on YouTube.
I didn't think I did. Did I say anything rude? I don't know.
No, I don't know. It's not. I don't even know what that word is.
No, I don't. Well, I won't
say it.
Current
global calamity should instead be referred to as the Backstreet Boys reunion tour. There you are.
I'm completely lost, I have to say.
So we'll move from German to abstract.
Yes, it's kind of playing with my head a little bit at this time of the morning.
I think that might be the idea.
Yeah, probably. From the Reliance end, the ever-reliable Ishant Sharma comes steaming in with 2 slips in the gully, waiting. Crawley also waiting, and he pulls the bat down inside the line of that one and says, that was a lot of effort for no real purpose, wasn't it, Ishant? In the little cat-and-mouse game between bat and bowler. More tweets.
I'm just going to say hello to a couple of people on Cricket Tracker India, including Shahabuddin Udin, who says, what is this? It's live commentary of India and England from Ahmedabad. There's also a few people, including Naran Baral, who are with us. I'm going to say hello to them. Quick look on YouTube will tell me that Dara Azizi says is with us, as is No One Likes Vanilla. Oh, okay. And Stan Weasler are also with us, so hello to all of you. No One Likes Vanilla is in chilly Sheffield.
Okay, chilly Sheffield. In comes Sharma. Oh, that's a poor shot from Crawley. He was given a bit more width. He thought at the last minute I should really play an attacking shot to this, but there was no conviction in it whatsoever, and he could have easily have edged that through the keeper. He's perhaps a little lucky to survive, but survive he does, and lives to fight for the next ball at least.
That note from No One Likes Vanilla, by the way, also had the serious question of what do we think about the pitch at the moment? Are we seeing anything yet? A little bit of swing, certainly.
Yeah, a bit of swing in the early morning sunshine. Don't know how long it will last. And Ishant is bowling with aggression, as is Mohammad Siraj. They both come roaring in, knowing perhaps they're only going to get 3 or 4 overs each, perhaps, before we look at whether this pitch is going to play up. It doesn't look as dark as the other one, but anyway, in comes Ishant Sharma again, bowls to Crawley. Crawley drives. Not sure that he connected that with that quite as he wanted, but he's got it straight at mid-off and will get back for 2. Will he turn for the third? He does turn, but he decides against it, and he is off the mark as well. Crawley has 2, Sibley has 2. England are 8 for no wicket. GPL will be open right now. The Gorilla Prediction League, in which you guess how many runs will be scored in the day. For every guess, you give us £1, and if you get it on the nose, you get everything that is in the pot. You can see Tony, if you're watching us, showing behind him. He's got the GPL written up there. We'd love loads of you to take part in that, because it'll help us get more money. I'll tell you what's in the pot in a minute, or the bear will let me know on the internal email or something like that. In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls, and forward comes Crawley, turns this one into the onside, and there is no run.
Yes, probing this, isn't it? From
it is.
Sharma.
It's very good. It's very good. Now we are having a little more of a close-up at the pitch, and again there does seem to be that sort of like slightly brown area certainly at one end. As we go up to the other end, yeah, there's another little strip across there, although that's probably too short to have any great effect, but yeah, that could easily break up quite quickly. The GPL is £73 to start with. Of course, it goes up the more of you that take part. You do that by going to gorillacricket.com, 1R, 2 L's, and go to competitions, and there you will find all the information. In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls again to Crawley, wide of the off stump. Rishabh Pant with an exaggerated take, and there is no run. 8 for no wickets.
Ankush is with us over on Hot Mic. So hello to you, Ankush, who feels that England are not going to last more than 70 overs.
70, you say?
That's optimistic.
I think we'd probably take that at this stage, wouldn't we?
Well, we shall see. I think the acid test will be surviving the early seam barrage and then seeing how early the ball turns, of course.
Yeah, well, it'd be good if we could. I mean, Sibley didn't manage to see off the seam barrage, did he, in the first innings during the pink ball test? So we need both of these two to do it, but they're bowling well at the moment, and Ishant is in again. There's a dramatic swing once more, tucked away towards square leg. They do manage to hurry through for the single. There is a man not at square leg, but at mid-wicket. He had to move a little bit to his right. And that is the end of the third over. Crawley keeps the strike, and England are 9 without loss.
Harriet Atkinson says, morning Gorillas, woke up without an alarm, ready for action, gallon of coffee at the ready. Anna Forsyth says, hello Gorilla Cricket lot, I'm fresh from a very difficult Pilates workout with Joss Butler's wife. What? Because the last test wasn't painful enough. Presumably that's something online.
I see.
Over to Vancouver to Mrs. Butler. Just to do a spot of Pilates with Anna.
I did do a story the other day when I was working in my real job about a woman who had started doing yoga from her narrowboat, which was being broadcast across the world.
Your real job was that, removing subheads from everybody's articles.
Indeed. Siraj starts a new over outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Zach Crawley. First ball that he's received from Siraj. I should tell you people that that Tony is quite a precious writer. And he has to be dealt with kid gloves, really, because he gets upset when you change.
Slapped around the face with them.
I mean, I was expecting an enormous attack from him this morning after I took out about 28 bus-related
If you
jokes.
knew the love that went into
Bus-related
those
jokes,
bus jokes were brilliant.
They were terrible. Onto the front foot comes. Crawley defends. The ball doesn't get very far from the bat, and there is no.
Well, if that's your request, then I'm just going to have to stop.
Hey, boom, boom, ding, ding. What do you reckon to all this so far this morning, Jason?
Well, I think that as with Tony's jokes, there's going to be another one along in a minute.
Hey,
That was actually the headline in the end.
it was. I kind of left the headline, didn't I?
Yes,
I
you
played
did.
around with it a bit.
Yes,
But
you did.
nobody likes their perfect prose being played with.
No, they don't. But I've got used to it over 30 years. Onto the front foot comes Zach Crawley, defends towards gully, and there is no run.
Mayank, by the way, just. Oh, sorry, Jason. You.
As I say, as far as the game goes, there's good pace and carry for the opening bowlers at the moment. The question is how long it's going to last.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? It's going to be very interesting to see how long they keep these two going before they turn to the likes of Ashwin or Axar Patel.
Because I think bounce more than movement side to side is probably more important for the pace bowlers on this wicket.
Siraj in again, back of a length. Crawley just drops it down once more, down into the slip cordon. The ball rolls, and again there is no run.
One thing we should talk about, perhaps at the end of the overs, I thought Virat Kohli's observations on the last Test were easy. Yes, he didn't hide away from the fact it's an extremely challenging wicket, but he felt Test cricketers generally are losing the ability to defend, or technically, and he was citing his India colleagues as much as England in that weakness. So just a little hint that he's saying, so much white ball leaves your defensive technique a bit exposed, and if you get a genuinely challenging wicket, it's even more exposed.
Driven by Crawley uppishly, but on the bounce to square cover, and there is no run. Yes, I think there is something in that, definitely, but I also think there is something in the fact that not just because of white ball cricket, but the approach to spinners in recent years has been one of do not let them settle. Not let them settle. So you go after them more than sticking around. So you don't really necessarily have much experience of sticking around on challenging wickets. In comes Siraj, bowls full delivery, which Crawley drives at, gets a horrible thick inside edge all the way down to long leg. He'll keep the strike again. He'll move on to 4, and England have made it to double figures. Jason, you were going to come in there.
I was just going to say that yes, they may have a lesser propensity to hang around, but also they don't get the opportunity in first class cricket either, for that matter.
Well, we mentioned last week, didn't we? We mentioned last week that allegedly Millfield School has wickets or nets, one of which is supposed to replicate English conditions, one of which is supposed to replicate Australian conditions, and one that's supposed to replicate India conditions. But I don't feel that the one that replicates Indian conditions would have been turning anything like what we saw in the Modi Dome last week.
They also didn't the ICC, when they set up in Abu Dhabi, in their training centre there, their development centre there, they had wickets for all sort of things across the world.
Sharma bowls to Crawley. Crawley defends a slightly back of a length ball, good length ball perhaps, and there is no run.
Mayank says, evening all, phew, back to the 11 p.m. start for me. The whole 4 a.m. thing was tough for those 2 days. Don't know how you guys have done it all winter. Oh, it's water off a duck's back.
I wish it was. I've had 1 hour's sleep. By the time it gets 10 o'clock, I'll have had an hour's sleep in the most recent 24 hours. So if I'm still standing at that point, or even sitting with my laptop and my television, then I think I probably deserve, I don't know, some sort of reward, perhaps monetary. But we shall see. 10 for no wicket. Ishant Sharma, none for 3s into his 3rd over now. It's that lovely early morning feel, isn't there? Slight mist hanging around the ground. It's going to dissipate as the day goes on and gets hotter. In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls to Crawley. Crawley plays forward, is beaten by that one. I think he just picked the wrong line there. Didn't seem to me to do very much, but he played inside it. He has a little look back to make sure that Rishabh Pant is not thinking of running him out, and he goes down the wicket and gives it a bit of a prod.
It just sort of hold its line, didn't it? Because he's been getting the ball to move in quite
maybe.
dramatically, and that one it just held up. And
If anything,
he did play inside it. You're right.
he just rolled his fingers over it, and it just slightly went the other way. The danger ball from Ishant is the one that comes in anyway, most of the time.
Or if you go back to Lords in 2014, it's the bouncer. Remember that? I think that was his. I think that was his best bowling display in Test cricket. Actually, certainly in terms of figures.
He just a whole pile of lemmings who couldn't.
Yeah,
Positive hookers.
Couldn't resist it, could they? Sharma in again. This is back of a length, but it does move in. More seam than swing on that occasion, I thought. But it's well above the off stump, and it's left alone by Crawley. England remain 10 for no wickets.
Angelic Scooter says, morning all. Well, this test will have to produce something unbelievable to compete with the West Indies Sri Lanka T20 earlier. Yeah, we were talking about that, Angelic Scooters, and it was rather extraordinary. Nestler says, incredible that Eddie Izzard doing stand-up in French in France. Oh, incredible that Eddie Izzard doing stand-up in French.
It is incredible. It is incredible. And he's a man who runs marathons. He's quite an amazing. He's an amazing person, isn't he? Really, Eddie Izzard. If you don't know who he is, if you're listening from India and never heard of him, he's a very good comedian. Oh, now that comes back a long way. Looked like Crawley had decided to leave that on the width outside off stump that it was, but it jagged back off the seam and it jumped a little bit.
I was going to say, just as well that he left that on height, I think, because that went straight over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, well over the top, to be fair. But it was a lovely delivery. Really, maybe just started to go in the air and then the seam did the rest. But very nice from Ishant Sharma, who's really looking the business these days. 303 wickets in Test cricket. I thought I worked out, but no one said anything about it. This is Joe Root's 50th Test as captain. Can someone check that for me? Maybe I've got that wrong because no one else seems to have mentioned this. So I may have just got my arithmetic wrong when I was trying to work it out. Anyway, we shall see. Ishant in again. 2 slips in the gully outside the off stump. Once more, rising right above the head of Rishabh Pant from a good length, who is rather enjoying it out there in his sunglasses, chuckling away as he takes it quite high up. And once more, there is no run. Now, if you would like to sponsor Guerrilla Cricket, we're always open to offers of money and beer, although I haven't had a beer for over a year now. But yeah, if you are interested,
49 completed matches as captain, won 26, lost 17.
So this is his 50th. Is that right? Yeah, that's extraordinary, isn't it? That's extraordinary that no one seems to have mentioned that. Anyway, we're looking at dismissals from the previous match. Not sure how that helps us. Maybe it's showing that Rishabh Pant is actually quite a good wicketkeeper at times. Anyway, Ishant is just about to finish his third over. He's in. Crawley goes in behind this one, dabs it down into the offside, and there is no run. A maiden from Ishant. England remain after 5 overs at the start of the 4th and final test. They are 10 for no wicket. Tony.
Well, Mike Michael Wood has joined in the German testing of my pronunciations. The first easy bit was Guten Tag aus Newtown, Sydney. He then goes on to repeat something which I'm not actually going to attempt to read, Mike, because I'd probably offend all German speakers by making such a horrible hash of it. However, it's there on Twitter. I'm going to retweet it, actually, so you can read it. Mog says, if you don't want good German, I can have a crack at Schlechtdeutsch, or the various other things I can speak badly. I don't know, Mog, what's that? Klingon, maybe? Who knows?
Here we go.
England are going to be forced to cling on now because after 2 overs of Mohammad Siraj, that's your lot, mate. Thanks for coming. It's Akshay Patel. Can we have a jingle?
Stroke plays diverse and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Akshay, because if he can score runs, then it's the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin.
Left arm around the wicket, bowling to Sibley. Sibley props forward in defence, plays to short extra cover. He's got a short square leg, and a slip and that shortish extra cover. Axar Patel cannot believe what Test cricket is like. He is averaging 9.44 with 18 wickets after 2 tests. He's into Sibley again. Oh, what happened there? He's bowled him through the gate. He played for spin and he's bowled him through the gate. Dominic Sibley goes for 2. England are doomed. They are 10 for 1.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Well, from having 18 wickets at an average of 9.44, I can't do the arithmetic in my head, but he now has 19 wickets at an average slightly lower than that. Sibley played for turn, there was no turn. Play the line is what the old-timers have been saying, and Sibley manifestly failed to do that, and he pays the price with his wicket. He's bowled by Axar Patel for 2.
So consistent, isn't it, of exactly what we saw last time, the ball going on, being the one that often does the damage. Sorry, Jason.
I was going to say, he doesn't even have to show the big turning ball to get them now. He just has to know that he can bowl it.
Well, yeah, I mean that is a hangover, isn't it, from the previous test? Because you've got to look at this pitch and see whether it does turn to start with, not presume that it is going to immediately after the 5 overs in the morning. So yeah, that's a little bit poor from Sibley, I have to say. Anyway, England need a drink already. Crawley needs a drink already. He's been out there for half an hour, and Mark Wood has run on in a yellow jacket to give him sustenance. You're about to say?
It's dumb batting because he doesn't have a cine mid off in at the moment, so he's got a very safe area on the offside, so he can play inside the line. And if he gets the outside edge, if he goes to slip, that's a good ball. But if he doesn't, and he just pops off the edge sort of squarer, then he's absolutely safe at the moment. So it's...
Yeah, I mean there was a slight touch of an inside edge, but he was playing well outside the line of the ball anyway. Now coming to the crease, I'm not sure whether he got time for his jingle. We were hang on, Bear, because you know
he might be on his way back.
He might be on his way back. He's had a pair. He's had a pair. His second pair in Test cricket last week. What can he do today? For goodness sake, Johnny, play the line. Play the line. We shall see what happens.
What was the famous phrase? Your husband's gone out to Batterman. It's okay, I'll hold.
Indeed. Well, he's taking his guard, is Johnny. I mean, I hope Johnny comes good. I really do. I like Johnny Bairstow. I want him to be a successful Test cricketer because he's such an attractive batsman to watch when he's in full flow. But let's see what he can do. Oh, absolutely lovely. From the Republic of Yorkshire, and everyone from the Republic of Yorkshire is wonderful. Anyway, he'll have a little look around and see what he can do against Axar Patel. Here he comes, left arm around the wicket, a couple of strides in, bowls! Oh, now that really came on, that sped up, didn't it? It appeared to. It jagged in, it was a real arm ball that jagged in at the last minute, and I thought he was a little bit late on that, Bairstow. Look at the way that suddenly comes in and wraps him high above the back pad, so no danger in that respect, but that was a demon.
There was a bit of bounce, wasn't there? And just a shade of turn as well, I think, in that ball. Caught him 3/4 of the way up the back pad, didn't it? But he was sort of just outside of his leg.
Slower ball, thrown up a little bit more, driven by Johnny, and it goes to the more orthodox of the extra covers, and there is no run. Yeah, just to see, he put some revs on that. Oh no, this is the one from that got Sibley. He put some revs on it, so Sibley thought that's going to turn, and played for that turn and got an inside edge onto his stumps. Patel in, bowls to Johnny Bairstow, who comes forward. The ball flies rapidly off the face of his bat to the man at short leg, but fortunately all the way along the ground. So tense moments once more for England. This will be my last over, and Gary will be morning into the ball by ball chair, be joined by Nestlers and the Bear. But we still have one ball of the 6th over. England winning the toss, choosing to bat. And Johnny Bairstow in his 74th test, 4,169 runs. How many will he add to that? Nothing here as he comes forward to a straight one. He did play the line on that occasion, and he survives. A wicket maiden for Axar, brought into the attack in the 6th over. England, after those 6 overs, are 10 for 1. Gary!
Well, good morning, Hendo.
Good morning. And goodbye.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of mornings for England so far. Akshar taking 2 deliveries to nab his first wicket. Usually he does it with his first, but he decided to give a delivery's grace for us. But there we go, and I'm joined by the Bear. Hello, Bear.
Good morning, Gary.
And by, who else am I joined by?
Nestle Boy.
Nestle Boy. It's good to have you along, Nestle Boy.
Morning.
Oh, I can see you now. I'm fighting the tech, just to let you know. My television picture isn't working, so I'm going
How
off
come?
the computer.
It's on bloody normal telly. How come your TV's not working?
I'll come to that in a moment. Ashanti's in, and this is defended off the inside edge by Crawley. Bat and pad close together, and they skip through for a single. England go to 11 for 1, somewhat Nelsonish score. Well, it's been television has not been getting the signal from the satellite dish for a few months now, so the engineers came last week, and as I completely expected, they weren't able to do anything. So they're coming back on the 30th of March. They always have to come twice whenever it's anything to do with me and technology. So I'm hoping.
Can't you get? Haven't you got a smart telly that you can just tune in?
No, it's. I don't really understand. I bought a new television, and that made a problem that was already a bit of a problem with an intermittent signal even worse. And now we hardly ever get a television picture. It says your Sky Plus HD box isn't getting a satellite signal.
Gary, just give up on all tech.
I know.
Go to pencil and paper in your
I know.
house.
Sometimes it does get a picture. Sometimes,
but
it doesn't.
My point is, Gary, if you get an external aerial or just a plug-in aerial, you've got. If your TV's new, it'll be a smart TV. You can just tune it, and you'll be able to get Channel 4.
Yeah.
You don't need a satellite for that.
We can't get
too much tech for him.
We can't get to the roof, and we haven't got a garden, so we're.
No, you just get a portable one. You just go to bloody Sainsbury's and buy one.
This is outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and there is near Ran.
Let me get through some tweets because
Yes.
I've been 22 minutes behind the slackers before me.
Fucking hell. It's Tony. Blame Tony.
So Jessica says, if you're English, which is more important, winning or keeping Australia from a chance of the World Test Championship. I don't know if we care that much, do we?
I don't.
Well, I would. Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, if you're English, you actually want to lose, don't you? Or at least not win. I mean, for the same reasons that Warner doesn't want to support England, you know, I find it difficult to want England to do particularly well to let Australia in. Oh, there you go.
It's a weird one. Peter Miller says the schedule is such nowadays, especially for India, that think we need to start seeing it as a job where you book leave for your wedding.
Outside off stump through to the keeper Rishabh Pant, and there is no run.
Chronic Maths Debater says Warner isn't supporting England, but it's worth pointing out he's a total prick.
Yeah, that's true.
Suman Nag says, what do you expect? When do you expect the first spin bowler will come into the attack? Well, Suman, we've seen that, and it was successful. Yeah, well, Martin Lawrence is wondering about the England team, 3 specialist bowlers.
Yes, Mike Selvey, I can hear saying that after an abject batting display, what do? Well, you drop the bowlers. He always makes that point, and he's right to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem a bit weird. I mean, what, Stokes going to open the bowling? If they wanted to open up with 2 seamers? I mean, that's the only option they got.
Yep.
Ishant's in, this is very full, and it goes past the bat of Johnny Bairstow. No foot movement at all from Johnny for that one. And Rishabh Pant slightly theatrically makes the stop behind the stumps.
Jonathan Shawland says, good afternoon from New Zealand. I had to endure watching Australia beat the Black Caps in an ODI yesterday. So can England lift my spirits in the test match today and tomorrow? We shall see. Professor S.P. Cooper says, are you suggesting there's hope, or are we doomed? God, we're so far behind on tweets, I'm going to have to leave out a lot of these. Because they're irrelevant.
Have we mentioned Kieran Pollard getting 6 sixes?
Yeah, no, we did.
I didn't see all of it last night, but I saw some of it, and the standard of the Sri Lankan batting was shocking. So if its bowling was anything like that,
well, he got a hat-trick.
Hardly any wonder. Yeah, Dananayake, I think. This is down the leg side. half volley and missed by Johnny Bairstow, who is. I mean, he looks every bit as out of touch as he did in the first test, or rather his first test, the third test, where he got a pair. So he's got some work to do as Johnny. He's still not off the mark in this test.
Yeah, England might be a little bit shot in the head, aren't they? I mean, are they done? Are they fried in the brain? And will they do anything in this test? The interesting thing is, if the wicket, there was talk that they might make a flat wicket, and if England do bat first, and England can post a score, will that put pressure on India that they do what they did in the first test? I don't know. It depends.
Well, Johnny Bairstow's only got 2 slips, which to my mind is ridiculous. He's wrapped on the pad by Ishant Sharma, and there's no appeal, so one presumes there was an inside edge, because that looked pretty close to me. It's the end of the over. Johnny Bairstow needs to try to locate the ball, which he hasn't really managed at all yet. It was a maiden from Ishant Sharma.
That was going miles down the leg side, Gary.
Messi Jez says it takes something special for the BCCI to send a signal to all TVs in the UK except Gary Naylor.
True.
Ant-Man 1805 says we're doomed. Why JB has a bigger gate than Jurassic Park? I like that one. Leia says, and now I'm tempted to learn calligraphy. I've only to do all my correspondence in an incredibly pretentious way. On YouTube we've got a lot of people joining us. Dara Azizi. No one likes vanilla. It's good morning from a chilly Sheffield. What do the sages feel this pitch will do? Well, I'm not really sure at the moment, but we'll find out. Stan Weasler is hoping England is still in the game when I go to sleep on the American East Coast in about 90 minutes.
Just 2 attacking fielders for Akshar Patel, which again to me is a poor move, but he takes from the crease, does Zach Crawley, a couple of steps down and punches Akshar Patel for 4. Who knew England batsmen can use their feet?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Incredible scenes.
Yes, both VVS Latchman and Ian Chappell, after the debacle of England's batting in the third test, telling England that they simply cannot play from the crease. Come forward, use your feet, or go back, watch the spin. It's the way spin bowling has been played for a century or more before Graham Gooch swept England to a win, and England have become transfixed by the sweep. Yeah, and also by the false doctrine that the only way you can get yourself out of trouble is by hitting your way out of trouble.
Well, to a degree, right? When England were playing in I don't like all this fucking chat sometimes, because England did exactly that in Sri Lanka and won 2 tests in a row. This happens to be a much better bowling attack and some pretty fucking ropey pitches. In India didn't. They got 133 in their first innings to our 110. I mean, it's just not like they were doing spectacularly well either.
He comes forward, does Crawley, and punches the ball into the leg side, and there is no run. You're being very generous, I think, there, Burr. Sri Lanka's attack ex-Embaldina would be second 11 county level. It comes down the track again, does Crawley. Good use of the feet and then blocks. A little bit of gap between bat and pad there, but better that than being stuck on the crease.
Yeah, but
transfixed like a cobra and snake charmer.
A, you can only play what's in front of you. And B, in the first test, we swept ourselves quite sweetly to 555. I mean, the pitches that have been in the last 2 tests.
Down the track again comes Crawley and punched into the leg side, and it is no run. But that's why you've got to play your batting technique according to the bowling and to the pitch. To be playing.
But that's my point. In the last
6 weeks ago in Sri Lanka, when you're on a turner in Ahmedabad, is not bright cricket.
Yeah, but
as Akshar is in and slammed is this by Crawley. Takes 2 steps down the track. He's got a leading edge, and he is caught at mid-on. He's lived by the sword, he's died by the sword. He got to the pitch of the ball. Somehow it's gone off an edge, or it's mistimed it. I thought it was going for 6, but it didn't. It just went easily in the air to the man at mid-on. Crawley is gone. England 15 for 2.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history. history. Na, 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 na.
I mean, Cody was talking bollocks after that last test. Absolute nonsense. The pitch was a fucking shocker. And I'm not complaining about it because they're entitled to do it because they're in India, but it was a shocker. And the pitch before wasn't much better. You know, that's the way it goes. But it's, you know, in the last test, India didn't do much better than England. If England had got 150 lead in that second innings, they might well have won that game. It was that shocking a pitch, really.
Yeah. What happened with that ball, though? I still can't work out why it didn't go.
I think
the
bat turned in his hand, Gary, and he mistimed it.
Well, he certainly mistimed it, but maybe the bat did turn in his hand. It certainly had the trajectory of a leading edge, but on the replay that I saw, I couldn't discern a leading edge. What about you, Nestle boy? Did you see a leading edge?
I don't think I didn't see the bat turn in his hand, but I was checking something else. But on the replay, it looks like he didn't get hold of it. Xavier Mahedo says, "Good evening from Miami, gentlemen, watching with scotch in hand."
Yeah, you might need it.
Down it.
Joe Root in at 4. That's the position in the order rather than the ball of the innings, which is what happened last time. Here he comes in the relative luxury of coming in the 8th over. Akshar has 2 wickets. It was a good plan from Crawley. He punched him for 4 along the ground in the first ball of the innings. Not just allowing Akshar to bowl, as he's in now and does so, and Root defends, there is no run. You can't just let the spinners just bowl to their heart's content. But having hit the 4 from the first delivery, he was looking to hit a 6 from the 5th delivery of the over. And it looked a safe shot with no man out, but for some reason the ball went up rather than along, if you like. It went up in the air rather than carried for distance, and he's out. He was gone for 9. Sibley's gone for 2. England are 15 for 2, and the procession has started.
Well, Mark thinks doesn't want to go too early and say England is fucked, but England is fucked.
Yeah, quite probably. Well, let's get jingle for our erstwhile captain.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Have they lost the pictures? Or is there actually something happening?
Well, you know, they always find reasons not to be playing cricket, and maybe this is a moment where they're not playing cricket. Yes, it is a moment where they're not playing cricket, because Virat Kohli is talking to Johnny Bairstow. Quite why, we don't know.
Pointing at something down the ground.
Yeah, it is. Shant Sharma is going to continue. It's the first day of a test match, so we're having the traditional argy-bargy about sight screens. There's an open door behind what looks an enormous expanse of white, but it's not enough for Johnny Bairstow. He wants the open door closed. There, he should be looking at the ball, Johnny. He shouldn't be bothered about what's going on 100 yards away. Dear, oh dear. Ishant Sharma is in, and he gets a short one, does Johnny Bairstow. There's a little bit of carry there through to Rishabh Pant. He looked no closer to being able to lay bat on ball from that one than he did from the previous over. He's going to get his head in the right place here, Johnny.
Yeah, he just missed time that, didn't he? Because the ball didn't turn.
Yeah, the bat twisted in his hand, but what fooled me is that it didn't twist from, if you like, off to leg, closing the face. It twisted the other way in terms of opening the face, and I don't really understand why. The bat seems to just slide in his palms. Very strange. I don't think I've seen that very often, that the bat twists from, if you like, from leg to off. But off he's gone. This is horribly wide of off stump for Ishant Sharma, and Johnny Bairstow lets it go through.
Mezzy Jez says that England are doing whatever it takes to stop Australia winning the World Test Championship. Nitin Bajaj is with us. 12 more wickets for Axar to break Hiwani's record of 31 wickets in the first 3 tests.
Well, we're seeing the previous dismissals of Crawley when he was caught on the crease. So credit him, he's come out with a different plan, which is to use his feet and be aggressive to Akshar Patel, which I think is the right one. But he's been done on his first aggressive aerial stroke. As Ishant Sharma, in his 5th over, comes in, and Johnny reaches for that again. He's got no real foot movement, and he scores a run. In fact, he gets 4 of them off the outer edge of the bat to the vacant third man position. And here we are in his 3rd innings since his return to the colours, and Johnny has runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, I cut that off.
Well, he was reaching for that again. I mean, where did the feet go? They sort of come out to the ball, but he's playing it way outside his eye line. Quite why Virat Kohli hasn't got a 3rd, even a 4th slip in for Ishant Sharma is beyond me. But this is the way of modern captains. Somehow he can't have a 3rd slip, but he also can't have a 3rd man either. I don't know where these fielders are, but I would definitely have a third slip. I would probably have a 4th slip to Johnny. He does not know where the ball is outside his off stump. His feet are not moving. If he can get through the next hour, he may be okay, but he's certainly not okay at the moment. And again, he reaches for that and is nowhere near it as the ball goes through to Rishabh Pant. Is it just me, or does Johnny look like an absolute walking wicket here?
Well, he kind of does, doesn't he? But I'm sure he'll score shitloads of runs in the IPL in 2 weeks' time.
Well,
and he'll probably score shitloads of runs. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, we're gonna after this, we're gonna play a whole load of white ball stuff, aren't we? The wickets are going to be as flat as pancakes, and England being World Championships and favourites probably for the World T20, probably have a good showing in that and might well win the white ball series. And after that, it'll be a month later, and we'll go, look, we've done really well in India. We won a white ball series, possibly. I forget that the tests ever happened.
A bit of Pravda-like news spinning coming already as Ishant is in, and this one ducks in a little to Johnny B, and he gets a bat on it, but he's on the walk. He's got no balance either with his foot movement. There is no run.
Yep.
I had someone on the radio saying that even if England lose this, it's been a successful winter. Beat Sri Lanka, won a test in India. I'm not so sure with that. Sri Lanka were poor, really poor. England made them look poor and played very well. Let's not take anything away from England for that. But the meat of the winter was the 4-test series against India.
But did we? But if you'd have said before the test series, everyone was going. A lot of people were thinking we were going to lose it 4-0. I was thinking there might be a draw somewhere. To actually win a test, it was like, woo!
Well, I thought we would, and I said we would, and we did. As this ball is taken down to long leg, and Johnny Bairstow helps himself to a single. I'll just finish that point at the end of the over. It is immensely creditable to have won a test in India. I think my disappointment is that we haven't really been competitive since then. Notwithstanding pitches that favour the home side, I think that's fair enough. That's what we would have expected.
Yeah,
but they've been so poor, England, with the bat, so absent of planning. Joe Root has been so far ahead of the rest of the batters that I'm disappointed we haven't been competitive.
We've had some people join us on Hot Mic. Ankush says hello. Aman says hi, guys. Ankush says England will not last more than 70 overs. And Jim C is with us. Dear me, will England last to lunch?
I don't know.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Hope so.
Yeah, my point to that, Gary, is I think the last 2 pitches have been designed so that England couldn't bat, really. They so far out of their zone.
It's been difficult. It's not been unplayable.
No, it's not
England
been unplayable.
Haven't shown the technique required for playing on a spinning pitch. He goes back, there's Johnny Bairstow, and he punches that to mid-wicket. That's the first shot of authority, I would say, from Johnny B there, because he looked light on his feet for once.
I don't think India on the last pitch showed.
But that's what I mean. The last pitch was a
10
lottery.
wickets.
Yeah, but it's chased 49. That's my point.
Left arm around the wicket comes Akshar Patel. This is defended by Johnny B. And there is no run. They've got all kinds of simulations and bowling machines.
It doesn't do it, man.
Merlins and stuff like that. I know it's different, but
it's very
to
different.
come out and be so hopeless. I mean, Ollie Pope looked like he needs to be told which end of the bat to hold. He was that hopeless.
Well, Ashwin's a very good bowler. Let's not forget that. And you know, Root got 5 for 8 for fuck's sake.
This ball is defended. There is no run. I'm not asking England to make 558-7 or whatever they did in the first, 578 again as they did in the first test. I'm asking them to look like they can survive a session. And for much of this series, they haven't looked that way. Let's see if they can. I'm not writing them off in this match. They may get in, but Ashwin is yet to bowl. I don't hesitate to say. England take a quick single. Ashwin at mid-on. There's always one to Ashwin at mid-on. Johnny Bairstow was wise to that, and the two Yorkies scampered through for a single. He goes to 6. England are 21 for 2.
Leia says, I want Ishant and Shiraz to take a few to stop the unfit Regine Turner hot takes.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with the Raging Turner thing. I think India thought. I think India thought we'll beat them at home, and they created a first pitch that was a good test pitch. Yeah.
This ball is taken off the inside edge of Root, and there's another quick single taken. There's a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end, but from Mohammad Siraj, and they're through for a single. First test was an excellent test wicket.
Well, that's my point. They made an excellent test wicket in the first test, and England happened to win the toss, and Joe Root happened to get 200 runs, and they were very pissed off about that. So they thought, "Fuck it, we're going to go this way," and so they decided to choose pitches that were very favourable to their home sides, and they've gone on to win 2 tests. They've done what they wanted to do.
Left arm around the wicket, and Johnny Bairstow gets the foot to the pitch of the ball. There's a novelty, and defends into the leg side. 10 overs gone. England 22 for 2. Joe Root has 1. Johnny Bairstow has 6, and Nestle Boy has your tweets.
Mayank says that third test pitch was better than the second test pitch.
Possibly. I mean, there are also other things. I mean, if you listen to Root afterwards, they said it was quite difficult to pick up the actual seam because it was black stitching on the pink ball. He said it was quite difficult to pick up the seam, and therefore the rotations on it. Plus, the lacquer seemed to have helped it slide on more than anything. Because I mean, the idea that Axar Patel was bowling that many bloody arm balls was that was another load of nonsense that was spoken in that test. Oh, it's like brilliant arm balls. Rubbish. They were normal turners that didn't turn, and that was part of the problem. I mean, the amount of balls that slid on was enormous. There's about 17 LBWs that slid on from the face of the ball, but it wasn't the face of the ball. It was just the ball didn't turn, which made the wicket harder to play, I think, probably than the second test, because pretty much everything was turning in the second test. So it was a test against turn, whereas the last test was actually a bit of a lottery.
But if you don't go fully forward or play fully back, as VVS Latchman and Ian Chappell, and indeed I was complaining about, you're going to get done. It's just basic batting technique that England were flawed by. This ball is fenced at by Joe Root as it went past him outside the off stump. Did all but get an edge, but it went through to Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. I'm just asking for some basic batting technique against spin, which is to move your feet to get to the pitch of the ball to smother it, or to play back and watch it all the way onto the bat. England didn't do that in either test match.
You see, that was the problem. The ones that you played back to that you expected to turn didn't turn and slid on. I mean, I think there's a certain amount of this is true, and then there are other factors involved.
Siraj is in, and this is outside off stump, and Joe Root, to his credit, has learned that you can't just stand there and fence at the ball, and therefore watches it go through to Rishabh Pant, and it is Neil Ram.
I mean, Hendo's point, and it was picked up by some of the press as well. I mean, the fact that the DRS is now in, and you can't just... I mean, this is the other thing. 30 years ago, a lot of those LBWs wouldn't have been given out. You'd have propped forward, you'd have taken it on the pad, everyone would have appealed, and the umpire would have said, no. Whereas now, you can't get away with that.
That again rather backs up my point that England somehow have not prepared for this. I mean, DRS has been around for 10 years. It shouldn't be a surprise. This sport again is fenced at by Joe Root, and it goes through to the keeper. Root's got to just concentrate a bit here and realise that he might as well be back in his old job as an opening batsman here and be looking to let as many go as possible in the first session. because that was very close to edging it. Again, there's only 2 slips. I don't know why, but there is.
Well, yeah, but that means you've got to play at it with the bat, whereas in the old days you didn't have to play at it with the bat. That's the point, isn't it? So if you play at the bat, you got to get the bat out in front of the pad rather than hiding it behind the pad now, which means probably there are going to be more wickets. Plus you've got to have DRS, so people are going to refer it upstairs, even if you're miles forward.
This ball is defended and there is no run. I mean, I agree with you. DRS has given spinners more wicket-taking options. It's like when they used to activate the Darrell Hare button, and he would go not out, and then out from the third padding up, almost regardless of where the ball had pitched and whether it was going on to hit the stumps. I mean, and Graham Swan, his career was outstanding, at least in part, because it coincided with DRS coming in, and he got a lot of wickets that way. This ball is taking Joe Root on the pad. At least he got across to that one, but he let it hit him, and it goes into the leg side. There is no run. I mean, it shouldn't be. We shouldn't be saying, "Oh, poor England, their batting techniques couldn't deal with DRS." They were at least 10 years.
Yeah, but I'm not saying they can't deal with DRS. I'm just saying that it makes decision making on the pitch by the umpires a different ball game.
It does, and I'm not saying it was easy. What I am saying is that England came out without the necessary plans to either play fully forward or fully back. And it's interesting that Zach Crawley, having been caught twice on the crease in the previous test, had a very, very clear way that he was going to come down the track and be aggressive to Akshar Patel. And, he's out, so somebody's going to say, well, that didn't work, did it? And it didn't, because, he's dismissed for in the first couple of overs he faced. But at least he had a plan. Root hooks this delivery, gets a top edge, and it goes very fine to long leg. So a bit of aggression from Siraj here, but runs for England. They go to 26 for 2. Root has 5.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Well, Nitin Bajaj says comms right now. Pitch, 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 pitch.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not, because I haven't said anything about the pitch.
Gary,
go on.
I was going to say, apart from Gary,
yeah,
who says technique.
I don't want to be included in the people who are complaining about the pitch, because I haven't, from the word go. I've said it's been challenging and difficult. I haven't said it's been unplayable.
No, I haven't said it's been unplayable. And England, let's not be, bullshit about this. England's top 3 have been pretty fucking hopeless, to be fair. And they don't have really much experience in these conditions at the top level of the game.
He goes half forward to Johnny Bairstow, and he just pushes it into the leg side. He's looked slightly less frenetic in the last over or so. He's faced now 21 deliveries, and there is that cliche about getting through the first 20 in India. Not sure how true that is. India only attacking really with 2 fielders. There is a silly mid-off as well, or a short extra, but there's no leg slip for the prodded edge from the one that slides on from Akshar, and I think that's a mistake. There's also no silly point. I will be crowding Johnny completely here, but Kohli knows better. This is edged, and that went very, very quickly past the slip, who is Rahane. He couldn't get his hands up. He went back to cut to Johnny Bairstow, found the ball was far too close to him, and then had a bit of a slash at it. Got a top edge, went through the vacant third man for 4.
Would have gone to second slip, Gary.
Yeah.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I mean, I would have 5 attacking fielders for Johnny Bairstow at the moment, maybe even 6. I find it incredible that a man who is bereft of form, who might be playing for his Test career, is not being completely crowded against Akshar Patel, who is a gun bowler. This ball is defended. There is no run.
Well, I mean,
I don't understand why captains are so reluctant to attack these days, but they are.
Well, I mean, this pitch at the moment doesn't look like it's turning much at all.
Johnny Bairstow comes down the track and defends. Good use of the feet there from Johnny. First time we've seen it. I mean, my point is that you can't tell the score from the field. I mean, this is the field India would have if they were 200. England were 230 for 2. They are actually 30 for 2. So, work that out. If it's the right field for 230 for 2, how can it be the right field for 30 for 2? Akshar is in, and this is defended by Johnny B. There was a little bit of a gap between bat and pad there.
Always is.
Playing from the crease, but he did get his front foot extended there, so it was better. We'll have a change, I'm sure, at the end of this over. Am I right?
We are indeed. Awesome facts. Did you think England are too dependent on route? Well, that's a good question. Probably.
Akshar is in, and Johnny Bairstow shows him the maker's name. It's the end of the over. Johnny B has 10. Joe Root has 5. England have 30 for 2, and you have a new commentary team, which I think also includes me again.
Yeah, it does. Tony, Gary, and I presume Jason's coming back.
You're going to be on tweets, Gary.
So
I hope Mog's all ready primed to jolly you along. Did you know you're a fine Lancastrian, Gary Naylor?
Yes.
Ahmedabad is known as the Manchester of India.
Does it rain all the time?
No, because it's a large producer of cotton. Second largest producer of cotton. It's the Manchester of the East, apparently.
Well,
cotton producer, big in the textile industry.
Interesting history of Cottonopolis, which is Manchester, because and I'm sure Indian listeners will be able to tell us this. The merchants of Manchester, the chambers of commerce, and everyone involved in Manchester industry in the 19th century were very, very, very keen on India having no indigenous cotton production at all. So for a very, very long time, there was no cotton manufacturing in India because British law under the Raj simply didn't allow it. So Ahmedabad might be a kind of 20th century city rather than a 19th century city when it comes to its industry, because there was a pretty strong lock on cotton manufacturing being on the plains of Lancashire and not in the state of Gujarat. So I'm glad that's changed.
Well, just in case you wondered where you are listening to a test match. This is not the history of India, Gary Naylor style, although that was extraordinarily interesting. Have you got some tweets for us as well, Gary?
I'm going to try. I've got to get them up on the phone, so I was hedging a little bit there. I'll get them on the phone.
He's looking for those.
Yes.
I was going to say to Gary, is that just referring to the weaving part of the cotton trade, or? Because I would imagine there's still going to be production of raw cotton as a raw material.
I think it was shipped as raw cotton into Liverpool and then went down the Manchester Ship Canal, or went to Manchester direct down the Manchester Ship Canal, where it was carded and spun and everything else that was done. I'm not absolutely certain. It was my father read the book Cottonopolis about 30 years ago and recommended it to me. So I'm working off what he told me, but also I've read a little bit in between times. Restrictions of trade, that's the whole point of empire. You mine the resources, you restrict the trade, and then you add value and price to it once you get it back to the home country. And that's what Great Britain did to India for 250, 300 years. And when the BCCI choose not to show us some pictures of stumpings, perhaps that's fair enough in terms of getting just a little bit back on the imperial masters of yore.
Imperial economics, just what you tuned in for. Gary Naylor style.
What the tweet was asking, wasn't it?
Well, no, I just happened to mention it, and I really wish I hadn't. I can tell you, it's gone sort of fairly predictably. England have lost 2 early wickets. Crawley has gone, caught Siraj Bol Patel for 9. Dom Sibley, he made 2 off his 8. He was bowled. Axar Patel again, one that didn't seem to do much, but just went straight on, but it was too good for him. Johnny Bairstow has 10. He's got double figures. That is, of course, 10 more than he managed in the previous Ahmedabad test. And Captain Joe Root is in there with 5 off 8 so far. Sharma number 9, Siraj number 7, and the other bowler, the successful bowler, 10 for 2. The man who's become England's nemesis is next up, but it's going to be Mohammad Siraj, who's in from the Reliance end. That one ducks into Root. He's got a huge shout and he's given immediately. Siraj back into the attack. We didn't even have time to jingle him. Root prodded forward. He's going to pop down to have a chat with his Yorkshire colleague and I don't think he's even going to bother to review. He's not. He's on his heels. He's away. England have lost their captain and their talisman. Siraj has his wicket. England are in a mess. There.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's very disconcerting when a jingle has the voice of someone who is actually on air with you, because I actually thought you were saying that. I thought, oh, why is he suddenly saying that over the jingle? Interesting ball though, Jason, wasn't it? It just swung in a tad. It was full.
More like it seamed in very slightly, I think.
You think so?
I mean, his feet were stuck in the crease, and he played it a bit across the line, trying to catch up with the ball. So it suggested it moved in a little bit.
Interesting how long Joe Root took walking off there. It's almost like he couldn't quite believe that after all the fuss, palaver, and general botherage of playing on a turning track, he's been done by the most English of deliveries you'll ever find anywhere.
Yeah, it kind of swung in, but then it kicked off the seam as well. Sometimes you get this because you've set the ball to seam in, so you've got the seam probably pointing towards leg slip. It moves a little and then moves further off the seam, and I would have reviewed that if I was Joe Root there. I thought that was possibly, at best it was umpire's call on leg stump.
Well, it'll be interesting to find out whether that actually was going to clip or miss leg stump.
Well, if the BCCI choose not to show us the replay, you can guarantee that it would have missed leg stump. But we haven't had a replay yet. O'Neill Harris says, "Good morning, Gorillas. You guys do a fabulous job. I'm sorry you have to commentate what seems like the same test match 3 matches in a row. Let's hope for a 4th day at least." Mog says that I've been very angry lately. Have I told you lately that I'm angry?
Well, the new man to the crease is going to be Ben Stokes. We'll probably wait until the next delivery to jingle him up, because he has one of the longer, more lively jingles, shall we say. He's going to face Siraj, and he stands tall and guides this to. You finally have it in place now, Gary. Second slip.
Ben?
So he survives. What's this? Some slightly wooden shot.
Ben Stokes.
Wooden but effective, I suppose you could argue. I like Siraj's haircut. How he's managed that during various lockdowns, I don't know, but it's extremely stylish. Ben Stokes, hard to tell about his hair, because obviously it's under his batting helmet. Siraj is in, it's wide of the left-hander's off stump. And through to Rishabh Pant. He's playing with a smile on his face, is Siraj. Why not? He's just got the prize scalp of the England captain. And very happy he will be. We are looking at that again, Gary. There's your replay. Jason?
Yeah, I want to see ball
second time around, what do you think?
I still think that's umpire's call. We'll see it in a minute.
Front pad, back pad. Let's have a look. Impact in line. Hitting the wickets. Original decision out. It's all red. In hit.
Well done, Joe Root, for not reviewing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was given clearly that advice by Bairstow. And that one hurries Stokes, who plays a very indeterminate shot. Didn't really get that far forward, but looking to guide it away to leg, and it would have gone down leg, but it to me, Jason, looked a pretty hesitant effort. What did you make of it?
Well, the first ball he faced hit the bottom of the bat as he was trying to withdraw it. I think he's a bit circumspect at the moment, because he hasn't picked up the bounce and the pace of the wicket yet.
Raj turns top of his mark, and he comes, and that one squares Stokes up, and it's very outside edgy away to point. They'll get 1, they'll take 2. Stokes will get off the mark unless that came off the pad. No, yes, it came off the bat, but it was very squared up, very edgy, being given a bit of an examination by Mohammad Siraj. Tail more than up. It's pointing at the sky right now.
Despite Mohammad Siraj bowling extremely well, I wouldn't be very surprised at all if Ashwin is suddenly introduced into the attack, given the hoodoo he has over Stokes.
Well, and given the hoodoo he has over left-handers, generally, if you look at Ashwin's record against left-handers, and something 60% or so of his wickets are against left-handers. It's remarkably efficient.
Just over half. It's about 210 now. But
if you
he's
look at
got Stokes
proportion,
out 12 times, and nobody else has got Stokes out more than 6 times, I think.
In comes Siraj again. Right arm over. Boy, bounces Ben Stokes and got some real lift there. And Rishabh Pant, a lively jack in the box that he is, had to leap up and take that one well above his head behind the stumps. Good aggression from Mohammad Siraj. It's the end of the over. Gary is going to fly through some social media messages without diversion or deviation.
Anna Forsyth says Guerrilla Cricket did more work than England's openers so far. Homemade crispy veggie tacos and home-brewed pale ale. The chilies made my roommate cough from the next door. Leah, outside Context Problem, says I'd set a tail-enders field for Akshar versus Perstow. 13 players in shot at the point of release. Nestle Boy claims that I'm morphing into Manny, which is a fair call. Jeff Perkins, talking about the impact of the Raj, says Manchester's ill-gotten gains. We get it, Jeff, we get it. Lee goes on to say, there goes Joe Root, and with him my plans for Saturday morning. I tend to agree. O'Neill Harris says, wicked, another one hires the dust. Jingle. Yes. Josie OK, also known as Boy Pom, says, morning, deja vu with the last test. We're doomed. And we've got some more coming through, which the screen is leaping about. Andia, our very own Andia, says Joe Root goes 200 short of his par score.
Axar Patel around the wicket from the Adani end makes Johnny Bairstow jump, guides it to short third man. There is no run. Jason, whilst Gary was commendably on a roll there, I must say, you were watching a lot of quite heated discussion and interplay between Virat Kohli, Ben Stokes largely, and Johnny Bairstow really as just a spectator. What was going on?
I've got no idea.
Patel.
I'm wondering what was said. Something was obviously said.
Something was said. It got very, very heated. That's just move to mid-wicket. Kohli has a smile on his face. Nitin Menon, who's the most placid and non-expressive of individuals, is actually holding an arm out between them, telling them to get apart, rather as a boxing referee would, to get between the combatants.
It's a brave man who gets in front of Stokes and Bairstow.
Well, I think perhaps possibly Siraj said something. Stokes came back down the track in riposte, so it must have been. I suspect that may be where it started. Kohli had to step in as initially possibly peacemaker, but didn't seem to do a particularly good job because it merely got Stokes more riled, which, let's face it, doesn't necessarily take a lot. Round the wicket comes Patel forward. Quite solidly now comes Johnny B. 10 off 29 for him.
There's no margin.
There's no run.
There's no margin in England getting involved in chat at the crease. They're 32 for 3. They're batting. Just ignore whatever's going on out there. I don't think they were discussing IPL contracts, I'll tell you that.
Patel in again. No, I don't think they were, as this one lifts a bit of bite through past the outside edge into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Johnny Bairstow. Well, you've got two fiery redheads at the crease, not that I'm being redheadist or cliched.
And a fairly fiery Indian captain.
And a fiery Indian captain who very much does not have red hair. That one was little footwork slashed at by Johnny B. Didn't get anything on it. Again, it was through to Pant. It's the end of another eventful Axar over. Eventful for two reasons. One, it was a maiden very well bowled. Two, there was all sorts of interplay still going on. Bairstow and Stokes are in heated red-headed discussion. And on this occasion, at least, Kohli nowhere near them.
Mayank makes the point about the argy-bargy in the middle, but says in his tweet what we've already described now as we've caught up. Nestle Boy says, don't get Stokes angry, you won't like it when he's angry. So perhaps two red heads but no green body as yet being shown.
Very good. Was that a sort of an Incredible Hulk reference there?
I think it was. You wouldn't like
very much an Incredible Hulk reference.
Yes. Siraj is going to continue from that reliance end. He's going to be right arm over. That's wide of the off stump, not by much, by the way. And a well-judged, effective lead by Stokes through to Rishabh Pant. No run
from the fantastic 70s, 80s series with Bill Bixby as David Banner.
Yes, Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno, I think, as the Hulk himself.
That's right. You are absolutely right. 33 for 3. Ooh, no ball. A huge no ball.
Oh,
Siraj.
Wah, 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 wah.
Presumably, that has been retrospectively given if they're showing all the replays. Maybe that was the point of the discussion. Siraj in, edged, wide of third slip and away down to the third man boundary. Edgy, but 4 runs for England. They'll take them however they come, I think.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Well,
as well as it could be played, that was played quite well by Stokes. He played it late, he played it underneath his eyes, and he kept the ball down. He didn't fence at it.
Yeah.
So that's about as good as you can manage on a first session pitch.
Why is there no third slip? I mean, it was second slip who was diving across.
It was, you're right.
You know, there's been no third slip the whole match. There was no second slip to Akshar Patel. I don't know.
There's another moral victory for Siraj, who's bowling very well indeed. You have that third slip, Gary.
Yes, of course.
As that one's prodded to gully by Ben Stokes. He's on 6, that rather edgy 4, although, as you said, reasonably well played. We're looking at the succession of balls to Joe Root and the working over that he got. Siraj, of course, eventually doing the trick with... well, it was interesting. We seemed to split. I mean, to me, I looked at it and I thought, ooh, that's out as soon as I saw it. You gents were a little less sure, weren't you?
Well, if he'd reviewed that, you wouldn't be too disappointed at losing the review, because it was very much in the upper corner. It was hitting, but it is England's captain.
Siraj in again. Stokes. Well, he, for all the world, that looked like the most correct defensive shot ever if you'd looked at it after the ball had been played, because he held the post. But to me, he looked extremely rushed on that. We'll have a...
I think the point that
we'll watch Joe Root again getting his working over.
I think the point that montage tried to make with Joe Root was that Siraj worked him over by sending every ball away from him,
and then one that came
produced an inducker. Yeah,
it was the old 1-2-3, wasn't it? And it did the job magnificently. No, he's a very intelligent bowler. We saw that in Australia. He's continuing it here. Pulled though by Ben Stokes down towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's going to make it, is it? Yes, it is. It's 4 very welcome runs for England.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
As well as having a sharp haircut, he has an extremely well manicured beard, doesn't he, Siraj? He just has an air of elegance about his general facial demeanour, I would say.
It's perhaps a barbecued beard rather than a manicured beard. I'm not quite sure what the correct word is.
A what? A barbecued?
Barbecued.
Oh, barbecue.
Yes.
It can't be manicured because that's your fingers. It's not hands.
Yes. Indeed. Played late again by Stokes. Steered between that third slip and gully. Siraj is having a big laugh. He's having a word back towards Ben Stokes. Stokes is walking down the track, who I think is going, what are you saying? This is all getting a bit nasty, but England have 4 runs.
Mog says, if there's ever any conflict involving Kohli, let's all just remember that Kohli is a prick. Siraj is an inexperienced bowler. Ben Stokes is England's vice-captain. I think if there's argy-bargy and Kohli's got involved, I think that's fair enough. Nitin Bajaj says, Kohli, peacemaker, more like pacemaker. Harriet Anderson says, here's an idea. Why don't England do the batting order backwards? Then 30 for 3 wouldn't look so awful.
That's like you used to do at school. If the team playing you had, made a, if you'd been skittled, they might do that to you. Always an insult. Forward comes Stokes to Siraj. He's gone for 12, hasn't he, this over, all with boundaries.
I got done by the no ball there. Sorry, I thought it was the end of the over. Fuku Life says, as an American sports commentator once said, it's like deja vu all over again.
45 for 3. England. A rescue job of sorts here by the fiery pair of Stokes, who's been increasingly needled and further fired up by Siraj. He's there on 14. Johnny Bairstow is on 10, 45 for 3. Sorry, Gary.
Knuckle Panda says, this is more the type of pitch we've seen in India over the last 4 years, where seamers and spinners alike are in the game and there's good carry. If the second and third test ground staff were trying to favour India, they've been asleep since 2017. Anna Forsyth says, please don't say moral victory. Jessica and I will be triggered. Our hockey team has had more than enough of those.
Is that when you lose, but with honour?
Yeah.
Anna, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Around the wicket again comes Patel, who's worked away around the corner by Johnny B. They don't run. He's bowling from that Adani end. It's very hard to pick the ends here, being as it's such a big bowl. Fortunately, the broadcaster is kind enough to tell you, probably for that very reason. I mean, if you're at Lord's, for example, you could see the pavilion, or you know exactly what the nursery end looks like. Here, it's just...
Yes, it looks like a building site at the moment.
Yeah, yes, this one again is flicked around the corner, not especially convincingly by Bairstow. Again, there is no run. Looking at a little comparison of Patel on the third test and today, and it looked remarkably similar. What do you think they're illustrating to us there?
It's the gap between bat and pad.
Johnny B.
He's tried to tighten up his technique.
He looked like he has a bit. Yes, he does. I was watching what the ball was doing, and I wasn't looking at his bat and pad. So well spotted, chaps. 45 for 3. Patel is in again, left arm around, worked again to backward square. Again, there's no run. 2 for 10 for Axar Patel, the man, as we said, who is rapidly becoming England's nemesis. A man with a bowling average of under 10. He must just think Test cricket, and particularly playing England, is just.
He must think, what a lucky person am I, given that I only got it aside. But Jadeja wasn't top fit.
Bairstow, though, steps back. There didn't need to be a gap of any kind there between bat and pad, because he cut that, and he cut it superbly through point. 4 runs off Axar Patel. 4 for him, 4 for England. For a moment, just looked rather somewhat fallible, didn't he? Patel dropped that well short, bit of a half tracker. Bairstow had an eternity to step back and cut, which, to his credit, though, of course, he did rather well. Patel in again, not surprisingly, a ball of fuller length. That's back on the money for him. Solidly met with a forward defensive by Bairstow. 49 for 3, England. That 50 rolling over will just make them feel a little bit better, unless, of course, they lose another wicket before it happens.
I'd still say it's going to be India's session.
With knobs on. As forward again comes Bairstow to Patel. There is no run. It's the end of the over. It's 49 for 3 for England, and once again we're cranking up the engine of tweeting Gary Naylor.
Yeah, well, there was knobs on the pitch when Kohli and Stokes were giving it plenty earlier on, but that's another story. Lee, Outside Cricket Problem, says the 80s Hulk series was fantastic in the same way the original Battlestar Galactica was. That is to say, it was bafflingly trashy. Jessica simply says to ourselves and Anna Forsyth, what is happiness? What is happiness?
What a philosophical question that is.
Indeed. Well, you'll be
right now. It'd be 100 for 3 if you're England.
Yeah, I'm not going to explore that one. And then Dia says, "You mean the hysterical Ms. Michelle Vaughan?" I think that's a reply to another question that we're involved with on Twitter. Lars says, "How are we going to deal with tomorrow? I'm thinking of buying myself pancakes to cope." These are conversations I think
comfort food
going on between. I think England need to find a pitch which is flat as a pancake to deal with these techniques. But,
then comes Siraj again. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who's happy to leave him well alone outside the off stump. There is no run. It's very animated, isn't he, Ben Stokes? But then he has been poked and prodded with a bit of sledging. Jason.
Skittish, I would say, Ben Stokes. I mean, he's gone to 14 or 13 balls with a couple of squirts through the slips.
He has. In fact, Rishabh Pant, that one swung late, and Rishabh Pant ended up taking it almost past first slip as he'd leapt across Siraj, and again Stokes
just
forward. No run.
Doesn't necessarily give the impression that he's there for a long time at the moment.
Well, I mean, you have to make
the
run ugly, don't you?
He has one of the best defensive techniques of the whole batting side when he wants to.
Yes, he does. Had Marnus Labuschagne as his first wicket in Test cricket, did Mohammad Siraj, having caught Gill. And we shall wait and see. And again is Siraj, and again this is nicely met away into the offside by Stokes. There is no run.
Yeah, it's been
3 for 37 on his debut. Got rid of Travis Head, Cameron Green, and Nathan Lyon. Remember, India won that by 8 wickets, of course. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, he's bowled quite fast today. He did in Australia as well. He's been in the upper 130s, a few into the 140s, which is quick. And he's got something about him, this lad Siraj. He comes from quite a humble background, and he's had a chance for India, and he's taken it. He came late to the game, and I like the look of him. I really do.
And he comes again wide of off stump left by Stokes. We were just enjoying the drone view. That's not Gary's tweet. That's the view from the sky down onto this enormous Modi Stadium.
I'm just wondering what the attendance is today, because from the
looks
drone
pretty
view,
vacant,
sparse.
doesn't it? Sparse, that's the word I was looking for. Suddenly I went into Sex Pistols mode. Oh no, sparse is a much better word than vacant in this instance. 49 for 3 still. England wanting to get to that 50, haven't quite got there yet. We didn't see the Olympic-size swimming pool. It is also part of that, the complex. Nicely worked by Stokes away to mid-wicket, and that will be the 50 up for England. It's another one for Stokes. 50 for 3, 1 for 23 from Siraj, 14 for Johnny Bairstow.
On that point, I want to get this in case we lose it, but O'Neill Harris says, wow, great to see 2 England batsmen get into double figures at the same time. Not been happening that often.
No, it hasn't. You are right. 50 for 3 are England. We've seen all sorts of excitement this morning. I mean, the demise, of course, of Sibley, Crawley, and then Root pretty much plumb in front, having been given the outswinger inducker working over very effectively indeed by Mohammad Siraj, as we'll wait, and he's in. And forward comes Bairstow straight to mid-off. There is no run. The other entertainment has very much been whatever Siraj and Stokes have been finding to discuss. We suspect it's not the weather or the best bars to go to in Ahmedabad. There wouldn't be best bars in Ahmedabad. It's a dry state, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, I think so.
They were. That is one thing. Ben Stokes is not going know any good nightclubs locally. Mohammed, I suspect, was not the conversation, but something turned it all rather spicy.
Well, our own Avi is with us, like Lady Madonna. He has children on his knee, but he just says Kohli and Stokes surely in answer to a question. So that's almost like a kind of Jeopardy thing. What was the question if the answer is Kohli and Stokes surely? And a shout out to our very own Avi, who will be enjoying England's display.
Axar Patel going to continue from the Adani end. We're going to have a change. Is it the end of this over, Bear? We're going to have a change. He rattles through them, doesn't he, Axar Patel? Unless there's lots of wickets tumbling, which you never know, could always happen. 50 for 3, India. Let's see, we're looking. We have on the onside, there's a ring of 3. There's a backward square, a mid-wicket, a mid-on. Stokes stands tall and just dabs this to leg slip, and there's no run. 50 for 3.
There is some empty space in the ground there. We can see it. If anybody's waiting for the weekend, then they're brave.
Forward again comes Stokes. Yeah, that may not be necessarily the smartest thing. There hasn't been a change in the rules in terms of number of policies, in terms of how many people are allowed in, has there? Patel again swept, top edged, and Axar Patel has hands on his head. Pant couldn't quite get there. Jinka Rahani goes trotting after it. He's not going to quite get there. And after all the excitement, it's just a single, but it was hardly a convincing sweep, Jason.
No. In fact, he's got a very, very fine edge, and I think it's come off the shoulder.
Yeah, it did indeed. We're going to have another look. Yeah. Well, I think it's a combination of bat and possibly the top of his pad as well. Round the wicket comes Patel to Bairstow, who's solidly forward. And again, there is no run.
I know Knackle would tell me I'm being Bothamish by saying, I want 14 fielders on the pitch, but you do have to have a leg slip, you really do, and if they'd have caught that retreating, I think.
2 balls left of this over, 51 for 3, England.
Especially for a fairly fast spinner who doesn't really turn the ball very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I don't know why India are trying to defend. They've got England on the end of a piece of string here.
Well, they do have the forward short leg in place. Bairstow just pushes this back to Axar Patel. Just a single off this over so far.
I think it's the
an hour there from Patel.
It's the mathematical thing between necessary and sufficient. They've got a sufficient number of
and again, back foot cut by Johnny Bairstow superbly through the vacant point area, and it's going to be one of these. So good way to finish the over, very good way to finish my little spell, and the next voice you hear will be none other than
the bear. He's angry.
Leader. The bear.
Me.
And Nestlers, I'm quite angry.
And me, of course.
I'm grumpy as fuck.
Why are you grumpy, Bear?
I don't know.
Why? What's wrong?
I just sometimes think people see the game completely different to me. And I do worry that England have gone a little bit in the head.
I'd be with you on that. I thought Root looked horrible this morning. I mean, the way he was playing against Mohammad Siraj, I mean, he was...
It wasn't there, was he?
Off stump, he was just not in control. There was one hook that he top-edged as well before he even got out.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Ishant's going to come back into the attack. I'll play him his jingle in a minute. First ball, he's around the wicket at Stokes. It's shortish, and it goes down the leg side. I mean, this is a completely different wicket to what we've seen in the last 2 tests, isn't it? I mean, that does seem to be a bit hard. It's got a little bit of bounce, bit of carry. Not spinning much at the moment. I'm presuming it'll break up at some point. But it seems like a pretty decent track, to be fair.
I mean, I think you're right. And I think what has got England into trouble is definitely between the ears. Root didn't look comfortable. Bairstow, I mean, it's hardly surprising when you're coming off a pair, but he has looked at all at sea, just beginning to find a bit of comfort out there, I would suggest.
Absolutely. Stokes looks well. I think Siraj, as that's just played off the hip by Stokes to mid-wicket and there's no run. Siraj doesn't want to get into Stokes' head like that because it's the kind of thing that actually makes him knuckle down and then spank you around the ground at a decent lick.
I was going to say earlier that I thought that I didn't like the look of the England's body language.
No, exactly.
It was all sort of, oh, woe is us, so we can't play on this. Oh,
well, no, I don't know. And I think this is not a bad track actually to bat on. Probably it certainly looks that way at the moment. And England's top order is I mean, you can't endlessly be losing 2 early wickets in Test matches, what seems to be the entire winter, and get away with it all the time, can you? Oh, that's trouble Stokes a little bit. Managed to get a bit of inside edge on it though, and it goes down to fine leg, and he'll get himself a single.
The other thing that's interesting, and I know they have psychologists and all this and that and the other, and it's very easy sitting here to say it, but the best way to wind up an opponent in any kind of thing when they're giving you jib is to completely ignore them.
Yeah.
Absolutely, just completely ignore them. Go and talk to Johnny Bairstow, and that'll wind him up even more.
Now, I don't know what that hit. Did that hit glove, or did that just hit arm? I mean, they were talking about top edge, Tony.
I thought when I saw it, and I saw the replay anyway, that it was just above the wrist, if anything.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm not sure that it would have been a catch.
No, I'm not sure either. But then looking at Hot Mic, that's what we're on. If you want to go to Hot Mic, go to Hot Mic. Looking at what do they call it? Snicko. It might have rolled up the glove onto his arm, but it certainly didn't go anywhere near the bat.
No. No, I agree with you on that.
Bairstow is facing up to Ishant, who is over the wicket and slaps that. It seemed to go away from a little bit, but it was wide, and he freed his arm, slashed at it, got a big top edge that carried clearly and nicely over the slips all the way down at the third man boundary. 4 more.
2 + 2 is on man.
I think we can get to lunch without losing another wicket. They'd have liked to have lost 2 in the first session. You don't really want to lose more than that, but it wouldn't actually be the end of the world, would it?
No.
Well, I mean, they got to a good score, didn't they? In the last test, they were 74 for 2 at one stage, and then collapsed to 112. So getting to that sort of mark and only having a couple of wickets down is not necessarily saying that they'd be doing well. Maybe they're going to have to knuckle down more here because the situation is a little bit more desperate at 60 for 3. But I agree with you. I just think they're after this ball.
Ishant in. That one's still a bit of swing around as well, and that one comes into Stokes. Bairstow, who plays it off his thigh pad down to Ashwin at long leg, and there will be a single.
Yeah, I just think that the lack of the hesitancy in the footwork that has been enforced on them by India in a mental sense, it's not translating. The mentality to move your feet seems to have gone against the pace bowlers as well.
Yeah.
It was obvious in the way that Root played this morning, and also to a certain extent these two so far.
Well, indeed, and it makes you wonder that England have gone in with just 2 pace bowlers, and one of them is Ben Stokes, and it does seem a bit off. They got their bowling selections completely wrong again, as that's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. I mean, Stokes might look forward to opening the bowling, but if he goes on to get a big score here, maybe not.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? Actually, yes. I mean, how much he's got in the tank. Anyway, tweets.
Yeah, Anna Forsyth says, when Jimmy made his 81, I have this vague memory of Alistair Cook offering him a case of wine every 10 runs. Should we employ the same strategy with the England batting lineup? O'Neill Harris says, do you guys know where the test final will be if New Zealand and India are expected to make the final? Will it be at the Modi Dust Bowl?
No,
it's in England.
It's in England.
O'Neill. It's probably going to be at Southampton, we think, because
Lords was
the bubble.
The original favoured venue, but it looks like it could be moved to the Rose Bowl because of COVID-like things.
Well,
he also says the only thing better than a hen door rant is a drunk bear.
Well,
he's drunk at the moment.
It's too early in the morning to have a drunk bears. That'll come later in the year. This man's coming to the attack.
Faced up against the spin, try to cover drive, and there they go again. I'm out LB to Ashwin.
And this could be where it all goes horribly wrong.
It's hardly gone exactly right so far.
No, true, but it could get worse.
I mean, he's had the luxury, hasn't he, with the wickets that have gone, with Siraj getting a wicket as well, that he's been able to leave Ashwin till a little bit later.
Well, exactly. First ball doesn't turn at all, and he's over the wicket to Bairstow. He just plays it into the leg side, and there's no run.
Mogg says, play the hot mic jingle.
Oh, play the hot mic jingle. I don't even know where I put it. I've got
He
it
always
somewhere.
says, play the hot mic jingle.
He does play the hot mic jingle, and I did find it, and I did put it somewhere, but I can't remember where I put it. That's clipped into the leg side, and there's no run.
And on hot mic, Tyrone has joined us, and he was talking about the struggles with the pink ball, the lacquer amplifying the skiddiness.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of the chat was as well, wasn't there, about that.
Oh, half an hour left for your GPL entries, by the way, folks.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
I don't know whether I bought that really about the extra lacquer and making it. It was almost like people were hunting around for reasons, and everyone had to find a new reason why well, England were so bad, and in their first innings, India were.
I think it was the shape of their helmets.
Could have been.
Oh, there it is. Guerrilla Cricket and Hot Mic. Yeah, I've got it now. I found it. I knew it was there. That's where I thought I'd put it. Ashwin in, and it's clipped into the leg side nicely by Bairstow, out towards deep mid wicket.
I need you guys to explain something to me after the next ball.
Well, you can say it now.
What is the difference in the lacquer between red, white and pink?
Well, it's to do with the longevity of the leather.
Why isn't it the same?
Because I think the way you treat like Red Bulls,
it's the colour.
It's the colour. Yeah, I know, but Red Bulls is more of a sort of natural leather. I think is the impression I get. And when they make all these different colours, they have to bleach the shit out of the leather, which thins it out. I think so. To make it last longer, they have to put the lacquer on. I think it's the same with the white ball and the different coloured balls. I think that's the same with the pink ball. So, in order for it not to disintegrate quickly.
So the ball, the leather on the ball changes.
Yeah, because of the processes involved in getting the colours into it to make the balls. That's. I mean, I've seen a few TV things on it, and that seems to be the case. Stokes goes back and just defends that out to cover, and there's no run. Which is why you have two white balls. I mean, the white ball goes really quickly. Down the track comes Stokes, launches it over the top of mid-off. It's the first 6 of the match. Go Stokesy. That'll make him feel a lot better. He was 23 off 26. Bairstow's 23 off 47. And England are 68 for 3. My word.
Did you play the Hot Mic jingle?
No, I haven't yet. I'll play at the end of the over.
Okay.
It's in the middle of an over. You know, it's Ashwin.
Mog says, actually, you don't have to play the Hot Mic jingle.
Oh,
but
I
you
will.
did say, Mog, play the Hot Mic jingle.
I didn't check the jingle cart, but Mog, did anyone send in what I really wanted? Ashwin is in and defended by Stokes forward, and there's no run. I want every run is crucial to the tune of Every Sperm is Sacred from Monty Python.
I like that.
That's end of the over. All right, I'm going to play the Hot Mic jingle. So if you don't know Hot Mic, you can, well, you can't with this particular series currently because Channel 4 for some reason isn't picked up by Hot Mic for syncing. But Sky have the ODIs and the T20s. So as of next week, you'll be able to sync the TV to our commentary. And there's a little button when you get on there and it says sync, and you'll be able to do that. It goes off the audio on your TV. Short, wide, and smashed by Bairstow. Cut nicely out to the point boundary. And England will get themselves another one of these. About the commentator's curse. These two are quite comfy now, don't they?
They do.
Steady on. Interesting, actually. Ashwin coming into the attack when Ben Stokes has not been out there for very long, and of course Ben Stokes is the man that he's dismissed percentage-wise the most in Test cricket.
Yeah.
11 dismissals in 12 matches, and an average of 21. Ravi Ashwin against Ben Stokes.
Doesn't seem to be a lot in it for the spinners early on day one, though, does there? I mean, it's not ragging. It's certainly not doing that. Not taking chunk of that pitch. There's a tiny little bit of turn. The odd one's going a bit, but not much. Ishant is back into the attack. That one comes in a long way. He's getting a lot of in-swing still, Ishant, but it's too high. Hits Bairstow on the thigh and goes through to the slips. No run.
Well, that's what makes it kind of annoying from England's perspective that they have lost those 2 early wickets to Axar Patel. Really, it was almost as if they had a plan in their mind. Not necessarily a bad thing to have a plan in your mind, but certainly Crawley had decided that he was going to use his feet and he was going to try and get to the pitch of the ball and he's going to play some shots. And that maybe he didn't really need to do that because the ball isn't doing very much at the moment, so he didn't really stop to have a look at it.
No, and that's where it's in their heads, I think. That's what I mean, but I think they're gone. Ishant in, throws it up wide and full, and Bairstow may think he missed out there, but he plays with a crooked bat as Bairstow does, and inside edge into the ground, goes through to Rizbar, no run.
So no one likes vanilla. Says happiness is hearing the 4-run jingle from the Count off Sesame Street.
Ah,
Yeah.
So easy to make you happy, and yet, you know,
We only exist to make you happy.
well, we do exactly.
well, you know, there are many ways you can help us and make us feel happy too. You can buy a T-shirt. I'll just stick up a little picture. There you go. You can get a There Is No Run T-shirt. That's up there now. There's plenty more of those designs as well, though. In our shop on Redbubble, there's a link from our thing. There's a shop link on our website, but you can also go direct to Redbubble and search for us. That's through the Ridsbar, left outside the off stump by Bairstow, and there's no run. Patreon.
I was going to say our premier jinglers bear are telling us that Signor Peel sent in the "Every Sperm is Sacred" jingle.
I'm gonna go and find it then, because that sounds like it should be a fine jingle. And then obviously Patreon is the main way that people can help us, and if you donate $10, you can get yourself on the glory roll that endlessly goes around on screen, on YouTube, Hot Mic, Facebook, anywhere that we're in picture. The world will know your name, which is a very good thing. You'll become famous. As Bairstow faces up, Ishant is coming into bowl now. He's on the back foot and just plays that out to cover. No run.
Or, of course, if you are that person in Switzerland who won the Euro Millions 170 million jackpot, you can just give us money.
Absolutely.
Just give us, you could give us, 10 million, you wouldn't even notice.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And that will keep us going for years and years and years. I reckon if someone gave us 10 million, I'd take a massive cut because, I'm the boss.
Aye.
Well,
Well, it'd be put to it would have to go to the committee, Bear.
I am the committee.
Well, so am I. You are not the only member of the committee.
I know that, of course, but
it's a dictatorship.
It is a dictatorship.
Yeah.
Ishant Sharma is up to the crease now, and Bairstow judges the line quite well. It's another in-swinger, but it's set off too wide of the off stump. Bairstow puts his front foot forward and lets it through to Ridbar for no run. Ends the over 72 for 3.
I may be speaking a bit early, but is the pitch debate moot this test?
No, I don't think it is moot this test.
I.e. that it looks normal.
Well, no, look, India have played this smart. They created a really good test wicket in the first test, lost. They might not have lost if they'd have batted first. England won the toss, got a hell of a lot of runs. We've got double ton, which is the difference in the size, won a game. Decided they needed to win the next two, made favourable home conditions, that's fine. And don't want to lose this test because whatever happens, if they draw or win this test, they're through. If they lose, they're not.
No, but I mean, the pitch is not like the other one.
No, it's not like
the same ground.
Yeah, I know. Well, the first two pitches were very different, and they were at the same ground as well. Maybe it's the different soil. That's defended by Stokes, out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, it was interesting. The chat before the first two tests at Chennai was that they prepared 4 wickets, 2 with red soil and 2 with black soil, and they played the first one on the red soil and the second one on the black soil, and they were completely different. They played completely differently, didn't they? Ashwin bowls, that goes straight on. Stokes just defends from the crease, drops it down, it goes to slip on the bounce, and there's no run.
Well, I think Knackle has tweeted in saying, whisper it, but the pitch is fine.
Yeah, the pitch is fine.
Well, it's not really, that's not so much the point. I mean, there was talk.
As that's defended off the back foot by Stokes, back towards the bowler, no run.
There was talk almost immediately after the third test that this pitch would be fine, or that it would be built to last, because, India only need to draw. They've just got to avoid defeat, haven't they?
Absolutely. Defended into the offside on the front foot by Stokes, and there's no run.
I mean, I think that India must have been worried by the first innings performance that they put in against England, especially on that second morning when they lost 7 for 40 odd.
Yeah, tossed up, and Stokes jabs it out to cover, no run.
And in the end, it looks like a massive victory, 10 wickets. But to be honest, I think you said it earlier, Bear, if they'd had to chase 150, it would have been completely different. I think England had absolutely nothing to play with.
No, absolutely. They couldn't even bowl a couple of overs of seam to see if that would have made any difference. That's defended by Stokes from the crease, last ball of the over from Ashwin. It's a maiden, defends it out to the offside, and there's no run.
Harry Atkinson says, can you repeat what was said about syncing TV and commentary was trying to see Stokes 6 on Channel 4, as might be a few of them. Harriet, if you download Hot Mic, not for this test match unfortunately because it doesn't work on Channel 4, but for the one days and the T20s, if you download an app called Hot Mic, you can sync your TV coverage to our commentary.
Absolutely. Don't forget to use the code GC Radio.
GC Radio, yeah.
Costs you nothing. The app's free. Watching anything on it is free.
And Leia says, I'm pretty sure giving you 10 million would do the exact opposite of keeping you going for years and years.
Well, baby, you might find me slumped in a corner somewhere, high as a kite. But you never know.
Well, Mog says if someone gave you 10 million, it would only be fair to sling, say, 8.7 million of that to your jinglers.
Well, you'd certainly get a cut, Mog. Our jinglers deserve a lot of credit.
500 quid or something.
Yeah, possibly.
We don't want to go overboard, do we?
No, that's right. You don't want to encourage them.
No, precisely.
Mog would just buy loads more swords and axes.
Exactly. I mean, and who? Well, I don't know. Are there ones that are missing from his collection? Is there a collection of swords? Is there a point in the collection of swords? He gets to the point you say that's enough.
Or maybe there's some very rare ones that he needs to get hold of. They're going for a single. Oh my God, that could be a run out.
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
idiot. Bairstow's gone down the track after just playing it square on the leg side. Stokes has gone nah. And Bairstow's had to go back, and that looks pretty close to me. I'm hoping he got in, but I'm not entirely sure he did. So we shall go upstairs at decision pending. He looks a bit short to me.
He looked a bit cash.
He did look a bit cash, didn't he? Like he was wearing Tashini in the 80s. Let's have a look. Bat's not in the crease. Bat's not in the crease. Bat's in the crease. And the bails haven't gone. He's just about made it back.
Fucking hell, John.
That is amazingly tight.
That is. And it was really stupid from Johnny Bairstow. There was never a run there. Yeah. Okay, now they got the point after being harangued for not looking at all the angles in the certainly the second test and the first innings of the third test. They are taking their time to look at it in the third umpire's box, and he made it back by about 6 inches. That's pretty close. But Bairstow did, having gone a third of the way down a wicket, make it back. There was never a run there. Don't know what he was thinking about. Anyway, Axar Patel, next ball is in, angled in at the pads, and it's just played square on the leg side. Again to that fielder. Maybe the fielder was hiding behind the umpire and he didn't see him. There's no run. I mean, he was short mid-wicket, just came around, and there's just never a run there, Johnny B. But he got back, so, you know, we can all breathe easy. Axar Patel, again, third ball of the over, round the wicket, it just goes straight on. And Bairstow just defends it.
O'Neill Harris says, wait a minute, there appears to be nothing in the wicket for spinners, but the spinner has 2 early wickets and England only have 2 pacers in the squad. What the fuck?
Well, exactly. I think we might have made the wrong decision again, but we've done ourselves in the thinking, I think, before this game. Axar Patel tosses that one up a little bit more, gives it some air. Bairstow gets right forward and there's no run. I'm sure it'll spin later. I'm sure the wicket will break up. It's going to be hot again. The pitch will be getting baked. And the soil will crack, but it's pretty nice on this first morning. That's flatter, and Bairstow just props towards and defends, and there's no run.
He goes on to say the negative body language must have been because they realised they bollocks the squad again.
Well, but the problem is, I mean, it may not be the case when they come back to England because they're playing in home conditions, but I mean, England have had problems with openers this entire winter. I mean, they got away with it in Sri Lanka because Sri Lanka, as Gary rightly says, are pretty weak.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, Sibley only really saved his place to a certain extent in India by sort of last innings 50 there.
Yeah, well, exactly. And he's done pretty much sod all in India. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. Burns got binned after a test, didn't he? Or was it 2 tests? 2 tests.
2 tests, yeah. Well, Sibley got an 80 odd, didn't he? In conjunction when Joe Root was batting so well in the first test, he got 87, and I think he was out in the last over of the day, wasn't he, on the first day?
Something like that.
Yeah. If memory serves me right.
And that was Sibley, wasn't it?
Huh?
Sibley got an 80.
That's what I just said.
Oh, right, I thought you said Burns.
No, Sibley.
Yeah, so Burns has had a bit of a shocker. Crawley, I mean, for everything that he's, scored a couple of 50s here and there, they've been quite quick 50s and looked great, but every other time he's looked hopeless. Ashwin around the wicket to Stokes, who gets right forward and defends that back down the track, and there's no run. And number 3, we've had Dan Lawrence, who scored some decent runs in one game in Sri Lanka and has done sod all since. So they've got problems at the top of the order. Well, I mean, we've had that for years, let's be honest. Defended back down the track and there's no run.
There was just a brief period when we thought we were pulling it back a little bit, didn't we? I mean, we were always thinking we were going to be 3 wickets down early on.
Yes.
For a long time.
Ashwin in, and it's too short. But Stokes can just clip that, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, it's a big issue in a Test match if you're going to lose 2 or 3 quick wickets every bloody time. You know, I mean, well, I think we thought we'd solved it because obviously they're better against pace, and we did all right in South Africa. It was the last away series we played way before COVID. Ashwin in, defended by Stokes back down the track. There's no run.
And to be fair, Rory Burns had a pretty good Ashes series, didn't he, in 2019 as well?
And last summer, Sibley had a pretty good summer. I mean, this is it at home. And this is the thing: it's foreign conditions, and we're struggling. Left alone outside the off stump by Stokes, and it just carries on past his off stump, taken by Rizwan Pant, and there's no run. And that's the fundamental problem. If you're always going to lose your top 3, it starts wearing on the middle order, doesn't it? And they can't be expected to. Well, we had this chat when Bayliss was in charge, didn't we? You can't expect your middle order to constantly be digging you out of trouble. Stokes has a big waft at that one. It's floated up outside his off stump, and it was probably there to hit, but he missed it. And it was taken by Rizwan Pant, and ends the 24th over. England 72 for 3.
Og says there's always more things to get, sword, axes or otherwise. And Leia reckons, I bet there's an ancient Kopesh somewhere that Mog has been eyeing longingly for years. Knuckles says the India's ground staff took a huge gamble going against 4 straight years of evidence. If the idea was to reduce turning tracks to aid India, what it did predictably was take India's strong pace attack out of the game and bring in England's spinners into it.
Yeah, England's spinners aren't as good as India's spinners. I think our pace attack is more than equal to India's, to be fair. It may be home conditions, and he may well know how to use it just as well. But if you look at Test wickets, preeminent bowling partnership in the world, you'd have to say it's Broad and Anderson. So they probably didn't want to play into England's hand there. That's played by Bairstow. This time he does get a run as he just knocks it up to mid-on. He's a little bit deep set. I think it's Siraj down there. And it's a single.
There are some good pace attacks around the world at the moment. There really are. New Zealand, Southey and Bolt, and Wagner, of course.
Who's the other huge fella?
Carl Jameson, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen anything of him in England. I mean, it'd be fascinating to see him sort of in early June in England.
In the World Test Championship. I mean, if it's India, New Zealand, I fancy New Zealand to beat India in England, to be honest.
But I was thinking more about the 2 tests that England are playing against New Zealand before that.
Yes, that'll be good fun too.
Yeah, I mean that is as long as everyone's playing and they're not still playing in the IPL, which would be a shame.
When was the IPL finish? That's clipped into the leg side by Stokes down towards long leg, and there's a single. They're gonna. That's true, isn't it? But the IPL starts on the 18th of April, so presumably it's about 2 months, isn't it? 18, yeah.
Yeah, so they will. The chances are that unless contingencies are sought or made, that England will be missing a bunch of players, as will New Zealand, and that will really denigrate those tests. It'll be a real shame.
Yeah, will do. But they tagged on those 2 tests. They are late addition. That's defended into the offside, and there's no run, which will probably give the players cover for going, well, they weren't,
Well, it would, but I mean, they're the number 1 side in the world. They're just about to go into the World Test Championship final. You want to be playing in that game, those games, wouldn't you?
Your skipper, Kane Williamson, you don't want him out there, do you, really? That's left alone outside the off stump by Bairstow as Axel Patel bowls, and there's no run.
Will they not leave the IPL early?
Well,
there's a lot of talk that they might not do.
They would have to agree that with their teams, presumably. Their IPL teams.
Yeah. I guess it depends where they get to the latter stages as well. Defend the leg side and there's no run. Pretty much everyone gets through to the last stages, don't they?
But I mean, the World
the way it
Test
works.
Championship's a pretty big deal in India. You'd think the people who in India would be okay with New Zealand guys going off.
Well, I don't know, and
Depends who they are, really, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't. I mean, the teams themselves, they're there to make money, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think this is going to be the last over for lunch. Axel Patel is going to bowl this last ball, and it's into the pads of Bairstow, who clips that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Ends an over 74 for 3. Probably India's session by 1 wicket, I'd have thought. But as we said, England, losing 2 early wickets is neither here nor there. It happens all the time. And we get through to lunch. I'll give you the scorecard. I shall put it up on the screen so you can all see it. It's great, this technology. Zach Crawley was, actually Dominic Sibley was first out. He was bowled at Axar Patel. One that kind of went straight on, funnily enough. Caught the inside edge and bowled him. He only lasted 8 balls. Zach Crawley lasted 30 balls, scored 9 runs. Came down the track and hit Axar Patel for a nice straight forward, and tried the same trick again and hit over the top. For a minute we all thought it was going for 6, but nah, it just plopped into mid-off's hands. And he was caught. Bat seemed to twist in his hands. Joe Root got the old 1-2 from Siraj. A fair few outswingers, and then one that was pitched up, and it was a little bit of wobble seam if you looked at the replay. And he probably didn't know which way it was going to go, but it did jag a little bit off the seam. Came in, beat his inside edge, caught him plumb in front of the stumps. Didn't bother reviewing it, which was pretty wise because it was going on to hit. And he was out for 5, and at that point we thought, here we go again, we'll all be out by lunch. But Johnny B and Johnny B has looked scratchy when he first came in. He seems to have settled a bit. Nearly run himself out about 5 minutes ago, but he's made it through to lunch on 28 off 64 deliveries. Ben Stokes is not out. He's looked pretty solid, actually. It's a bit of argy-bargy between him and Siraj earlier, which Kohli got involved with. I thought it looked quite good-natured, but everyone else didn't necessarily think that was the case. 24 off 40 deliveries. England get to lunch for 74 for 3. Bowling figures are as follows. Ishant Sharma has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Mohammad Siraj, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Axel Patel, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. And Ravichandran Ashwin, just the 3 overs this morning. 2 maidens, none for 7. And that brings you up to date. I'm going to play this jingle before we go to lunch.
Every run is vital. Push up the run rate. If the batsman shoulders arms, Gary gets irate.
Hey, wonderful stuff. Is that the Jersey Jingler?
No, it is the Jersey Jingler.
Brilliant.
Splendid work. What have we got coming up for lunch then, the Bear?
Well, we're going to give you an update on. We are going to give you an update on CSA, which is the Cricket Supporters Association. They're coming up with a new survey, and just the other day, Tony was talking to Becky Fairley-Clark again to see where they were at, and so I have it lined up here, ready to go. And we'll be back. It's only 32 minutes long, so we're going to have to come back a couple of minutes early. But we'll see you in about 32 minutes, I guess.
I'm going to go and take the recycling out then.
Ooh, good for you. It's a bit early for that. Ours went the other day. Okay, we'll see you in 32 minutes. Bye.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Hello, welcome to another Guerrilla Cricket discussion and podcast. The Cricket Supporters Association is a fully independent, democratic, not-for-profit organisation which has been established to give all cricket fans a voice and have their rights represented. A central pillar of giving fans that voice is their annual survey, the 5th edition of which will be launched this month, having started back in 2017. Today I'm with Becky Fairley-Clark, who's a co-founder of the CSA. And really we're going to be looking at two things. What has changed over the previous issues, and most importantly, what impact has it had and why cricket fans should take part. And then we'll want to look at, well, what are those key issues to be covered and how can cricket supporters actually still shape what those might be in this forthcoming survey. Becky, a very, very warm welcome back, because you've been with us before.
I know. Thank you so much for having me back. Really appreciate it.
Well, let's start with a quick reminder from you of who the CSA are and how, very importantly, you ensure that the views and needs of cricket supporters actually get represented.
Sure, thank you. So, as you mentioned, the Cricket Supporters Association is a completely independent, not-for-profit, very much designed and set up, just as you say, to give cricket fans a voice within the game. So when you think of the various stakeholders that there are in cricket, there isn't an independent fan organisation and a place where other stakeholders can come to find what fans think about what's going on within the game. So we've been set up for that. Everyone can join. We're looking for every cricket fan, whether you're a massive county championship fan or you just like international T20s or whatever, to come to take part in our survey, as you say, and other activities that we have going on, and just get your voice heard. We're very much of the opinion that obviously one individual fan, it's very unlikely that, you know, the ECB or whoever is going to listen to one individual fan. But if we all come together, have our say on all the different things that are going on within the game. So this is what the survey looks at, you know, everything from ticketing, scheduling, all the different stuff. Have their, you know, put your opinion across, and then with that we take the data, we work it out, and we can then go forward to the ECB, to the counties, to whoever, and kind of say this is what fans are thinking. Also reverse, as we get more numbers within the organisation, we're positioning ourselves as a place that the ECB can come to when they want to know what fans think about. So not just fans reacting all the time, but a proactive stance as well, so that stakeholders, as I say, counties or whoever, can come and say, okay, we're thinking about this. What do fans, you know, what will the fans' reaction be? So it's very much for existing cricket fans to be able to join the community, come together, and then instead of just feeling like this is the game that I love, this is the game that I spend my money on, but what I think doesn't matter, this is the opportunity for it to matter and to kind of,
well, you touched on a couple of things there. You talked about the ECB. So to be really clear, when someone takes the time to fill in this survey, you make sure that it gets to the right people. And you mentioned the ECB about 3 times. Actually, when I looked at you, kindly sent me some presentations that seem to have got better and fuller and more beautiful in some ways as the years have gone on of doing the survey. But that gets listened to, presented to, and discussed with the ECB, particularly, right? So they see it, hear it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that. Quite rightly say, that's something that's grown as we've grown. So, you know, as the number of people who have taken the survey has grown substantially, and we want it to be the biggest yet, you know, and so our kind of place within cricket has also grown, and I think we've had the opportunity to kind of show that we're not a lobbying group, we're not here just to bash the ECB, but we are here to hold them accountable and to represent fans' views. So our relationship with the ECB has, you know, grown as well over that time. So we have a good working relationship with them. They know that there's a new survey coming out, and they have said that they will respond to the survey. You know, what the survey's telling them, the ECB will respond directly to the Cricket Supporters Association about, you know, the different issues that are being highlighted. So, you know, I mean, and as we say, moving on, and the more members that we have, the more voice we will have. You know, it's just that, you know, numbers are really important here, and people from, you know, different age groups, different backgrounds, as I say, different lovers of different formats of the game. So, you know, but there is a good working relationship, and I have been assured, as before, that, you know, we will get a response from the ECB in terms of what the survey tells us.
Well, let's if we may, just look back, not in every survey in detail. I don't think anyone who's ever listening to this is quite going to want to hear that. But let's think if there are some big themes that you're seeing now. It started in 2017, and I think the most recent one was 2020. Hence, there's been 4. Am I right? And the last one kind of started to focus in around what happens in the world of a pandemic and issues there as well. What do you think are some of the big things we've seen? One thing that absolutely struck me was you talked about growing the voice. You started off, I think, with about 300, and in the last one, was it about over 3,000? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was getting on for
that's a growing voice, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. And I think that all comes from, people seeing the value of, taking the surveys and something happening as a result of it.
Do you have a figure in mind for how many people you want this year?
I would love, if we could get over 5,000, that would be, and then the growth kind of the Cricket Sports Association is, if we could then get up to like 10,000 people where they just, so it starts becoming numbers that it's really, really difficult to ignore. I think we've got a great relationship already, or a growing relationship, I would say, already, which is good. But, the more fans we get involved that kind of give their opinions, share their experience. We know that from the surveys that we've done that fans want to share their experience with the stakeholders within the game to ensure the growth and prosperity of cricket. So it's kind of like, let's come together, even though not every cricket fan thinks the same. Let's highlight that, with the survey, what you say and your opinion might not be the majority opinion, but we can put all of the facts and stats together and present those as one. And it's got to be better to kind of have had an opportunity to know that your voice is being counted, a bit like in democracy, in an election, than kind of just sitting there feeling frustrated and feeling like what you care about and what you think doesn't matter and doesn't count at all.
You don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle.
Yeah, exactly. So.
What other things have you seen across the 4 years?
Yeah. Free to air was thank you. Free to air has been massive all the way along. So, and specifically Test cricket. So from 2017, we've had kind of over 70% of people wanting to have Test cricket free to air, which has been, something we've been discussing throughout that time, and obviously has now happened with Channel 4 and the India Test series. So that's been fantastic. Perhaps unsurprisingly, and back in 2007 to what is now the 100, we called it a city-based franchise T20, because that was how it was kind of being discussed then. There's always been concern and, kind of how's that all going to work, and so related to that is scheduling and, how all the different competitions are going to fit. As they say, that was a concern back in 2017, and the potential changes that were happening, and so on. And obviously now, as we continue on with the 100 going in as well, and then this year with the pandemic, that's certainly something with our 2021 survey will be a big kind of focus in terms of understanding what people want to see in terms of the schedule and how they feel about what's proposed, etc. And then what I think an interesting fact, though, that looking back on it, was in 2017 there was quite a big distrust between the kind of the Sky money in the game and whether it was needed and all that, but that has massively changed to kind of in 2020. There was I can't remember the exact stat now, but it was a huge number of fans were very pleased with the Sky and saw the importance of the Sky revenue, broadcast revenue, and the impact that it has all through down to the grassroots of the game. And I thought that was quite interesting that kind of has changed, because I think there was naively a consideration amongst some of the stakeholders that fans just didn't understand cricket. They just have a passion and they don't really understand the commercial side and all that. But actually, we do understand, we do get the bigger picture with it, and so don't dismiss it, say, oh well, fans don't really know. I think we do and we understand, so but that was really interesting, as I say, that's changed. But also like looking at ticket prices and how much people are prepared to pay for test cricket tickets or domestic cricket tickets and stuff. So
you were kind enough to share some of those with me, and one of the things I picked up on was that our survey respondents are very realistic. So the expectation of what it's reasonable to pay has kind of risen with inflation, as it were, and perhaps a little bit beyond. So you mentioned a few things there which I think are interesting. You talked about free-to-air and how that has been a growing clamour within the survey, and clearly that's happened. We're not saying that's direct cause and effect, but it's clearly part of a voice that has pushed things in that direction. You've talked about value for money and pricing and ensuring that the requirements and expectations there are clearly presented forward as cricket supporters to the ECB. What about the people who have responded to the survey? How has the sort of the profile changed over those 4 years?
It has changed, but it needs to continue to change as well. So we've kind of had a rise in female respondents, but we're still looking for kind of more, because I know, being a female cricket fan, that there are a lot of us out there, and so we need to do work there and to make sure we get as far and wide there as we possibly can within the kind of Black and Asian Middle Eastern communities. That again has also grown, but we want to grow that considerably more as well. And obviously we have launched our Every Cricket Fan, our diversity and inclusion initiative, and so I'm hoping that some of the work we're already doing with that will kind of filter through and help as well. Age group wise, that's been a real success for us, because with our last survey, the age 16 to 24, we got a much bigger representation of that age group as well. And obviously we still want the white and the male and the older age groups absolutely to take part, but I think for it to be as as independent and as comprehensive as possible, we do need to have a fair spread of cricket fans. So we really are asking everyone to get involved, take the survey. We always have some sort of incentives as well, so there will be, you can win cricket tickets or cricket helmets or something. We always have, something as well. So there is an incentive to do it, as well as just, feeling good about having the chance to voice your opinion.
So you've seen big growth in numbers, but the louder the voice, the even more effective it becomes. You've seen the change in the spread in terms of inclusivity. In fact, when I looked at the numbers, going from the very first survey to the last one, whilst the percentage of female responders needs to go up, it's grown about 5 or 6 times, but it needs to grow quicker. There's no doubt about that. The age profile I thought was very interesting, because that gets you into other expectations, and when people are talking about things like what they expect out of a new tournament, perhaps a little more open-mindedness comes along with the younger age, opening up to the younger age group, which I sort of found interesting. Also what they expect from their online consumption of the sport, which has been pushed for very much, for greater avenues for interaction with their counties, greater ways to view the game beyond just watching the telly, although that clearly is very important, hence the focus on free-to-air. And the other thing that I noticed, which I thought was quite interesting and I wanted to ask you about, was how the geographical spread has broadened. I looked at that first one, I thought, well, I'm definitely in there because I'm a Middlesex fan. And if I'm a Surrey fan, I'm also in there. Let's just say kindly, there was a north-south divide, with the south heavily favoured. That has really shifted across the four to be truly a much broader spread. Has that just happened sort of organically, or have you pushed very hard to make that happen?
Pushed quite hard to make that happen. We do have various partners that help kind of push out the survey as well. So the Barmy Army always push out the survey for us, and some of the counties and different things. And obviously we work with a lot of media partners, so even if they're just tweeting it and stuff like that, they get it out. So I think there's a certain amount of organic, but we were very conscious of, you know, the fact that we aren't a southeastern, you know, fan group in the same way that we're not a 50 plus fan group, or you know, like we are trying to represent absolutely everybody. So we've tried really hard to kind of make sure that that comes across, and to work with different people so that everybody at least sees the survey, you know, even if they don't have the time or the inclination to actually take it, to make sure that as many people as possible see it. So yeah, it's really important to us that we get, you know, the fans from all over to take it.
If this was a school report, we'd be saying it's moving in exactly the right direction, but needs to do more. And which I think which sounds like any of my school reports ever, but it's definitely encouraging that you have that breadth and that scale and that diversity. Breadth, scale, and diversity are all key, and in fact, very much in line with your values, I think, as the Cricket Supporters Association. So we've seen some themes. We've seen things like real focus on wanting free to air. We've seen a focus on value for money. We've seen a focus on how people consume their cricket online, and a number of other things where clearly the voice is heard and it gets to the right people. So we now, though, have a new survey about to launch, but you want to hear from people, don't you, before you launch that? So why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the themes you're thinking about, because I think you want people to tell you if you've got the right ones, and if you think you've missed anything, they've got the chance to tell you what you've missed, right? So give us some ideas of that.
So yeah, exactly. So thank you. So obviously we spend a lot of time kind of working through what we want, what we think should be included in the survey, but also very conscious that the Cricket Sports Association only exists as a fan organisation to represent fans. So it seems that we, you know, wrong to say this is the survey, you take it. So we're kind of taking it one step before that and saying this is what we're planning to have in the survey. So it's everything from kind of fan intention. So obviously, as we're in the pandemic, as we're coming out of the pandemic, what will that do in terms of kind of people's engagement with cricket? Their, you know, how much they're planning to go to live games, what concerns or, you know, what's different from now from before, and kind of stuff like that. We're also looking at county membership, so whether you are a county member and you're going to continue, or you were, and trying to look at that. Obviously free to air and TV rights, but then also taking that one step further and trying to understand how many different kind of channels people would be prepared to pay for if you are in a position to be able to pay for stuff. And, you know, because I know there's a lot of chat about free to air or different TV rights is great, good for the game, but then it also means as a fan you might have to get more and more kind of channels, subscription channels. Ticket prices very much are focused as always, and just to see what the, you know, the flavour is and what people are thinking. Scheduling, as I say, I think obviously this summer is looking quite tight, and, you know, and especially now with when fans might be allowed back in the grounds and how that might work, and you know, so looking at all of that, obviously talking about and just getting people's, you know, experiences of that, or what their anticipation about that. And it's County Championship 2022, so what people would like to see with that, because obviously that's still up in the air. And again, with that, I've spoken to the ECB, and we're working out a way that, you know, what our fans say in this survey will, you know, work towards or be part of the kind of discussion as they're planning 2022, and just kind of the role of the fan. And we're also actually looking for, we're doing a bit of work with the next test, so looking at sustainability within cricket and, you know, fan experiences within ground, etc. So that's kind of a very broad, that's everything that we want to cover. But as I say, we're very aware that, you know, there might be something else that we're missing. And when I talk about cricket, we are talking about men and women's cricket as well. But yeah, we're very aware of potentially missing something, or there's, and so we just want fans they can go onto the website cricketsupporters.com, have your say, and then there's a blog that kind of gives a bit more detail, and then underneath is the opportunity for people to comment, or they can email us at info@cricketsupporters.com and just let us know if there's something that they definitely think should be in the survey, and we'll try and incorporate as much as we can without making it the longest survey ever that nobody wants to complete by the end, and they're just ticking any old box just to get to the end of it. So that's the idea.
So can you give us those
just to see
again,
what people
those two
want?
Yep. Give us again those two ways that people can give you the information, can comment on the content of the survey to you. One was you gave a web address. Shout that out again. I'm going to ask you to do it one more time right at the end as well, but give it now again.
Perfect. So you can go on our website, so cricketsupporters.com, have your say, or you can just email us at info@cricketsupporters.com.
Perfect. Okay. I think at Guerrilla Cricket, one of the things we would certainly be keen to know, and I think you sort of have it in there, but often it's how the question is asked. One of the things we'd be interested in is how do you preserve the strength of our test playing capability whilst also accommodating new formats, and how do you get reassurance that you're able to do that? That might be a slightly different phrasing for the question. I don't think it's going, we're not just going stop all new thinking, because that clearly is a negative way to go, but how do you guarantee and preserve the strength of the, let's call it the pinnacle of the game, while still allowing for experimentation and change in other formats that players play? That would be a big one for, I think I would speak for my fellow Guerrillas on wanting to know the answer to that question. So you'd also mentioned, let's just kind of maybe go back over them, you're looking to increase the number of female and black Middle Eastern Asian respondents, because that's clearly a key voice for you. You're looking at reassurances because of people ask you that for the revenue flow through the game, and ensure that is communicated back to cricket fans. You're continuing to push for greater cost effectiveness, and you're very keen to look at the scheduling balance of the different types of formats and activity to ensure that all cricket fans get the best experience that is going for them. Okay, now, when does the survey launch? So when do you need people to come back to you with their suggestions and ideas?
Ideally, if people can come back to us kind of by the end of I'm going to say by next of the fourth test, but then that could be 2 days, so let's not say that. So on day 5 of the fourth test, ideally around then. So we're planning to get the survey out in the 3rd week of March, so that just gives us a bit of time. I mean, I work with a fully ratified market researcher, puts together all the surveys and everything for us, and we use our survey tool. So we do need a bit of time to get the survey all together, but we are, it go out on the 3rd week of March, and then we'll be pushing it as far and wide as possible. But very much would love everyone or anyone to get in contact and just let us know what they would like to talk about and what they think we all should be discussing, because it's really important. The Cricket Supporters Association is only here for cricket fans, to represent fans. So, this is your survey. This is not only your chance to take the survey, but help us kind of shape the survey as well.
How much do you think we're in an extraordinary set of circumstances at the moment. Clearly, that's one of the things that you talked about, is scheduling in the pandemic, and there's general sense that counties, ECB, everyone actually has done a pretty phenomenal job under an extraordinary set of circumstances in which we're operating. This year, of course, isn't June the 21st, the longest day, is sort of the magic day that people are kind of rather focused on. We hope against all hope that happens. But this year is still exceptional. So would it be fair to say that whilst you're covering that, it's still very much the bigger, longer term picture that is the focus for the growth of the game and the satisfaction of
Yeah,
supporters.
I think so. I think that, as you say, I mean, from our restart survey last year, fans weren't expecting that much to happen within cricket, and when we look back and think about the amount that we had and how successful it was, just phenomenal. So, and I think, like you say, this year is going to be difficult. I don't think it's going to please every fan, how it's going to pan out, and all the scheduling, and I want people to say that and to communicate that. But absolutely, we're very we have to think long term. I don't think we're going to have as much as an impact on the scheduling for this summer, maybe, but absolutely looking forward, and how we can see what fans want and how the game can be prosperous. And I think that's why we're asking about fan engagement and stuff like that, because I think as lovers of the game, we have to be aware that things have changed for people, and and whether you still game, but maybe your financial situation or whatever, or you're getting used to not doing cricket or doing something else, or so that's where we want to get all the different fans are feeling towards cricket, but then also what they think about what's going on this summer, and that is really important. And I think we need to tell the stakeholders how fans are feeling about what's the plan for this summer, but then, as we say, look forward as well, and hopefully be able to definitely influence that as we definitely as that is planned as well. So
all right, so give us one more time,
midterm, and
give us one more time those two ways that people can tell you their point of view about what's going to be covered. There was a email address and there was a web address for comments. Give us those two again.
I will. So it's cricketsupporters.com/ have your say, and the email address is info@cricketsupporters.com. And I would say, if you are on the Cricket Supporters website, please do sign up whilst you're there. It's completely free. It's no hassle at all, and then you'll be notified as soon as the survey is live.
Perfect. So you've actually got three things you can do. Sign up for the Cricket Supporters Association. That's dead straightforward. No pain, loads of gain.
No.
You can ensure that you go to the website, and we'll have the URL of that website on this video version of this discussion, and you can email info@cricketsupportersassociation.com. So, Becky, thank you very much. We're all hugely encouraged by the work that you're doing, and let's hope we get that huge growth in audience, that in respondents, that makes that voice impossible to ignore. Thank you very much.
Exactly. That is exactly it. Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Guerrilla Cricket. Revolutionary cricket commentary.
And unpick and understand. So, I think we have to just be honest and open that we need sometimes support and outside influence from people who have worked in spaces where they can make a difference. But look, it's like a few sports in our country, unfortunately, we've got a long way to go to really opening up and dealing with some of the difficult issues. But it's possible, and I think that independence is vital to that.
Switching to on-field matters, I asked Ebony what she thought of England's men no longer taking the knee in support of the Black Lives Matter movement.
I sort of said at the time, I think taking a knee this summer was important. I appreciate that it can't go on forever, so it's not me sort of saying take it forever. But I feel that a meaningful period would have been really helpful, just in terms of keeping the conversation going. It was done during the West Indies series for a couple of matches, and then died away. And so from my perspective, if we want to change the consciousness of our fans, and we had that platform, I would have liked to have seen it gone on longer. It didn't. And I know people are going to have different views about it. I personally think this was the year that we could have really driven home the message, the game itself, how far we are from racial equality or opportunities. It would have made a really good sense to have done it for longer, but we didn't. So look, I don't expect taking a knee to go on forever, I understand that, but what I do think is a meaningful period, a time where you can look back at history and say maybe not a few games, but actually it was taken over the course of a summer to make a stand is important.
Ebony is one of a few high-profile cricket broadcasters of colour in the UK. But how important is it that there are more people of colour in the media, not just talking and writing, but making decisions?
What I've witnessed my whole journey, I guess, and often, and I'm talking about sporting and media and stuff like that, is that there is that massive lack of power, decision makers, influencers, whether it's behind the camera or whether it's in the boardroom or wherever it might be, and without that lens to be able to look at and create opportunities and understand different types of people and make sure they're catered for, it's almost just, like I say, it's kind of almost missing huge sections of communities and populations and opportunities. So that's what I hope changes as a result of the movement that we saw in this last year, is that no longer is it okay to have a bit of visibility here and there in the front face, and that's okay. Actually, you start to really analytically unpick and look at the structures and the systems, and actually ask questions as well. Is it easy? Is it not easy, but is it possible for people from different backgrounds to move through? So, I feel like 2020 was a foundation year for England specifically, getting our heads around the need for racial opportunities and equalities. I hope now 2021 is the year everyone really gets on board and really drives change.
It is tempting to wallow in nostalgia, in the feats of bygone greats like Sobers and the Pace Quartets. It is tempting to ask, where did it all go wrong? But it is absolutely vital that the story of black cricketers and black cricket fans in England and the rest of the United Kingdom is told not in the past tense, not preserved in aspic or behind glass, but is told in the present and, most importantly, the future tenses.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
And we're back, it's me and you, until someone else comes on. Tony's supposed to be here.
I think he is. I'm right here.
Oh, you're right there. Okay, well, you
Right
two
here.
chat while I'll finish making my cup of coffee then.
Oh, well, go and enjoy that. Well, do we make of that? 74 for 3.
England was 74 for 3 in the last test, I think, and then they lost 17 wickets for 118. I'm reading something along those lines. So we've been here before. Having said that, Johnny Bairstow looks much more fluent now, having played, I think, 6 false shots in his first 10 deliveries. He's now only made another 3 since then. He got his feet moving, to his credit, and he had a plan. Ben Stokes has got himself riled up. I think there is a certain kind of level of aggression, antipathy to the opposition, whatever it might be, that Ben Stokes needs. A quiet Ben Stokes is not really the best Ben Stokes. He can go too far. He can go too far in terms of the etiquette of the game, but he can also go too far in losing concentration. But Virat Kohli and Mohammad Siraj got at him, and I think they've got his game into gear rather than put him off his game. So
who was it who launched Ashwin? I just caught that as I was.
I think that was
heading in
Stokes.
around. That was Stokes.
I think that was Stokes. Yeah,
it was
Stokes. Employed to get on top early. Do you think in that case?
I think it's a message that England are sending to India that this is not the same pitch. That this is not a turner. This is a pitch in which a non-spinning spinner, a slider like Akshar, can be hit back over his head. I think that's what Zach Crawley was trying to do. Unfortunately, the execution of the shot was wrong. I don't think it was wrong in conception. The bat twisted in his hand and the ball went straight up in the air rather than back for 6. But I think England have come out with some plans about moving their feet, about assessing the pitch, and then once they've got the measure of it, trying to be aggressive. And I think Kohli's captain poorly. I think he's missed out on catches by not having enough attacking fielders in there. I think we've seen the ball go through third slip, go through leg slip 2 or 3 times. And if I was a bowler with 400 test wickets like Ashwin, or 300 test wickets like Ishant Sharma, I'd be saying, come on, skipper, you know, give us a shot here. And maybe even Akshar Patel, who's looking at Narendra Hirwani's record for number of wickets in his first 3 tests.
I think beautifully, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Kohli has been a little overly defensive against England. I think that's played into England's hands. And, you know, we don't often talk about a crucial second session of the day, but I think this is a crucial second session of the day. England have lost the wickets that one might have discounted if you were an England fan in the first session. But now England have got to get through this session, get to 150, 170. If they're 160 for 3 at the end of this session, they're right in the game. If they're
we shall see. It's
140
Ravi
for 7,
Ashwin
they're
who's
done.
going to be taking up the attack from that Adani end. It's bowling to Ben Stokes, who's happy to leave that as Rishabh Pant takes that rather acrobatically, like one of those dancers who sort of have their legs spread wide and then sort of rock backwards and forwards. It's
skidded
kind of
through
an
a little
unusual
bit.
pose.
Kept a bit low, that one.
It did. Maybe that's why he had his leg lifted, rather like a dog at a lamppost, but it did the job.
Bob Fosse missed his vocation
Not a
as a
dot ball.
wicket-keeper coach, perhaps.
Yes, maybe, could be. Ashwin in again, around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who's very solid this time. Just eases it away into the offside. Again, there is no run. 74 for 3. England, remember, won the toss. We haven't seen the terrors in this pitch by any manner of means. This one's given more air, and that sudden little dip at the end that Ashwin achieves, and Stokes just strokes him away to extra cover. Will get himself a single, bring Johnny Bairstow back onto strike. 75 for 3, 45 off 82 balls this partnership.
I'm going to play some jingles quietly underneath our talking because they're long and they go on forever, and the overs don't.
Well, some of the commentary does.
Well, yes.
75
overly
for
flowery,
three.
one some would say, but you know.
75 for 3. We're in the second session now, only just of the first day. It's the first over, and it's been bowled by Ravi Ashwin. He's got 2 more balls of it to deliver, and he's going to deliver the first of those to Yorkshire's Johnny Bairstow. No, he's not. He pulls out of it, wheels away. Bairstow stands looking back at him with a kind of a "what are you playing at?" look on his face. Something distracted somebody in that process.
I crave your indulgence for a personal plug, which I'll try and do after the next delivery.
I'm not sure we want to know about your personal plugs, Gary. As that one is left away down leg side into the gloves of Pant, and maybe we will hear about Gary's personal plug.
Well, some listeners have doubted whether I ever did spend time working in ladies' fashion, and I've written about it, so you'll find that on my Twitter feed or indeed Gorilla Crickets.
Forward comes Bairstow. Ashwin fields off his own bowling. It's the end of the over. It's 75 for 3. And Gary will slide back into his not his ladies' underwear, but into his tweets and Facebook messages.
And there's also some 80s nostalgia in there, what it was like to work in an 80s office, people smoking, no computers, stuff like that. I'm not seeing any tweets at the moment coming through, so you can tweet us at Gorilla Cricket, and we'd be delighted to hear your views, which we will broadcast as and when we get a chance. I'm not sure if that's my phone that's causing this, but it is refreshing, but refreshing slowly. If you're joining us after the lunch break in Ahmedabad, England 75 for 3.
Let's have some jingle.
You can certainly name check a few of our friends on Cricket Tracker India, and we'll see where we are on Hot Mic as well in YouTube and various other platforms in a minute for you.
Dr. Dan Diper has sent a sketch through, so I shall retweet that.
Perfect. 75 for 3. That one is met by Stokes. Pops up, but it was a bump ball. No run. 45 off 85 balls. This partnership going along Well, England needed it, to be honest, didn't they, Bear? They needed something to steady a very rocky old boat.
Well, yeah, me and Hendo were talking about this before. The problem is our opening partnership has done bugger all pretty much all the time away. It's relied on the middle order and lower middle order to get a lot of the runs most of the time. And it's happened again today, and so someone needs to stick there. The wicket doesn't look particularly dangerous at the moment, it has to be said.
Oh, she's in again. Angles this across the left-handed Stokes. It's through to Pant. There's no run.
There's a bit in it for the seamers. There's certainly swing for Ishant all the way up till lunch, and if that carries on, that might cause a problem. There's not a lot off the pitch. The ball that got root came in a little bit. It was a bit of a scrambled seam, and it came in off the seam and pinned him, which is a vital wicket for them to get. But the first 2 wickets, one was given away, and the other one was basically a poor shot to a non-spinning ball.
Indeed. Siraj, and again, that hair of his standing aloft as the wind catches it as he runs in. And Stokes pushes it to the offside. There is again no run. Ben Stokes has a good old look at his bat in the time-worn manner of a batsman who doesn't really play that the way he wants, and it has to be the bat's fault, not the fact that he was completely squared up by the delivery.
Well, he was squared up.
I think England needs 350 to be in this
Minimum.
game. I think it's a 400 par pitch.
Absolutely.
That we're seeing here, and given the crazy selection England have got.
Comes Siraj again, steered through cover very nicely by Stokes. There is a man after it. They'll take 2. Will they come back for 3? No, they quite rightly don't.
One might say
77.
One might say that England need 450 rather than 350. Ben Stokes is going to have to do a lot of bowling, so he's going to have to do a lot of batting here.
Well, he's going to have to do a lot of bowling, Gary.
You say that, but they've gone with effectively
he's opening the
2
bowling.
spinners and Anderson, and put an extra batsman in, really, haven't they? So
Stokes
he may have to do some bowling.
Stokes may well have to open the bowling. So if they're going to open with 2 seamers, and with the ball swinging, I mean, he does swing the ball, but as Gary's pointed out, this entire series he's looked off the pace with his bowling the entire series. But maybe the responsibility will, instill some sort of.
There is a ring of 3 slips for Stokes on that offside, but he solidly meets that from Siraj, and there's no run. 77 for 3. We have 1 ball left of Siraj's 7th over. 1 for 25 for him. He got hit for 3 fours in 1 over by Ben Stokes, didn't he?
Yep.
But other than that, he's bowled tidily. He's certainly got under Stokes' skin. We saw plenty of needle. That one's flicked off his legs beautifully, but there's a man down that deep backward square, and it will only be a single.
I don't think
58 for 3.
I think he was trying to get under his skin. I don't think he actually got under Ben Stokes' skin. I think he did the wrong thing, actually. I think that's the kind of thing that Stokes goes, what are you talking about? And it helped Stokes get himself in the frame of mind. I think that was probably not particularly wise by Siraj.
True. Well, 78 for 3. Gary, what you got?
Yes, Anna Forsyth says, my abs are too sore for Tony to go around saying stuff like, we don't want to hear... we don't want to know about your personal plug. Don't make me laugh. Jonah Jones, 75, says, I'm in Australia with a cricket mad office getting so much grief. Come on, England. And Salopian, come on, you Spurs. I'll come to that.
Plenty of air from Ravi Ashwin as he takes up the attack from that Adani end again, but Stokes fends him into the offside. There's no run.
Hi guys, just finished work for the day, so joining you for my commute home. Surprised to find England still batting, to be honest.
This is the eternal optimist. Mind you, after the last 2-day test, who knows? I mean, it was not great. Not great for cricket, I don't think. Ashwin again, around the wicket he comes, onto the back foot. Goes Stokes and pushes this away to the onside this time, but again there is no run. We're in the 28th over, and it's being bowled by the master craftsman that is Ravi Ashwin. And he comes again. There is that little bit of flight and dip, but it doesn't trouble Stokes. It's guided to backward point, no run.
Is it just me, or is it really hard to discern dip? We don't have the technology that that shows things like seam
cheese
or
and chive,
swing.
avocado.
Now, do you remember when they used to have the revometer?
Oh yeah.
Yes. What happened to that? That was all rather good. I mean, that told you quite a lot about how much.
Well, it didn't really.
Spin bowler was putting onto the ball, didn't it?
Well, yeah, but it had seam bowlers putting fucking 3,500 revs on the ball, so that was absolute nonsense. Clearly.
And every spinner was kind of 32 or 33 if they were turning it square or going straight on. So
it wasn't really telling you as much as we thought.
No.
Ashwin in again, nicely forward comes Stokes. Way to short cover, no run. 78 for 3 England.
Because I think Ashwin is underrated partly because it's so hard to see the dip that he gets. And he does beat so many batsmen in that way.
He's in again to Stokes. And again, there is no run. We were talking about he has the most left-handers dismissed in tests. Does Ravi Ashwin? It's 51.3% of all his test wickets are left-handers. Forward comes.
That's not out, mate.
Huge shout. It didn't look out to me. In fact, I thought he got a hint of inside edge, but there is a lot of discussion. The committee, Ashwin, Kohli, Panton and Rihani.
You can review
Gather.
that. You can review that all day long. That hit miles outside the line.
Well,
Go
yes,
for
it didn't. Well, they are going to review it. Not necessarily all day long, but it has, as they say, gone upstairs.
And that's a terrible. Well, I'm quite happy for them to review that. I think that hit him outside the line.
You think it was outside the line? I'd probably go along with you. I actually thought there might be just a tiny bit of inside edge, but
well, that would be even better because they would lose the review.
Let's have a look.
Miles outside the line.
There was.
It was Pat first.
Pad were incredibly close together, but his front pad is forward, and as you rightly say, Bear, I think outside the line. Anil Chowdhury is the third umpire.
I don't even think that's umpire's call.
Certainly hit
Outside
the pad first, but bat and pad were distinctly adjacent, one scraping t'other. The original decision, of course, not out. It pitches outside off. The impact is outside, and that will be it.
Shit decision by the Indians, but hey ho, that'll do us. That's 2 decisions they've got completely wrong and lost 2 reviews in the 30th over.
Well, it's the end of that over, ending on a slightly damp, squibby sort of note for Ravi Ashwin, and it will give us a chance to bring Gary back into the frame. Social Gary.
You're being taken to task by Leah outside context problem. Says, yes, Tony Bishop, the 3 slips tend to be stationed on the offside. Otherwise,
yes, well,
they'd be
I did rather say that, didn't I?
leg slips and highly illegal. Hombre Nuevo says, a morning, fantastic gorillas. So apart from my alarm, the GPL and 3 wickets, have I missed anything?
Not really.
Argy is what you've missed.
You have missed some argy-bargy, yes indeed, with Siraj and Ben Stokes, Kohli as either agent provocateur or peacemaker, depending on which way you look at it, I suspect.
And Knuckle has got his eye on the detail as usual, which I'll come to this perceptive tweet in a moment.
Siraj is in and he's beaten the bat and he's taken Bairstow looks perplexed. Was he shouting for LBW?
He's given out LBW.
No, he's not been given out LBW. He's been given out caught behind from a ball that went between bat and pad. And the question is, did you hit it?
So we've all seen different things as that seemed to speed through.
Oh, he said it's catch. It's been given out for the catch, I think.
It's definitely been given out for a catch. England are reviewing. Indians, it's a bigger committee this time because they've already decided to review.
No. England are reviewing, Tony.
England are reviewing, yes. Of course, because we'll have a look anyway.
He's not nowhere near that.
That didn't seem. You see, that's why I didn't. That's what confused me, because it didn't look like it had caught any bat. It did, I think, catch the very top of Johnny Bairstow's thigh. Now here's the magic moment. We're looking to see if anything is on ultra edge. It is stiller. Well, there's a spike when it hits the pad.
Now this is going to be interesting. So he's given him out, right? But it's clearly not been caught. But they still have to go for the LBW, exactly. So if it's umpire's call, he's still going to be given out.
Impact
and it is. He's going to be given out.
Umpire's call
That's
on wickets,
fucking
but
dodgy.
he's given him out caught. Now this is even more.
Well, that's what I mean. That's dodgy. That's
No, that's
fucking
out.
dodgy.
He's
That's
gone.
fucking dodgy. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you appeal for everything. You appeal.
Yeah,
for
but the
all
umpires
decisions
clearly get
The umpire only gives one
see-
decision, which he subsequently confirmed
as
in
caught.
the discussion with the batsman that, I was giving it for caught.
I mean, they do have to go for everything, but then he wouldn't have given him out LBW because he was going up for the catch. But
I
as
thought
it's
it was
reviewed for everything,
LBW. I called it on the replay. It was a shocking shot. He went back when feet went nowhere. Gigantic gate was taken on the back pad. I think it's perfectly fair to give that out LBW. It's an umpiring error. If he didn't, well, it's not an umpiring error. It was.
What it is? Oh, no, I disagree.
Other.
I'm going to disagree with you there, Gary, vociferously. If he thinks he's giving him out court, then he has to, he's giving him out court. I mean, I know they have to review everything, but then if it's umpire's call on LBW, that seems a bit rough to me. But
I take your point there, but the other side of the coin was that he was given out, and the ball was going on to hit the stump. So I think you've got to just take that.
Yeah, but if they were appealing for LBW, would they have given him out? That's the question. Probably
say
not.
how's that LBW?
Yes, but then the umpire makes a decision as to what he's giving him out as.
Won't look back.
Covers his arse, really.
By the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, it's my ecclesiastical cousin, Ollie Pope, who will be at the crease. I don't suppose he particularly wanted to be straight after lunch.
This is for Fat Clap.
Here he is.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
That's for a man on hot mic, who's obviously not very happy. Right.
He's not happy with the decision, or he's not.
The fact that we've lost the fourth wicket.
And this one is left alone outside of off stump by Pope through to Pant. Well, yeah, if you just missed that, the facts were Siraj appealed. Johnny Bairstow looked perplexed. It was given for caught behind. It missed the inside edge, but it did take the top of the pad. On review, it was given as umpire's call, and that's why we're in somewhat heated debate, because the umpire had called for a caught behind. He hadn't called for LBW.
Exactly, and Johnny.
So by default, you've given it in favour of the umpire for a decision he actually didn't give, as this away is away to cover by Pope. I suppose, Bear, if you were the umpire, you could say, well, it was out one way or the other and I gave it out. Well, which I think is Gary's stance on the matter.
Well, of course, you can say that, but I think you'd be lying to yourself. But there you go.
My stance is a little more nuanced, I think, because if the umpire has seen it as caught, then he doesn't consider the LBW. So he may have thought it was LBW. He didn't need to say that because he thought it was caught.
Pope, who's certainly going to try and play himself into some form, guides this to backward point, though, and there is no run. And Luigi. Hendo was asking about Luigi. He's just appeared, wondering where his breakfast is. He'll have to wait a bit. We're looking yet again. It was the Bairstow Gate, which we talked about naming the gates of Headingley after Johnny B, didn't we? And so big a gate though that it certainly didn't trouble that inside edge. And more controversy. Well, young Mr. Siraj appears to attract a bit of controversy this morning. He's just got a bit more. That one's down leg. Pant looked semi-interested in a leg side strangle. Siraj on this occasion knew that there was nothing to be excited about. And we're looking again at a replay of Johnny Bairstow, who's shaking his head, harumphing
I would be too
himself, and probably feeling, as the Bear is I think about to say, rather hard done by on that occasion. We kind of agree with him.
I think he is pretty hard done by. I think if you appeal for that for LBW and it hit the top of the thigh, most umpires wouldn't give it out, and therefore if they'd have reviewed it with umpire's call and it would have been out. But
Rages, and again to Pope, very, very correct defence from Ollie Pope. A little bit of excitement from the two slips, who, as Linux Lear quite rightly pointed out, are on the offside. And thus it's a redundant.
Good place for them to be, Tony.
There we go.
It's a good place for them to be.
Lear is also pointing out you don't appeal for a mode of dismissal, you just appeal for the dismissal.
I know, but the umpire clearly made the decision that he'd said, I gave him out court.
Yeah. Here at the Adelaide Oval, watching South Australia versus New South Wales one-day competition. Deja vu all over again was Yogi Berra, by the way. And Nitin Bajaj says the Hyderabad Hurricane strikes. I like the look of Siraj, and he's a good bowler.
Yeah, very much so.
Messi Jez says, I didn't realise it was possible for young Johnny Bairstow to look even angrier, but that was quite scary. Mayank says, and I'll come to it after this delivery.
We will, because it's going to be Ravi Ashwin from that Adani end.
The umpire gave
forward, no run.
The umpire gave him out LBW not caught, according to Cricinfo. 2, doesn't matter. The laws say when an appeal is made and the finger goes up, it doesn't matter what the finger goes up for. Any form of out is upheld.
Once again, in comes Ashwin, and there is no run, pushed into the offside by Stokes. Number 8 so far for Ashwin.
And I'll just finish off by saying this, and Bajaj says, with the highest degree of respect, that Bairstow wicket is on the vagaries of DRS. How is it the umpire's fault?
In comes Ashwin again, round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes.
I know.
Pushes it back to the bowler.
I'm not blaming the umpire. I'm not saying it's the umpire's fault. I think that is the vagaries of DRS. And we all know, if you go up for court and it's not court, then they obviously do go to DRS. I just think maybe that Warren. We wrote an article yesterday about Warren apparently convincing the ICC to change the laws on.
In comes
DRS.
Ashwin. There's that flight. But it's tidily met by Stokes to cover, no run.
Apparently Warren wants the ICC to change the vagaries of DRS to it's totally taken out. The umpire's call is taken out of it, which is
surely that would not work in his favour, or am I right? Or do know? I guess it probably would, as this one's steered to backward point again by Stokes. No runs at all yet off this Ashwin over.
Well, no, but in that, that dismissal brings up the massive vagaries of DRS, doesn't it? Because if the umpire does say I've given it out court, he's covered by the fact that it's umpire's call, and therefore maybe there should be a decision made on the field as to what you've given someone out for.
In comes Ashwin. There is a slip in place. It's a good forward thrust of that leg by Ben Stokes to get everything behind it. Again, there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden, and it's 78 for 4 England. They have lost under perhaps contentious, certainly frustrating circumstances for England. Johnny Bairstow battled his way through an uncertain start to look the part once again, only to be undone by Mohammad Siraj.
I think that's impossible to implement there.
No, it's not.
What does he do?
You ask the umpire what he's giving him out for.
Yeah, out court, but the umpire is not considered LBW if he thinks it's court. So as the umpire say court, but it might be LBW as well, mate, but I haven't decided that because I've given it out court because it's taken the inside edge. I mean, it's... Well,
yes, then he has to make... No, then the umpire makes the decision, and if he gets it wrong, he gets it wrong.
So he says court and LBW.
Siraj to continue. Driven beautifully through cover. It's not going to go. They didn't really quite get hold of all of it, I don't think.
Woy Palm
just take a single.
I tell you what, came up a few years back when you could only appeal against what the umpire called, so that would have been given not out. India could then appeal for the LBW, but it created so much confusion that they changed it so that the video ump now looks at everything. And Steve Shipcott simply says, correct, Law 31, appeal how's that? The appeal how's that covers all ways of being out.
Yep. Well, again, it's...
Well, I guarantee you, if that had happened to Kohli, there'd be uproar.
Well, yeah, I think there's there's the letter and the spirit, or the. I mean, okay, I don't think you can even use the spirit to defend that, can you? Technically, it was out, and we're dealing with emotions and feelings of misfortune rather than fact, I suppose, in to think of it any other way. As this one's a good bit of an inducker from Siraj. Pope, though, met it tidily. Goodness me, he does need some runs, does Ollie Pope. What's he done this series? A 3, a 28, a 22, a 12, a 1 and a 12 is hardly numbers to stake a regular place in the team for young Ollie, and he needs to get back on the horse.
Well, not
Mark Wood.
No one else has taken up bloody trees either, have they? So he's no worse than anyone else. Let's be honest.
Well, you can look at that is a way to look at it, although I'm not sure it's not a recipe for long-term success if that's your defence for keeping batsmen in the side. He's marginally less bad than the rest of them. As that one is ducked under by Pope. Pant, well, he got some glove on it in a sort of an extraordinary dive. and it is given as buys.
We shouldn't forget the fact that it was 146 clicks, the fastest ball of the match, and one of the fastest balls of the series that got Johnny Bairstow. He was beaten for pace a little as well.
That one, that bouncer as well.
Yeah.
Really lifted. It sort of burst its way through Rishabh Pant's gloves, didn't he? He seems to see the funny side of it. He's chuckling away with Rohit Sharma.
He's really bent his back here, Mohammad Siraj.
He did indeed.
It's commendable.
Hey, he's a good bowler. I like Mohammad Siraj. He's definitely a decent bowler.
Well, he is. It's an element of having greatness thrust upon you to a certain extent as the injuries mounted in Australia. But boy, did he take his chance, as that one is pushed to cover by Ben Stokes, who stands and watches it all the way there.
He reminds me a little of Stuart Broad's assailant, Varun Aaron, who burned brightly for a short time as a genuine quick bowler. Fast arm, big shoulder turn. Not a big man, but certainly one who can propel that ball to the other end at some pace.
Yeah, suffered greatly with injuries, didn't he, Varun Aaron, though?
81 for 4. England, a loss of Bairstow, as we were saying, in interesting circumstances. After lunch, fairly soon after lunch, Stokes forward, offside, no run.
Something that perhaps tweeters can clear up for us. Mayank is very keen at tweeting again to tell the Bear that the umpire gave out LBW, not caught, as per Crickinfo's commentary. I don't take Crickinfo's commentary as gospel, and it was pretty clear from the TV pictures that the umpire was telling Bairstow he was out caught. But we're not infallible here either, so please confirm. Nitin Bajaj says, reverse scenario from the second game when the umpire gave not out on the court appeal was reviewed and given now out.
In comes Siraj, steered to leg to mid on, and they will take a single.
And they didn't see the full sequence where they would have seen it was leg before. And perhaps this is a more important element, is that they did run on in the TV umpire's box for all modes of dismissal, unlike when Rahane was caught out off the glove, where they did not run it on until a bit later, and England got their review back as a result of an error. So there's lots going on here. Knuckle says the umpire's under no obligation to say what he's given the decision for, and the fielding side don't appeal for a particular mode of dismissal. More pertinently, that was lovely bowling from Siraj to expose Bairstow's weakness on the inside edge against pace. I'm with you, Knuckle. Woy Pom says, I know Boycott has formed from the past, but I think putting him in the same frame as a Yorkshire Ripper is a bit harsh. I don't know who's done that. They are different people, I promise you.
Ashwin again from the Adani end. And that bounced. Did it not there? Got a little bit of life off the pitch.
Yeah, it did a bit.
Ravi through to Pant.
Not much turn, though, which will please England.
Well, yeah. Still 4 wickets down, unfortunately, for them. And happily, indeed, for India, who you would argue are distinctly on top. Ashwin in, Stokes forward, no run again. We'll have a little change at the end of this over. Do you want to update us as well at some point on the GPL? We're past lunch, of course.
We had 6 entries today.
6 entries, excellent.
Ranging from 247 up to 295.
Down the track, good footwork from Stokes. Flicked away through mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 for it. Good footwork, good shot, good result.
Good thinking too.
Good all round. Moves England on to taste 6. Yes, he did a nice. Everything was right about that from Stokes.
Yeah, came down the line of the ball. Didn't try and give himself room and risk being done by the spin.
He did indeed. Slip cover, an extra cover on that offside, and Stokes is forward. It goes to cover. There is no run. 3 balls we've had of this over.
Stokes looks like he's had a very long net in between the matches here.
Yes, Ashwin is in again, past umpire men on back foot by Stokes. Full maker's name presented to Ashwin.
Well, I mean, I don't.
PM in this instance.
I don't think that Stokes looked too bad in that second innings debacle in the last test, to be honest.
Win again. That was the Karen ball. But Stokes is equal to it. And there's no run once more. Now I'm confused. It didn't look like the end of the over to me. Why then are we seeing an ad? I thought there was one ball left afterwards. Did I miss something?
I don't think so. I think you did miss something.
Oh, I must have missed something. Well, in that case, I shall take my leave for a wee while and see you later. England 86-4-4.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
From an England perspective, we're waiting for... who are we waiting for? Jason. Where is Jason?
He's there.
Right?
I'm here.
He's there. Sorry, I didn't see you. Excuse me.
It's just the bear being a bit lackadaisical in the old Zoom reconfiguration.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's Ollie Pope has to play one of his better innings here. This is dragged somewhat towards mid-on as it's very full from Mohammad Siraj, who's bowled absolutely beautifully today with real pace, real aggression, real accuracy, and England have not been able to take any liberties against him at all. He's really looking like another of these impressive young Indian pace bowlers that keep coming through, despite the fact that they're winning matches via spin. They are producing at a great rate. Good quick bowlers. He's in again, bowls to Pope, hurries him a little bit, but he manages to jab it up to mid-on and hurry through for the single.
Just on that Bairstow wicket, how do we know what the umpire gave it out for?
Well, we don't.
Well, exactly.
Unless he told someone. Well,
anyone in earshot?
And it doesn't matter, surely.
Yeah, I mean, he gave it out.
I think.
I know what Bear's point is on umpire's call. If they appealed, if it was just for LBW, it had been not out. But did he say that? Was he giving it for LBW?
Well, we just talked about this. That they're not under an obligation to actually say, and I think they should be. To be fair. Anyway, round the wicket now to Stokes, and Stokes, the left-hander, goes up on his toes and defends from deep in the crease, and there is no run. I think it's a kind of stupid law, to be honest. Really, I mean, I guess going back years, we might have appealed for two things on the same ball, and we didn't really care which one was given out, and the umpire didn't have to tell us. That's even in club cricket, so I'm not sure on that one. But anyway,
I think the point is that it does change your viewpoint on whether to use a review, whether it's an LBW or whether it's caught.
Very good point. Defended on the back foot again by Stokes, straight back to the bowler. Yeah, that is a really salient point, isn't it? Well, we talked. I mean, I did a piece yesterday about. It's common knowledge, isn't it, that the MCC Cricket Committee have put to the ICC that the umpire's call element of DRS should be removed, and we just have a straight decision, one way or the other. Down the leg side, very full. Rishabh Pant runs across to his right. Stokes couldn't lay bat on it. He's a little bit annoyed with himself because there might have been some runs involved there.
That's on the basis that they. Sorry, that's on the basis that the technology has sufficiently been mature now to remove the umpire's call.
I don't think it's that. I think it's two things: confusion amongst the public as to what it means, especially if you're not an aficionado and you're learning the game to a certain extent. Onto the front foot this time, defended into the offside. Again, no run. End of the over, just a one run from it, 87 for 4, Stokes 33, Pope 3, and just this notion of it's either out or it's not. If the ball's hitting the stumps and the technology says it's hitting the stumps, whether it's clipping, whether it's only a tiny proportion of the ball that's clipping that stump, technically it's out.
That is the big confusion that people have, like you say, maybe who don't follow the game as closely as some. So, well, it's hitting the wicket, what's the bloody problem?
Yeah, but I mean, there have always been, well, not always, but there are certain already laws in place which which mitigate against that to a certain extent, aren't there? Because you've got the whole notion of, the ball impacting the pad in line with the stumps, rather than it be going on to hit the stumps, and maybe hitting you outside the off stump, and again outside the leg stump. You can't be out, as Pope props forward to Ashwin, who dismissed him twice in the last test with balls that went straight on. Difficult to tell him to play the line, isn't it, really? But he's going to have to, as Ashwin is in again, just 2 men round the bat. And this one does turn a little bit. He comes forward. There's a little bit of hesitation as they decide a single is there to the mid-wicket, who has to make a little bit of ground to his right. And Pope moves to 4, England to 88 for 4. So, I mean, it's almost as if just hitting someone on the leg and it then being going to hit the stumps is too easy for a bowler, and so we have invented elements of a law, and the law has changed in various ways over the years, defended by Stokes square into the covers. So that's, I mean, that would probably be quite difficult for someone to understand coming fairly new to the game. If you explain to them that if your pad's in front when you're hit, you're out, they would find that difficult to understand. This is forced towards short extra cover. And again, Stokes can't get it through the infield, and there is no run.
Is it trusting the technology more?
I'm not sure that's trusting the technology. I sometimes think the technology is wrong. I mean, things just don't look right sometimes, do they? With ball tracking, this is defended into the offside. But if you decide to work with the technology, you have to go with it, don't you, really? That's my view on it, anyway. Just a slip now for Stokes. He goes back to this one, defends it again, square into the covers, and there is no run. Again, just a single from the over. England 88 for 4. Tweets.
Well, Leah says Shane Warne should only be allowed to talk about Hawkeye once he has correctly explained the terms cone of probability, confidence interval, standard deviation, and bell curve. Yes, they're all Warnisms, I think. Oxymoronica says, morning gorillas, what have I missed? The usual English rubbish batting display? I hear Bairstowgate hasn't gone away and never will. Disappointed they couldn't find room for Ollie Ball, a lot for Jimmy to shoulder.
Isn't Bairstowgate the big hole in between his bat and his pad?
Yep.
It's a worrying development, isn't it? Well, it's not a development. It's been there. Most of his career. To be fair,
it was the point I was just going to go on to make, which is that why are we expecting him to bat any differently, having gone back to county cricket and not really had the opportunity to work on his game very much?
Well, nobody does really. No one has that opportunity, do they? In the England setup, or they rarely do, because of central contracts. I mean, they play in the nets, but they don't go into a match situation very often. Pope then to face Mohammad Siraj, 2 for 30 from 10 overs. Akshar Patel is the taker of the other 2 wickets. 2 slips of gully, backward point, extra cover, fairly square, mid-off as well on the offside for Siraj. Charges in, bowls outside the off stump and is driven handsomely by Pope, but he picks out that man at extra cover. He'll be annoyed about that. The placement needed to be a little bit better.
Spangly Sai says, if we remove umpires' call and rely on technology, what's the point of umpires other than being someone to hold the bowler's hat?
Well, they're not even allowed to do that in a COVID world, are they?
If you watched the tennis recently in the Australian Open, they didn't have line judges, did they?
Well, I know that's a sad state of affairs as well, isn't it, really?
Well, the technology's good enough.
Yeah.
You don't need them.
Well, yes. Outside the off stump, left alone by Pope. But I don't know, it adds something having line judges, doesn't it? I mean,
the umpire's there just to dock points for Nick Kyrgios, isn't he?
Well, there has to be someone there to record it, doesn't there? I suppose you could be sitting in a box somewhere. Dock points for Nick Kyrgios is another very good point. But would you want to take that element of personality out of the game in general? Would you want to see nobody out there? The aesthetic would change, wouldn't it?
It's like you end up playing with 2 robots, one at each end. Then
we'll just have a little scarecrow at either end.
Well, you've got that with Djokovic, haven't you?
Driven into the ground and then into the hands the man of extra cover. Again, Pope unable to find the gap. And that will add to his frustration. He has 4 off 15 balls. Stokes has 33 from 79.
I'm not sure I mind too much about the line judges not being on the court, to be honest. It didn't really. You know what? I didn't know until one day I was watching it and went, "Hang on a minute, who's calling the lines?" And then I had to go on the internet and find out that there weren't any.
Well, yeah. I was thinking more in terms of cricket. If you took the umpires away, defended.
Oh no!
To mid off, it wouldn't look quite right, would it? A bowler just running up to the stumps and no one's standing there. It's a thing that you've grown to know and appreciate and love.
Mm-hmm. But you know, they call it progress, though, don't they?
Well, is it though?
I don't know.
Who are you going to have to deal with? Disciplinary.
No. I mean,
out there, you know,
you'd still have the umpires, surely.
I would hope so. Siraj again in bowls to Pope. This is driven again once more. He picks out the fielder at mid-off this time. This is getting a little bit frustrating for the Surrey batsman. And England remain on 88 for 4.
Did Siraj just have a word there? Little thing to him. That's your best shot and you still can't get through?
It might have been something along those lines because he's certainly offered it up there for him in this over, hasn't he? He's bowled quite full. What the plan may be, you get him coming forward. Do you keep him to do that? Do you drop it a little bit shorter? Hope that he'll still go for the shot, maybe get the edge. Is he going to drop one short?
I think he might, and that will be short and quite close to the body if he is going to do that, so it's too close to cut.
Yeah, you would hope he wouldn't be trying to cut it. This is the short one. He's got him in all sorts of trouble there as he tried to pull. And Siraj stays down at Pope's end and indeed indulges in a few words with him. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden England 88 for 4.
So, let's have a look here. I'm not sure that umpire's call is that confusing, says Knuckle. It might help if you change the name to Too Close to Call. That's what the umpire's call is, although it's also to protect the on-field umpires. It's close, therefore we stick with the original call.
Yeah, but I think Knuckle, I mean, you have to appreciate that, you are steeped in cricket, we're steeped in cricket, we understand all these things. We make it part of our mission to find out when things like this change. But if you are relatively new to the game, or if you've not followed it that closely, if you're a casual viewer of cricket, you might not understand.
Yeah, the amount of times I've tried to explain it to people, friends of mine who aren't fully versed in it, and it's kind of like you kind of explain it to them and then they still don't get it, and they're like going, but it's hitting the wicket.
I mean, it's like, the finer points of any sport. I mean, I certainly find myself confused a lot of the time when I watch rugby.
I was just going to make the point about baseball. The ins and outs of particular bits of baseball law, rules and tactics, things like sacrifice flies and balks. I didn't know anything about balks until a couple of months ago after June lockdown.
New spell for Aksa Patel. So we'll jingle up in a minute. His first ball has just turned away to short leg. Hello, what's happening here? Are they arguing that there might have been a catch
off the boot?
Well,
they think it's a catch off the boot.
Well, we're going to have a look at this. It was very full, and they are indeed signalling. They've given the soft signal as not out, and Ben Stokes doesn't seem bothered. He's chatting away to the man at short leg, and maybe he's getting a little bit of stick from him. Let's have a look at this. No, nowhere near. It's gone straight down into the ground. Absolutely not. I find it hard to believe that an umpire can't see that from where he is.
I find it hard to believe that short leg doesn't tell everybody else that that's gone straight into the ground as he's caught it.
Well, they don't lose a review, do they, by asking for that? Patel in again on the legs of Stokes. He clips it to mid-wicket. There's an extravagant dive by Virat Kohli to stop that. It wasn't really travelling that quickly. He could have done that really just by stepping to his left and picking it up. But for some reason he decided to indulge in a bit of swimming. Down the leg side. And they're going to take a bye as Rishabh Pant is unable to take that cleanly, and it runs away. behind him. We'll move very slowly onto 89 for 4. We're into the 36th over of the day. Stokes has 33. Pope comes down to face Axel Patel. He probably happy that Ravi Ashwin has been arrested for the time being. He's got a slip and a short square leg, a shortish extra cover, backward point mid-off, and this is the arm ball that Pope gets right forward to bat, close to pad, and defends with the full face of the bat into the covers. There is no run. Patel in again. Oh, now that has turned quite a long way, and that's the first one we've seen really rag, and he'd taken a step forward, then he wanted to go back and play it off the pitch, but it turned so much that he got absolutely nowhere near it in the end. So that'll be a little bit worrying for England, perhaps. In he is again. Again, one that goes straight on, but started too wide, stayed too wide, was taken by Pant, and that is the end of the over. Another run added to the total by England, going along at about 1 and over in recent times.
At Black Cat Mustafa says DRS no players. I think Jim Maxwell thinks this too. VAR in football's a farce. Yank baseball not so bad. Mayank says Kyrgios is an annoying prick and he deserves getting docked. I like Nick Kyrgios. I think he's a supremely talented tennis player, but yeah, he needs to get his head in the game a bit, I think. Neil Franklin, get rid of action replays. They've been nothing but bother. And they are bother for us, and we don't pick them up on comms. And Genix Scooter says a lot of people losing their jobs with the live Hawkeye in tennis. It does make a huge difference to the crowd involvement not having the Hawkeye challenges too. Yeah, there is that.
Yeah, all these things need to be taken into account. Siraj will start his 12th over, and he's coming into the left-handed Stokes. He's over the wicket again, and Stokes drives beautifully, and despite Siraj diving to his left, the man at mid-on diving to his right, neither can stop the progress of that ball all the way to the long-on boundary for one of these. Absolutely glorious from Ben Stokes. He moves to 37, and that is the 13th 4 of the day. Ben Stokes has also hit, I think it was Ashwin earlier, for a 6. We've now got 2 slips, quite well spread, covering an area that would normally take in 3. So hedging their bets a little bit here, India, as Siraj is in again. Better ball, bringing Stokes forward in defence. The ball running into the extra cover region, and there is no run. We look at the wickets again. Axel Patel bowled a straight one, which completely fooled Dominic Sibley, went through the gate, and Crawley decided to live by the sword and die by the sword, and he died after scoring 9 and was caught at mid-off. Joe Root went LBW to Siraj, as did Johnny Bairstow, who thought he was appealing for a catch behind, but that's the way of things. Defended again by Stokes, back to the bowler, and there is no run.
As Hawkster rightly points out, if there's no line judges in tennis, who does Djokovic have to aim at?
Well, exactly. I mean, that was the point I was going to make, actually, Nestlers, is that, you know, you need it for a bit of fun, don't you? If a player's going to whack the ball at someone, or was it David Nalbandian who ended up kicking a line judge at Queen's Club?
Yeah. And then the crowd laugh when they get hit on the head by a serve. You know, the sort of thing
they're easily amused. They're easily amused at Wimbledon.
Gary loves the BBC show in those moments, doesn't he?
Short ball, very short indeed, and Stokes gets underneath that easily enough.
Let's not get Gary started on the BBC sports coverage.
No, not wise to do that. Very much so.
Oh look, it's the Beckhams. Oh look.
Yeah, the old Royal Box is a pain, isn't it?
Oh, it's all bloody Cliff Richard's fault, I reckon.
Well, I remember. I mean, I worked at Wimbledon twice in the early 2000s, and one of the first jobs of the day was to go to the pigeonholes and find out who was going to be in the Royal Box that day. Short again. He tries an uppercut. Does Stokes, but makes no contact. Could have got an edge through to the keeper. Siraj is. He's bowling with great spirit and great intelligence, I would say, as well.
Was that an off-pace bouncer? It looked like it. Or maybe not.
very short indeed. And Stokes took it on. But,
It just seemed to be a bit tennis ball-y.
yes, it did a little bit, but I think that was down to how short he bowled it, to be honest. Stokes practiced the shot once again. Siraj has got up to 141 Ks in this over. Is in to complete it, and Stokes is forward to one angled across him and defends it back to the bowler. End of the over, 4 runs from it. England 93 for 4.
Laeth tells us the infield fly rule is, as the name implies, a rule, where a sacrifice fly is a tactic, Jason. There you go.
Yes.
Steve Wick says, good morning. What's the over-under on how many sessions for this final test? Knuckle tells us, big and worrying news after 6 players and 1 member of staff across the teams tested COVID positive. The ongoing 2021 edition of the Pakistan Super League has been postponed indefinitely.
Oh, it's been postponed. Well, I wondered whether something was going to happen. I saw that this morning as it got up to six players had tested positive. Tom Banton's one, Lewis Gregory another of the Somerset players.
That's a terrible shame. That was going along quite nicely, that tournament, wasn't it?
Yep.
And
I was
also
actually searching for Pakistan.
The New Zealand, Australia, and also the women's games have been moved behind closed doors as well for the next 2 games.
That's true. Axel Patel bowls first ball of a new over. It's defended into the covers by Ollie Pope. He's in again. Pope's down the wicket, driving. Is there a man set back at long off? Yes, there is. They'll take a single.
But didn't they find one case in Auckland, and they've shut it down?
Yeah,
there's been obviously in New Zealand they and Australia to a certain extent they've been very tight on it, which is I think the right approach. But our government knows better apparently. However, yes, six players going down with it in the bubble. It's not going to be good, is it? Punched up towards long on this time by the left-handed Stokes. He'll jog through for a single. England move to 95 for 4.
Not a lot of love for Kyrgios going around. In fact, Black Cat Mustafa says Kyrgios is a fucking idiot.
I'm inclined to agree with that. I do quite like it when he bowls, when he delivers an underarm serve every now and again. This is defended to extra cover, and there is no run. He did Dominic Thiem, didn't he, in one of those? It is. I know, no, there's nothing wrong with it at all.
On the old Mansour Barami style.
Yes.
Serves underarm, yeah.
Just serves underarm, and he got a point against Dominic Thiem in the match they played. He was 2 sets up and lost 3-2, didn't he? Defended to backward point by Pope, and there is no run.
Monica Seles famously did it against Steffi Graf, didn't she, in the final of the French
Open? I quite like the idea that you just lob it over, just over the net as well, because no one's going to get that. Onto the front foot goes Pope, again plays it backward and square, and that is the end of the over. 2 runs from this over. England 95 for 4.
Yeah, it's a tactic. Gary Naylor has tweeted, BBC TV Sport is produced for people who don't like sport. The Olympics in 2012 gave them licence. I still blame Cliff Richard and Claire Balding for it all.
Yeah, Claire Balding's got a lot to answer for.
Oh, she has.
I don't know.
COVID.
Except that she's on every programme these days. There was a period not so long ago where she was presenting everything, even the America's Cup in Bermuda. She managed to get that gig as well, because I was hoping for that. As someone who'd done sailing in Bermuda in the past. Anyway, Washington Sundar is going to come into the attack for the first time today from the Reliance end, and he has a jingle that goes somewhat like this.
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
Quite a while back I was in a pub with a few BBC people, and one of them actually called it the Baldenisation of the BBC.
Baldenisation?
Yeah, the Baldenisation. I think they were pretty pissed off with her popping up on every single bloody programme.
At least her talk show has died a death, I think.
In comes Washington Sundar, and he puts one past the outside edge immediately of Ben Stokes' bat. That will have surprised him. It turned significantly. and suddenly England have spin to worry about, as well as balls that go straight on and good deliveries from pace bowlers.
Well, she's one of those people they create programs for. Let's put her in a cardboard box and drag her around the country, and it'll be a travel show.
Onto the back foot, there is turn there again, but he has a little bit more time to play it and does so to backward point. I get the impression the same things. This is going to be of no interest and meaning to people listening in certain parts of the world, but I get the impression they're doing the same with Steph, who's now got her own Channel 4 lunchtime show, hasn't she?
They do it.
They over.
Reese Jones.
Oh goodness me! They keep sending him off around the world, don't they? They should just leave him one-way ticket. Left alone by Stokes outside the off stump.
It's the BBC getting value for money for all the money they pay to their presenters.
Well, yes, there is that, I suppose. Sunder in again. Forward comes Stokes to a fuller delivery. Just played it straight back to the off spinner.
He's from Epping.
Who's from Epping?
Griff Rhys-Jones. His dad was the doctor here. Yeah.
Claims to fame
for years and years.
Well, anyway, we should stop talking about these things that are so sort of culturally significant to us and maybe not to all of our listeners. But anyway, Virat Kohli is having a long chat with Washington Sundar. He's saying that ball's
probably
turning.
wants to yeah, they're turning. I want to change the field.
Yeah, I think it's probably the right idea if he does. Sundar himself doesn't seem convinced, but we'll see if any changes are made. I don't think there have been. Just the slip. Again, there's turn, but Stokes comes forward, runs it off the main part of the outside edge, if that makes sense, to cover.
He's probably also saying, what are you doing that nobody else has been doing so far with the ball?
How come Ravi's not been turning it like that? Is Ravi just resting on his laurels? Sundar in again, throws it up edged and wide of that slip. And a gully or a second slip would have been very handy indeed there. Mayank Agarwal is on for somebody, and he's the man chasing after that. They get back for 2. England move to 97 for 4. Stokes into the 40s. Pope has 5. That is the end of the 39th over. Any more tweets?
Talking of people who won't know who Claire Balding is, who are with us on Cricket Tracker India: Bravik Maldi, Sital Prasad Bera, Zahid Ahmedzi, Shahid Andrabi, Harshit Garg, Joshib Jawawal, Shandan Thakur, Mani Kandan Shamguman, Tarun Sharma, Masum Buyan, Pratik Tripathi, Deepak Vijani, Sam Tham, Animal Islam Sumon, and loving us on Cricket Tracker India are Nazir Hamadi and Narin Baral. We love you too, guys.
We do. Great to have you all along. The first ball of the new Axar Patel over is defended square to cover by Ollie Pope. Things you will know more. Things that they will know more about, as Pope this time decides to come down the wicket, but only defends the ball once he gets there. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, maybe. I did see this morning that Deep Dasgupta, who we interviewed, when was that we interviewed him? Was that before the series last summer? Defended back to Axar Patel. Deep Dasgupta turns up on a lot of Indian websites doing various things. I think he's part of the official commentary of this match. But we interviewed him last year, and I saw this morning he was saying, why in India are we giving so much flipping airtime to Michael Vaughan? Very good question. We asked the questions exactly the same about the English media. Onto the back foot goes Pope, defends it past a man who's now come in at silly mid-off, and there is no run. He seems to have got upset with Vaughan's approach to the pitch last week. Lovely late cut from Pope. He's good at that shot, and he's played it very well indeed. That'll run away to third man for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That will do his confidence quite a lot of good. I thought Pope was batting well, I think in the second test when it was a bit of a struggle, but him and Folkes were doing some remedial work, and then he got strangled down the leg side by Mohammad Siraj, caught by Pant. Very good catch, if you remember. And unfortunately he went for 22 and he hasn't really got back on track since then. He gets right forward to this one, defends it back to Axar Patel, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. I think it's going to be time for a drink. But Gary Naylor should be coming into position any moment now, and I will pass to him to talk more about Claire Balding.
No. Jason, the next tweet is my angst from 5 minutes ago about Kyrgios.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
I shall refrain from banging that particular drum. You did miss Rajesh Raghunathan, the guy who's, whenever you turn Channel 4 on, he's on all the time these days. He can be amusing, but there is a little bit of overexposure. And speaking of overexposure, this looks to me like a first innings pitch. We've seen just the odd ball go through the surface. You've got to make your runs in the first innings, I think, on this wicket, which, is perfectly reasonable for a test match strip. And if England, they need to bat 6 or 7 sessions in this test. They've won the toss, so they certainly have the opportunity to do that. 7 sessions, I would say, minimum they need to bat. At the moment, they're halfway through the first day, and they're almost halfway through their wickets, so that does not augur well for England. But if they can get through to lunch or beyond tomorrow, then I think England will be in a better position, obviously, than if they're all out tonight. But you've got to make your runs in the first innings on this pitch. It's going to be very tricky batting against Akshar and even Washington Sundar, never mind Ravichandran Ashwin, if England don't pile up 350 at least.
Very quickly on Washington Sundar, I thought that was a really nice piece of bowling to get that edge off Stokes, because the ball was clearly not there to drive because it dipped, and Ben Stokes had not realised that and went through with the shot.
Yeah, I felt a bit sorry for him. He'd had a conversation with Virat earlier on. The first ball had turned and beaten the outside edge. I'm sure he was asking for either a gully or a little bit more of an attacking field, but as I've commented on in the first session, Virat Kohli seems inexplicably negative in the field. He hasn't crowded the English batsmen. He hasn't really attacked the outside edge as much as he ought to have done, I would suggest. I haven't got the CricViz stats to say how many times the ball has beaten the outside edge or indeed taken the outside edge, but I think it's plenty, and it's been rare for us to see 2 slips. It's also been rare to see a silly point as well. I would have had both in. Both third slip to the seamers, second slip to the spinners, and silly point as well as leg slip. But what do I know? That they probably saved themselves with a defensive field. Who knows? 15 runs. They could have got maybe 2 wickets had they attacked more in the field. I'd rather have the 2 wickets than the 15 runs.
Yep. I should get through some tweets whilst we're on the drinks break. Mike says, I gave Kyrgios benefit of the doubt until 2019 because he was young and he livened up the sport, but now he's a full-fledged adult and his antics are getting annoying. Leah says, wait, what? Monica Seles competed in the America's Cup. I think you've conflated 2 facts there. Mike also says, talking about BBC Sport, the Cricket Social is finally up on air with their garbage chatting. And Dr. Dan Diper has sent us a nice picture, which I will retweet, of Mohammed Siraj bowling after lunch.
India are 5 overs behind the rate. They have 40 overs bowled at the halfway mark in the day, many of them bowled by spinners. It really is
somewhat dilatory rate. I mean, they only bowled 24 overs in the first session.
It's just, yeah, it's shortchanging the public, and somebody's going to say, oh, matches are finished in 2 days, never mind 5. But it is a way in which you can rotate your bowlers and keep your pace bowlers fresh. I mean, all teams do it, but all teams should be punished as a result of it. I don't know. I mean, how long has this drinks break been? I mean, it must be 5 minutes or more here. How long does it take to get a drink and get on with the game? You might say, well, it's only 2 minutes, but 2 minutes isn't over with a spinner.
It's normally allocated 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, but they also come on with drinks at the fall of every wicket. So that ball turns again from Washington Sundar, but it's from outside the line of the off stump. Shouldered arms did Ben Stokes. There is no run. He has 40. Ollie Pope has 9. England are past the 100 mark. They're 101 for 4. And we're in the 41st over as Sundar right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. It skews a little off the outside portion of the bat, and the man at kind of shortish point, who should be at silly point, does the fielding.
That was Jimmy Anderson.
Tony, we're not getting that.
You're a bit quiet. Put your boom mic down.
There's Sundar again, or Washington again, and this ball jumps a little at Ben Stokes, who shoulders arms, and Rishabh Pant takes the ball up around shoulder height. He's had a difficult time, Rishabh Pant, in this innings. The ball has come through with some pace, and it's been a challenge. The ball's been dipping after going past the bat as well. He's kept competently, but no more than that.
I was saying, which he should now be able to hear, he just has the one wicket to his name in this series so far, Washington Sundar, and that was Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, he hasn't had much opportunity, to be fair to him. He looks a classy bat, though. It looks like he's got a future at 6 for India.
85 not out in the first test. He's looked very tidy.
Yeah, he reminds me a bit of Ravindra Jadeja when he started his career. There's an almighty slog from Ben Stokes, who misses the ball, and he was attempting to hit that onto the monorail. This is the place for the... No, it's not the monorail. He's hitting it into the sports complex there from well outside off.
Is that where the Olympic-sized swimming pool is?
I suspect it is. As this ball is very full, he just pushes, does Ben Stokes. That's why he needs a man at silly point, because he was reaching for that ball, and that's a definite opportunity to be caught at silly point if it's anything less than perfect.
The challenge for us is going to be if a jingle's needed here, because we rather suspect it may not get played.
The bear is in the woods. This is slogged by Ben Stokes, but he middles it, and it goes all the way to cow corner for one of these.
He's with us.
Six. Yes, it's a beastly shot from Stokes. He wanted to take the attack to Washington Sundar, and he sure did that there. Some might say that's a risk-free shot because there's nobody out there at cow corner, and it is being positive. So I think we'll give Ben Stokes credit there, but Washington Sundar shouldn't be too disappointed. We'll go to your tweets.
Kanagawa Ben says, Gary, if England make it through to lunch tomorrow, they'll be better off when than if they're all out tonight. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, I kind of understand that, but they're kind of the way people are thinking. Either England are going to be all out tonight, so I was contrasting it with the orthodoxy, so to speak. But fair enough.
Knuckle says, Washington is doing an Ashwin or a Lion, getting turned by bowling for dip and bounce. It's a very different approach to the third test, where it's all about a 90-degree seam, side spin and skidding. Here it's much more about a 45-degree seam, loop, drift and dip.
Yes,
loop. Firm of solicitors.
Yes, I was going to say they didn't they succeed Peter, Paul and Mary at number 1 in the UK charts?
What was it? Loop, what and drift? I missed what was the middle word?
Loop, drift and dip.
What? Sorry, I still missed the middle word. Loop,
drift,
loop. That was the third word. Loop, flight, loop, something and drift.
Loop, drift and dip. As
loop, drift and dip. That was right. Loop.
Yeah. So Akshar is back into the attack, who hasn't skidded as much as he did in the first innings. It's just defended by Ollie Pope into the leg side.
And there's also a little bit of a ticking off from Leah saying, a Lara is a Lara. It doesn't matter if it's Brian or Burnley.
Yeah, no, that was me saying that. That was me talking about Washington Sundars.
Yeah.
Leah's got it in for me today. First of all, I was getting tweets all in German to read. I mean, I would say all with incredibly difficult and long words in, but then that is German.
That ball was defended. There is no run. And Ollie Pope comes down the track and pushes it to mid-on. Who isn't Ravichandran Ashwin, but he is Che Pujara, who's a rather better fielder than Ashwin, and he's thrown down the stumps from close range, and they're going upstairs with this. I think he is in, but that was definitely a premeditated strike rotation from Ollie Pope, which has hit India's second least athletic fielder, and to go for the run. We're seeing it, and he is in. In fact, he's almost past the stumps.
He's halfway back to Chennai.
He is, but I think that's good running from England. They have to rotate the strike. They didn't do enough of it in the previous 2 test matches, and they're picking their fielders the way the Australians always do, and Pope goes to double figures as a consequence. England 108 for 4. Ben Stokes within one blow of a much-needed 50. He has 46. And he has Ash Shah, who's going over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who dabs the ball down on the leg side. There is a short square leg there, but he wasn't interested.
Yeah, I'm sure the discussion in the England dressing room has been about positivity.
As this ball is defended into the leg side by Stokes, no run.
There's admittedly the 4 wickets have gone down, but there's been definitely a more aggressive's the wrong word, but positive is the right word.
Yeah,
the running, the looking to rotate the strike, the foot movement. Just generally, they've been more up and about their games and a bit less like frightened rabbits than last test.
You can't just let them bowl. Stokes goes all the way back, which is good to see, and watches the ball onto the face of the bat. There is no run. It's the end of the over, and we have your social media.
Checking in on YouTube, no one likes vanilla says, I agree with Sahid Jakil's comments, but if England can battle through 120 overs, the run rate would be low. Some traditional test match sessions are what England really need. He's also impressed by Siraj. So
lots to like there.
Marco Bedford says, what about the dodecahedron of implausibility? I'm thinking they're talking about strange words put together in a line from various commentators.
Well, it was Shane Warne mainly who'd come up with a whole bunch of curious like that, the dodecahedron.
Arpan Acharya says, whether you want the umpire there or not depends on why you think he is there. If one were being utilitarian, perhaps it would not matter, because the end game is a decision that has to be given.
Yes, Ollie Pope as faces up to Sundar and gets a single to Virat Kohli, who's lurking at short mid-wicket, where he enjoys it there. Huge applause from the crowd for a pretty orthodox bit of fielding.
Oh, again, though, was an example of that positivity, good footwork, flicked away to Virat at mid-wicket, already halfway down the track for the run between them, looking to keep that scoreboard ticking.
That's
just playing on the front foot rather than no feet, which is what they were in the last test.
I've got a little question for Leah in a moment, as this ball goes outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms is Ben Stokes. German, as we know, they love a compound noun. I remember Geschwindigkeitsbeschränkung.
Speed limit, isn't it?
Speed limit, indeed it is. I wonder if there's any phrases in cricket which would be compounded in German, such as leg before wicket. This ball goes through to pant, or umpire's call, or man is angry, or such matters.
Or you fucking muppet.
Indeed,
that'd be pretty interesting in German. It probably translates as "you fucking muppet," to be honest. But
German compound nouns for cricket phrases. That's your homework if you're still listening, as this ball is defended to
he's
short
listening.
Extra, no run. I'm pleased to hear it. In
fact, he says, I don't have it in for you, Tony Bishop.
No, I saw that. It just okay, I'm being challenged then. Maybe challenged is the right word. Nothing wrong with that. Keeps me on my toes.
Yes. Bein is, I think, the German for leg, but I'm not sure. I can't remember before. Those prepositions can be a little tricky in German. Washington Sundar has something of a Mikel Arteta haircut and goes back to Ben Stokes and he cuts, and it goes down to the man at short third man, which might be Agarwal, I'm not sure, and because he's on the field. Is it? No, it's Siraj, and they're through for a single. I mean, this is pretty much middle of the first day Test match cricket we're seeing here. Nice positive batting, spinners on with some seam as well. A little bit in the pitch for the bowlers, but not a huge amount. Having to work for their wickets. England have got to make 350. Keep coming back to it. They've got to make 350, and if that's going to happen, I think they need at least one centurion and possibly two from whoever remains. It's Ollie Pope hoping to be that man as he punches this to the left hand of Virat Kohli, but they don't take a single to him the way they would to Pujara or Ashwin. And the end of the over, England 110 for 4. Your compound German nouns, please.
There are none from Leah at the moment.
She's gone away to work out LBW and various other phrases, and well, not work them out because I'm sure she already knows. She's probably compiling them for us.
He said he's had the discussion about cricket terms in German before, and the consensus was to use the English terms, much like the Asian players do.
Yeah, but it's no fun. It's no fun.
It isn't. What would they be if they were in German? That's what we want to know.
Yeah.
Knackle says the cone of probability and other similar things aren't warnisms. They're terms that are used when actually assessing whether DRS is accurate enough for umpire's call to be removed.
Okay.
Though it is true that the umpire's call margin of error is a lot higher than that in DRS.
DRS, yeah, well, the most boring subject in football is VAR, and the second most boring, the most boring subject in cricket, only it's the second most boring subject in cricket after pitches, is DRS, in my opinion. Let's watch the players, not the television. Let's talk about the players, not the umpires. That's why we fell in love with the game. That's why we continue to watch the game. There's an awful lot of manufactured outrage on social media and in journalism looking for clicks. In 20 years' time, if I live that long, I'm not going to be talking about DRS calls and this, that and the other. I'm going to be talking about watching Virat Kohli brilliant at Edgbaston, watching Ben Stokes in this fantastic 174 he's going to make today, and so on. I'm not going to be talking about the DRS, for God's sake. It's Akshar Patel. I might be talking about his Test career because he's made a fantastic start. Although it didn't really help Narendra Hirwani, who blazed bright and then disappeared as he goes back, does Ben Stokes, and there is no run. Hirwani's most famous now, I think, for being at the other end when Kapil Dev
did his 4 sixes in 1990.
I watched that in a bookie shop in Great Portland Street. He goes back to Ben Stokes and lets this ball hit him on the pad. It pitched well outside leg, so he is in no danger of being given out.
We've had a couple of tweets about our lunchtime interview with the Cricket Supporters Association, thanking us very much for it.
Good. Yeah, I just retweeted one of those.
Kohli Cam is in full operation. This is down the leg side as well from Akshar. India haven't got negative, have they, to Ben Stokes bowling left arm round the wicket to the left-hander outside the leg stump? I mean, that would really be preposterous. Surely they haven't decided to keep him quiet by doing that.
I think they've just tried to bring LBW into play, potentially.
Well, he's bowling well outside the leg stump, and there's an appeal there because maybe it is working, because Ben Stokes essayed an enormous slog over deep square leg, but he missed it. It was a decent bit of keeping from Pant. But they're not trying to get LBW because they're bowling. He's bowling outside the leg stump, is Ashar.
That wasn't very far away from the gloves, that one.
No, it would have been a truly sensational catch if there was a deflection on it, though, because it was a pretty damn good take from the sharp Pant. Although he is seeing the ball the whole way, because Ashar is bowling so far outside the leg stump that he can watch it go past the bat. This one is on line, and it's just defended by Ben Stokes, and there is no run. So if Akshar was looking for 5 dots, he's got the 5 dots. Will he finish the over? I do think India could be much more attacking, even to Ben Stokes. He's on 47. He gets the reverse sweep out, and he gets full value for that. He plays that shot well. It's gone to the deep point boundary. He goes to 51. England go to 114 for 4.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. Ball runs. I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
50 runs. 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs. You're 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Well, I'll concur with the job only just having begun. It's his 24th Test match 50 to go with his 10 centuries in his portfolio of all-rounder excellence. Your social media.
Messenger says, boring subjects in cricket, Gary. Do not recall, as we do with great pain, the 475,328 words you have ground out about over rates?
Yes, I have. I think that's so. Having said that, I do think that's more related to the players than DRS, as this ball is pushed into the leg side. But there is a leg slip for Ollie Pope. Heaven help us. Washington Sundar has won his argument with the captain and says, look, mate, I'm turning it. I've got to have a little bit of attacking both edges of the bat. And leg slip joins a short leg and a slip. So this is better stuff from Virat Kohli. As this ball is defended by Ollie Pope, and there is no run. Yeah, I don't like the over 8s because it's a tactic by captains, and it shouldn't be allowed. But fair enough, I'll take the criticism. England 114 for 4. The right-handed Stokes is on strike to the right arm around the wicket. Off spin of Washington Sundar, and Virat's at short mid-wicket. They won't take any liberties there, and they don't. Just in his 4th over is Washington Sundar. And he's in and defends again, does Pope, getting his head over the ball, which is what he didn't do in some previous iterations of his technique against a spinning ball. And he's also, I think, pitching the ball more closely onto the bat. He is a part-time wicket-keeper, so he should be able to watch the ball closely. As he comes down the track here and punches the ball to the vacant mid-on area, and they jog the easiest of singles. I think Virat gave up on trying to defend the single to an orthodox mid-on, and therefore has conceded the single with a man 3/4 of the way back.
I've got some German words for you at the end of the over.
Oh, sehr gut. Sehr gut. Ich wünsche Sie gehört. I think, gehören. Ich wünsche Sie gehören. I wish to hear you. As round the wicket goes Washington Sundar. It goes down the leg side, and Ben Stokes doesn't really deal with what ought to have been a 4-ball, and we'll hear your compound nouns.
Mike Millhall Wood says, a lot to be said for stopping all discussion of the Unterschied über das Prüfungssystem.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, well, see the next one.
Rufen is call, yes.
Professor Gibb says, remember when Stokes fell to an improbable felt behind the Rungen Einlassung method. Kudos for anything who can work it out.
Yes, this isn't working as well as I'd hoped, actually. But no. Never mind.
You're wrestling. Have a look at that one for you.
You're wrestling well with it, Jason. You're wrestling well.
Steve Brick says, guess the English for this German command noun. Unsicherheitgang.
Sicherheitgang. Certain. Sicher, I think it's certain. I'm not sure. Round the wicket and swept by Ollie Pope to the man at backward square leg, and rapid bit of fielding there. But they get through for a single. We're seeing that last ball of the previous over, we're seeing, and there is no edge on it. So Rishabh Pant didn't field the ball cleanly, but there was no edge, so it's not a missed, albeit very difficult chance to the keeper. As Akshar is in again, he goes back, does Ben Stokes this time, and just lets the ball hit the bat. It goes into the leg side, and there is near Ram.
Not a reverse sweep, is it, by any chance?
Ooh, this ball is just touched into the leg side by Stokes, and there is no run. England have definitely watched the ball more closely. They haven't reached out to it as much, with the exception of Johnny Bairstow, who I venture is possibly playing for his Test career in the second innings. He reverse sweeps again, does Ben Stokes, but there's a man out there at backward point for that shot. Nevertheless, it brings him 2. and because the backward point was deep on the boundary, he moves to 53. England 118 for 4. I think Ben Stokes is sending a message with all this reverse sweeping that he doesn't think this ball is spinning and jumping anything like as much as it did in the previous 2 test matches, and I suspect he's right. Because if Ashjar is just bowling essentially straight ones, with which he was so successful earlier, then the reverse sweep is definitely in play. Jimmy Anderson will have it out later, I'm sure. As over the wicket this time comes Ashjar, and Stokes sends the ball in exactly the same place, but this time through a cut. He was just a little short there. And Stokes rocked back. He's used his feet very well. He's used his balance very well in this innings, and was able to get the ball through the cut shot to deep point, and they're through for 1. Akshar has 2 for 36, both those wickets very early on, and Ollie Pope comes forward. Game plays a ball under his nose. It's the end of the over. 46 have gone. England 119 for 4.
Oxymoronica says, just saw today's wickets, and both Root and Bairstow got good balls from Siraj. Both trapped on the crease, not moving their feet. Root's tired, and Bairstow has a technical flaw with the gate. Stokes must stay in and get 100. England need 350 plus, echoing your statements.
Yes.
And Mog says, sweet zombie Jesus, a leg slip.
I think that's a fair point about Root being tired. He has taken on an enormous burden, especially in bubble cricket, and his levels of performance have dropped off a fair bit with the bat. As I say, I think that is understandable. I think he needed a bit more protection from his opening batsman, really. They needed to take it through to lunch. But Root does his media duties. He does the toss, he does his warm-up, and then he's out in the middle in the 8th over. This ball has just been knocked into the vacant leg side by Ben Stokes, and they're through for 1. We're seeing Ollie Pope's rather ignominious dismissals from the previous test match, when he was cleaned up on the off stump by Ravichandran Ashwin, his feet going nowhere, and frankly it could have been any ball in either of those innings that did that to him. He's looked much more assured. He's got a much better method, as this ball skews a little off the outside edge and it goes through to point. He's looked much more precise in his footwork. He's gone back, I think, to the basics of batting, which I think is what England needed to do, which is to come forward and smother the spin, or go back and watch the ball. As Sundar gives it plenty of flight, and as if to make my point, Ollie Pope just come down. He almost yorks himself, but he advances forward and jams bat onto ball, and they're through for a single. He goes to 14. This has been a good little session for England between Stokes and Pope. They're not scoring quickly. They've only scored 47 runs in 21 and a half overs, but they're playing test match cricket the way it was meant to be played, as though they have 5 days in which to win this match. To do that, they'll need 350 plus, I'm sure. As Sundar with his Mikel Arteta hair comes in around the wicket to left-hander. Stokes was a huge appeal. He's been given out. This has got to be very, very close. He just seemed to miss that, Ben Stokes. Ball didn't do very much. They're looking as to whether they're going to review it. I think Ollie Pope's coming round saying, you're done, mate. You're absolutely stitched up like a kipper. And Ben Stokes is walking off. He just seemed to miss a straight one. I've no explanation for that at all. It didn't really skid on. It's almost like he forgot he had a bat in his hand.
Yeah. It was odd, wasn't it? It didn't seem to do much. There's a biggest gap you'll ever see in your life. You complain about poor Johnny Bairstow's, the Bairstow gates.
He's missed it by a mile.
You could widen the Bairstow gates by a bit, and that was the Stokes gap.
But he was late on it. He was late on it as well. It's almost like he's sort of mesmerised by the ball coming towards him, and then thinks, "Oh, hang on, I better play a shot." By which time it's too late. It was a very strange dismissal.
Worrying echoes of the first Ahmedabad test, the third test in the series, in that one player gets to a decent score, and everything else tumbles around them.
Yeah, I've no explanation for that. Ben Stokes was playing well. He had the reverse sweep out. He looked confident. It was a good partnership with Pope. They were rotating the strike, and then absolutely.
That's it, Gary. That's what's done it. It's your commentator's curse.
I think it may be. It was just an ordinary ball from Washington Sundar. He has turned a few, but he wasn't playing for turn there. It's almost like he forgot to play the shot. It's. I have, as I say, no explanation. If you do have an explanation, please tweet us at Gorilla Cricket, because I would like to be enlightened as to what you think Ben Stokes' method was there to deal with a ball that he must have faced literally thousands and thousands of times in his career. Well, new batsman at the crease. We can jingle him.
What time is it? Dan time. Yo, I'm Dan Lawrence, new to the scene. I can open up the bat and I'll come down to 3. Those paper rollers don't want it with me, cause our bat is our bat's for a century.
Yes, a little bit of Hamilton there, and he was almost done first ball there, Dan Lawrence, because he went back and played an indeterminate shot directly at the man at short leg, who is, I think, Shubman Gill, because he hasn't got a beard. And it could have been caught, but he couldn't quite get his hands underneath it. This ball goes into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of a successful over for Washington Sundar, and I think time for a change. Is that right?
I believe
yes,
so.
it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Indeed, it is.
I'll be back later. I'll be back. Wait,
you'll be back. Me
if
too.
We're continuing with the Hamilton theme.
Well, the Bear should be doing ball by ball, but he's gone missing. So I'll do the first couple of balls until he returns. Oh, here he is, coming back into shot as I speak. Were you there, Bear? Were you there, Bear, for Ben Stokes getting out?
No, just bloody saw that. I'm really grumpy today. I'm sorry, peeps. Mate, it's just pissing me off. We're just gone, aren't we? We're just literally, the head has been decapitated of this England brain. Next ball, Pope is facing up to Axar, and he just leaves it outside his off stump. A bit of bounce there, and there's no run. I was falling asleep in that last session.
I'm falling asleep, having had only 1 hour sleep in the last 24. I'm absolutely shattered now, and it's not helping to wake me up.
No, it's not, is it? We just keep stumbling when we seem to be getting somewhere. Pope defends that out to the offside, and there's no run.
Shit's cricket commentator curse, says Adrian Lowe.
Yes, indeed. It's been slow going, hasn't it, in this session?
Axar Patel is in flat, fast. Pope goes forward, goes back, punches it out square on the offside, and there's no run. As we look at Albert, he just played down the wrong line, didn't he, Stokes? It's ridiculous. I mean, the ball did absolutely sod all, just went straight on with the arm. But there you go. Axar Patel is in and defended by Pope back down the track on the back foot, and there's no run. Fat Black Cat Mustafa on Hot Mic has been giving us a bit of chat. He wants us to take over the ABC and the BBC, which I quite happily do. It's defended in the offside, and there's no run.
Can you people, he says, take over?
Can us Bradmans, he says, take over from them?
Oh, really? Us nice people.
Yes. And he was just commentating on Stokesy doing really well, so that'll do his head in even more. I'm sorry, Fat Cat Mustafa. Down the track comes Ollie Pope, and defended into the offside, down to mid-off, and there ain't no run, and that ends that over.
Dave Brooks says good morning as well.
Morning, Brookie.
Hey, Brookie, you should have been awake for the West Indies Sri Lanka last night. My word, extraordinary stuff. If you haven't read about it, you must go and read about it.
What incredible scenes.
Absolutely incredible scenes. I mean, it's never happened before. I think we can honestly say that no one has taken a hat-trick and then been hit for 6 sixes in their next over. It has never happened, and it will probably never happen again. Just think of all the crickets. It's probably happened in no form of cricket ever, I reckon.
Yeah.
I reckon that's never happened in any form of cricket.
Anywhere at all, ever.
Well, you better get in touch with Zaltzman. He'll be able to tell you that.
I don't know that he will.
Dan Lawrence defends that up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Jason is suggesting the GPC, the Guerrilla Broadcasting Corporation. Oh, I'd like to be a corporation. Ooh.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be.
Do we get fat salaries at the top of the stack?
Fat salaries, because we're the fat people at the top. So, yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Who's going to pay them? Swept. Is that out? There's an appeal.
No.
Leg slip, just thought it was out, but it wasn't. It was a sweep by Lawrence, and it bounced off his pad and went to a row hit.
That was a Rowett celeb appeal, wasn't it?
It was
really?
definitely a celeb appeal.
He was pointing to the first slip as he walked over with the ball, as if to say there's no doubt about that.
And then didn't review it. Sundar around the wicket to Dan Lawrence. What do we call it? What is he? Something Larry?
Legside Larry.
He leg sides it down to mid-on. No run.
The verb to leg side.
Yes.
He leg sides, you leg side, I leg side.
Well, it wasn't too far away from his gloves when it came off his pad, actually, when he swept that last one. Just beats the bowler, takes a step down the track, stops, and goes again. There's Dan Lawrence, and he gets himself a single, gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, well, Sundar's looked the more dangerous of the spinners, hasn't he, actually, since he's come on into his 6th over, 1 for 14. He's got a couple to turn past the outside edge as well, certainly of Stokes' bat before he got him LBW.
I must admit my leg side, my eyes were shut for the first few overs. It was his bowling. Down the wicket comes Pope, meets it on the full but doesn't time it. Hits it straight back to Washington Sundar, and there ain't no run.
Were we absent of jingles at that point then?
No, because nothing really happened. And when there was a jingle, my ears were awake, and everyone thought I was asleep.
My ears were awake.
Stokes hit a 6, which I woke up for, and his 50, and a 4. That's played back down the track, and there's no run.
Dear.
It's always good to keep your ears awake. Animals do it.
Leah's confirmed via Twitter that that's the first time a player has had a hat-trick of wickets and a hat-trick of sixes in the same innings in international cricket.
Well, I'm going to go beyond that. I'm going to say that has never happened in any form of cricket ever anywhere in history, in cricket history.
Not on Sunday seconds.
No, never. That could never have happened.
Yeah, because if there was a bowler good enough to take a hat-trick, guaranteed there's hardly a batsman who's good enough to probably take him for 6 sixes and over.
Exactly. Yeah. Club cricket for sure. I mean, there's no way we can prove it because not every game gets recorded. But I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised if someone could. If Zoltz could unearth that, then he would truly deserve the mantle of the greatest statistician of all ever.
God of statisticians.
The Lord of statisticians. Yes. Indeed.
With the weirdest haircut.
With the weirdest haircut as well. Yeah.
Is he still stuck in his? Is he still stuck in his shed doing the fucking social?
Is he doing it from his shed?
Something like that.
His shed in Streatham.
Lawrence props forward. The ball spins a little bit and catches outside half of the bat. Goes down towards backward point, and there ain't no run.
There's another of these English batsmen whose grip and backlift looks weird.
There's a lot of bottom hand in it, isn't there? Down the track he comes, launches it straight and inside. It didn't get all of it. It wasn't particularly well timed, but timed well enough to go straight down to the boundary. Long on for one of these.
It's Nissan She.
I mean, the worrying thing for England is this wicket doesn't look that troubling, really.
Yeah, but I mean, Washington Sundar is getting a bit of spin. They haven't been great. I think the bowling has been good. I mean, I certainly think the pace bowling has been very good, and there's been a little bit of turn.
That one he slapped through the covers. Should be no one out there. That was a good shot. Got to the pitch of the ball, and this could be a quick cameo. Burn bright, burn hard is what he's saying. Get a quick 20.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You'd kind of like to see someone go on beyond 20, wouldn't you? Really?
You can't.
Ideally.
Ideally, it'd be nice.
But, he's got a very low grip on the bat, hasn't he?
Yeah. He virtually holds it at the top of the blade, doesn't he? Rocks back this time, cuts it quite nicely, but straight to the man at point. No run.
Well, it's just got England moving a little bit, hasn't it? I mean, needs a bit of pressure on the bowlers, been allowed to bowl a little bit at them, and just a couple of boundaries breaks it up a little bit. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid. I was a bit worried with the first shot down the ground that he was going to hole out to mid-on.
Well, yeah. Well, he's doing it on the walk type of shot and defends it on the back foot with his, like he's cocking to piss on a tree. It goes out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
That's not in the MCC manual.
No, certainly not.
Yeah, just play it like you're cocking to piss on a tree. That's it.
Well,
yep.
Whilst on the move, it's a bit. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. I don't think there's enough turn. On the other, on the last pitch, that might have well been turning straight enough to get an LBW, but I think that one's sliding down the leg side. And I don't even think Cody is going down. It's going down 3-2. They've only got one review left, haven't they? They lost 2, so I doubt it's going to review that. No run, not out, and no review. 8 off that over.
Og says, I dare say that the bear was more awake than some of the English batsmen.
Quite possibly.
Could be right. Yeah, their heads don't seem to have been quite screwed on this morning, do they?
No.
I mean, you could say that generally about England batsmen quite a lot of the time, but those early wickets really hinted at players having slightly scrambled brains.
Yeah, and on the plane
I've
home.
got a quiz for you.
Ooh, quiz! I like a quiz.
A quick quiz.
Keeps me awake.
You'll get it probably straight away.
Oh,
I'll do it anyway after this ball.
Sundar is in. He's around a wicket to Pope, and he just dabs it down behind square to a fielder. No run.
Wai Palmer's tweeted in. Guess what he says?
Ooh.
No.
Is it doomed?
Yeah.
Oh my word! Oh my word! Well, they're doing a little bit better than they did in the previous test.
Marginally.
130 for 5.
130 for 5 is not a good score.
No.
Defended into the offside and there's no run. I mean, you do wonder how many, heads are on the plane home. And this is what's good about longer series, isn't it? I mean, you see the mental disintegration in cricketers in a long series. You can. England won the first test and have disintegrated from there, and by the last test, their heads have gone. And that's why it is such a test. That's why it's called Test cricket. Defended into the leg side by Pope, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there are going to be some of them are going to be staying out for the ODI tour, aren't they? And the T20s. I mean, Root. I don't know what Root's going to do. Presume he's not playing in the T20s, but he is playing in the ODI side. Although I don't think the ODI squad has been announced yet.
Oh, really? That's defended back down the track, and there's no run. Yeah, I heard that Root was staying out. I'm sure they want to give him a rest, don't they?
Yeah, but if he comes back for the T20s and then goes back out for the ODIs, he's not really going to get very long at home, is he?
No, and he's not playing in the IPL, so maybe he figures, you know what, I'll just stay out there for the rest of the tour. Hit back down the track by Pope, and there's no run. And he's not playing in the IPL. He won't be playing cricket again for England until June. And so he'll have 2 months off anyway, pretty much, won't he? So he might as well just stay out there and bear it a little bit longer. That's played back down the track, and there is no run. He didn't put himself in the auction this year, did he, Joe Root? Or did he?
I don't think he did. No, because I mean the amount of cricket he's got to play this year. I mean, I think when the auction was on, he was asked about it, wasn't he? And I think he said he wants to play in it, but not
later
this year. Yeah,
he's put himself in a couple of times and not been picked, has he? I mean,
our statistician has been in touch.
Hey!
Mia Casey says, I doubt anyone can say for sure if a hat-trick and 6 sixes have ever happened in successive overs, but you could estimate the probability of it happening and how many pairs of overs would have had to be bowled to have a 50% chance of it happening.
Oh, well, what I would say is, can you
do
estimate that probability and let us know in the next 15 minutes?
Absolutely. There you go. Before work, before working from home. That's on the back foot. Lawrence just forces it out through the covers, beats the fielder. There is a man in the deep. He'll get himself a single. He moves into double figures, 10 off 13.
And you've got to distinguish between successive overs or successive overs by a particular bowler. This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about one over after the next. We're talking about successive overs from the same bowler.
Yeah. Swept and hitting the chest, I think. Pope missed that one, and there's no run.
Well, as Knackle points out, the amazing thing was that Hasaranga nearly took a hat-trick in the next over after Pollard hit 6 sixes.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, Dannon Jaya's next ball, first ball of his fourth over, also went for 6, hit by Jason Holder, I think. So he's hit for 7 sixes in a row.
Down the track comes Pope. It doesn't get to the pitch, just covers up, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
What? Who's favourites for the T20 World Cup?
I think we are. Well, we might be joint favourites.
Well, we will be up there. But Australia will be up there. India will be up there. I saw the other day, I think we did a piece, New Zealand are 5th favourites.
What are West Indies?
Well, they must be. I think they must be
clipped into the leg side of mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, they always come good in the World T20, don't they? Who won the last one? Did they win the last one? When was the last one?
It was 2016, wasn't it? Yes, the West Indies beat us. It was the Ben Stokes.
That was the Ben Stokes. Was that the last World T20 final?
That was the last World T20, wasn't it?
Crikey.
Wow. Has there been another one?
No, I think you could be right. That's late cut by Pope. Nice shot down towards third man boundary. Hasn't got enough pace to take it down there. They'll just get back for 2.
That was in Earl's Court. Well, not the.
Yeah, we were at Katie's flat. That's silly girl. She bloody opened that bottle of champagne, didn't she, in the last over, saying we'd won it. And then.
Yeah. The hand reached out. We tweeted it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did admonish her.
We learned our lessons. Once burned.
Yeah, Axar Patel quicker. But Pope does get down, covers it up, squirts it off past cover, who's short, out to mid-off, and they go through for a single. Pope
Who was the cricketer watching it with us?
Was doing crooking,
well, there were various ones. I think Alan Butcher might have been the one.
No. On that day, there was a young professional. You know,
it was
young professional.
I think it was Crookie.
Well, he was.
It was Crookie.
Who?
Stephen
No,
Crook.
it wasn't Crookie.
No, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it might have been Crookie. Actually, I think it might well have been Crookie.
Was it?
Yeah, he was. He did come in quite a bit when we were at Katie's. Yeah. So
I think it was.
Unless he brought someone younger with him, I don't remember. To be honest,
probably a Notts player.
Northants, you mean?
Northants, sorry.
Yeah.
Who was it?
I think it was
Ben
Crookie. I
Duckett.
can't think of anyone else it could have been.
I can't see Crookie's face. I can see this guy with sort of blondish hair
Yeah,
sitting
that's
next
Crookie.
to me going, Stokes has lost it, Stokes has lost it.
I'm pretty
Can't
certain.
think who it
I'm
was.
pretty certain it was Crookie.
Hey, Ben.
Ashwin in, and Pope once again down the track. Doesn't time it greatly. Can't beat the man at extra cover, but he'll get himself a single.
Joe Root is not in the T20 squad, but is expected to be in the ODI squad, says Knackle.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what I thought, but I don't think this has actually been named, and I don't know if there's any been talk about him going in back. And would he be able to go back, bearing in mind the protocols?
Probably
the COVID
not.
protocols. Presumably there needs to be a period of being back in the bubble.
On the back foot, Lawrence, and defended. And there is no run with the dogleg shot.
What's happened in the PSL is going to put the fear of God into people, isn't it? I think a little bit.
That's in the. Where is the PSL? It's actually. I thought that finished. I thought I watched the final the other day. Clearly not. Defended back down the track, and there's no run.
That was last year's. The last year's was again like this year's looks like it's going to be. It was postponed. Was it just the final, or were there a few other games? I can't remember. And that was held towards the end of last year, and then the latest edition has just started.
Oh right. Defended again by Lawrence on the back foot with that rather weird on the walk defence shot. Out to the leg side. There's no run. I mean, our bowling options in this test are really limited, aren't they? We're going to have to bowl an awful lot of spin on a flat track for the time being. That's played with decent timing by Lawrence, but can't beat mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, all the more reason.
One of these two is going to get a ton. What do you mean?
Yeah, I was going to say all the more reason that England need to stay out there for as long as they possibly can.
At least 2 days. It's not going to happen. Defended once more, last ball of the over by Dan Lawrence. Back to the bowl at no run, 135 for 5. What time's tea? 10 minutes.
In about 11 minutes' time.
Okay, cool.
Leia says, was I thinking of Sam Northeast?
No, Sam Northeast didn't come and visit us until we were in Sydenham, so
and then we locked him
couldn't
in.
have been Sam Northeast.
Didn't you lock him in during the World Cup? Accidentally?
Who?
Sam Northeast. Isn't he the one who got locked in the house? We couldn't open the front door or something.
Well, he got locked out of the house. We couldn't let him in.
Oh, do I? I thought you...
we were inside, and we couldn't let him in. We couldn't let him in for a while.
I locked you all out one day, and we couldn't
that
go
was
there.
yeah, but that was in Kate. That was at Katie's. This is at Sydenham that we're talking about. Yeah. So Pope's got 18. Lawrence has got 10. 135 for 5. What would you be happy with? 250.
Well, I wouldn't be happy with 250, but if we got there from here, you'd have to be reasonably happy with it, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. It's a funny thing in cricket, isn't it? One of these gets a ton, the other one gets 50. Suddenly 300, 350's on from where we are now. I mean, if Dan Lawrence got 50 from here and Pope went on to get 100, that would be another 140 runs pretty much on top of where we are now. That's defended into the covers and there's no run, and that would get you 270, 280 for 5. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I mean, if that did, suddenly you'd be looking at 300, 350. But I'm not even, this wicket looks pretty flat for the time being, and I'm not sure that even 350 would be a reasonable score. Although it doesn't seem as slow as some Indian wickets we've seen in the past, does it?
There's a bit out there already. I mean, you have seen 1 or 2 turn, certainly since Washington Sundars come on. The worry is, of course, that we've got no one but Anderson and Stokes to bowl the Sharma and Mohammad Siraj rolls.
Absolutely. That's cut by Ollie Pope down to third man. He'll get himself a single.
And it is indeed Ishant who's just come on to bowl there. So
I should play him as jingle, shouldn't I? I've got quite a good one.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me. Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Outside Lawrence is off stump, and he lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And Dave Brooke confirms that he was awake, Hendo, for the
my wonderful stuff. Wonderful.
Of course he was.
Well, I have to tell you, I missed the first 5 sixes hit by Kieran Pollard. I saw the hat trick, and then I sort of rolled over on the setting and thought I might be able to get a couple of hours sleep here. So I just sort of switched myself off, and then I heard something in the back of my mind said 5th 6. I thought, what? And I woke up again and saw the 6 sticks go for 6. But missed the other 5.
Oh, you live life on the edge. I was in bed at 9:30 last night. This morning.
I went to sleep at 7, woke up at 8, did 2 stories.
That's left alone outside Lawrence is off stump, and there's no run.
One of which has become defunct almost immediately, and then tried to go back to sleep but couldn't. I was too wired. So I started to watch the West Indies game.
Yeah, I went to bed at 10:30 and had fitful sleep. Kind of woke up at 2 and then woke up again at 3. I'll be tired tonight, but I'll go home.
Now.
I'll go home and have a kip, and then I won't feel tired tonight.
Trouble is, I sometimes get overtired, and then you can't sleep when you've got overtired, and it's just
that's
just
horrible.
Oh, it happens to me all the time.
Doing these test matches, it's like having jet lag, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit. Dan Lawrence defends stoutly on the front foot up to mid-on, and it's no run.
Mog says, if 100 here, if a 50 there, you optimistic bastard bear.
Yeah, well, I have to hang on to something, don't I, Mog? Otherwise I'll just get grumpier and grumpier.
You don't want a grumpy bear, do you? That's the last thing you want. I mean, we rely on him to switch.
Exactly.
Press switches.
I'm going to have a hissy fit and throw everything off the table, and that's it. We'll be off air.
That would be quite entertaining, though, in its way.
No, you wouldn't see it, though.
No, that's right. You'd be gone in no time, and wouldn't be able to appreciate it, would we? Like we do, when I have a hissy fit, there's always somebody around. I don't play to if there's no audience, I'm not interested.
Usually,
anyway.
I'm quite calm.
You are the Nick Kyrgios of guerrilla cricket.
Oh, look, the man tripped over whilst playing with a flight sight screen.
Well, Well, I've swapped my ball by ball for the last session with Tony, so I'm gonna fall into bed after my first session of the final session.
Okie dokie. I don't know what I'm going to play at T. That's left on outside the off stump. I might just play the. I've been keep meaning to play it, but Cricket Back Cat sent us in an interview with Michael Bevan.
Oh yeah, let's play that. Yeah,
I mean it is audio only.
That's all right.
But I started to listen to it and it sounded very interesting. So it is longer than T, but what the hell.
Talking of falling asleep, Diana Craddock says fell back to sleep just after the start of play, just woke up. What the fuck? The Harryman says maybe England do have a problem with spin bowling and not just the pitch.
I think they do.
I mean, they do, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think anyone can deny that actually. But I do think they have had to play on incredibly difficult wicket.
I don't think this is incredibly difficult wicket, is it?
No, I don't. Well, there's an appeal for LBW there. That was a decent flight by Ashman. It's a really good ball dropped on Pope. He was groping for it a little bit, but I think it was probably going down leg. May have bounced to be going over the top of the stumps. And with only one review left, I don't think India are going to review something that they're not quite so sure about. And maybe it was the Karen ball actually.
Are they reviewing?
No, it's off break. It's an off break.
It's an off break, yeah. Defended. Pope comes down the track a little bit this time and gets to the pitch. Well, not quite to the pitch, defends it, and there's no run.
Adrian Lowe says, did I ever tell you about the time I got six wickets in the last over a 20 overs Thursday evening game?
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. Did you get hit for 6 sixes in the next over you bowled in the next game, though? That's swept by
There's more.
Pope down to deep square leg for a single.
He came into bat and got 36 off 6, and then he woke up.
That was
That's an interesting thing you used to say about that. I mean, I've been watching an awful lot of Netflix and Amazon Prime in the last few months, and I've noticed that in 90% of all Netflix stroke Prime dramas, there will be a dramatic and weird happening. Break off.
Defended by Lawrence to short leg, no run.
And then just when you're thinking this is getting really ridiculous, the character will wake up. Loads. It's a plot device. So often, used so often, it's untrue. It's shit. Yes.
Yeah. It's so they can get some crazy shit in.
Yeah.
Ashwin bowls and Lawrence just taps that up to long on, gets himself a single.
I got rid of Netflix.
Did you?
Yeah, I just don't watch it. I just don't watch. I'll
just turn it on occasionally. I started watching Swamp Thing on Amazon the other day.
No, I've got Amazon because it comes with Prime. I've got a Prime account.
Down the track comes Pope. Doesn't quite get to the pitch, but gets enough of it to drive it out just wide enough of a wide mid-off to get through for a single. But that was a bit contrived and shit. Well, I'll probably get round to finishing off at some point.
Loads of these pay-for TV things, if you look at it all, there's tons and tons of
crap.
repeats.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff they've just nicked off TV as well. I watched the documentary on the Notorious B.I.G. the other day. That was quite good. And then they had something that said unsolved, and it was basically the unsolved murder of Tupac and Biggie. And I thought, oh, that's... But it said it was a season. I was like, how come there's a season on this? I thought it was another documentary. Turned it on, it was a dramatisation of the murder of Tupac and Thingamajig. But it was a whole series with some, a couple of half well-known actors. I watched about 20 minutes of the first episode and thought, this is just shit. It'd be better off being a documentary.
Trouble with something like that is, it's unsolved because it is unsolved.
Exactly.
So you've given it away, haven't you? I mean, why watch it? I mean, you're not going to get any sort of resolution, are you?
Well, exactly. But with a documentary, they might have some good conspiracy theories and some reasons behind it. But with a series that's contrived, you know what the result is. That's just ultimate shit. That's down a leg side, and Pant sort of palms it off further down the leg side, but stops it from going any further past him really, but just palms it towards square leg, and they get through for a bye.
I think I mentioned this. I think I mentioned there's a film that I don't know how many years ago it was, maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago, starring Robert Redford. It's a one-man film called All Is Lost, and it's about this yachtsman who just goes out on his boat. I don't see it, and
I like that.
It's brilliant. It's utterly brilliant. But when you get when his title is All Is Lost, you kind of know it's not going to happen. But it was absolutely brilliant. I agree.
Ishant Sharma is up to the crease, and it's very full. Lawrence defends it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Benny Bishop has sent in pictures of him feeding his magpie Luigi, and his breakfast chili. You're feeding the magpie chili?
Well, it is the equivalent of proper lunchtime. I mean, I've been up for 5 hours already. I could start getting drunk now if I was.
I've had my breakfast.
I've had a couple of crumpets. But Netflix, I don't know if these are films that are supposed to have gone to cinema. I mean, they're pretty schlock sci-fi stuff, but they've got some big name actors in them. I watched one the other day that I can't remember the name of the actor, but he was in all the Avengers movies and stuff. That's defended by Lawrence up to mid-off, and there's no run. And it was set in war-torn Eastern Europe and stuff, and it had some big name actors and big effects. You think this cost a lot of money, and if it was made purposely for Netflix, they're certainly putting money in it.
Oh, they don't shy away from paying out.
No, and I started watching one yesterday, which, I mean, the great thing about Netflix is because it's on TV and it's filmed, you think, if I pause it halfway through, I'll just catch up with it tomorrow. It was called The Old Guard, which I started, which is kind of like Highlander sort of thing, with immortal type people. But it had Charlize Theron in it and stuff like that. You think, Christ, they paid a lot of money for these people to do these sorts of films, and it's just on Netflix.
You know, these comedians who do Netflix specials.
Yeah,
they get like 10-20 million for those.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I think we should do one. I don't know what it would be on, but hey, Lawrence just plays that. Another very full ball by Ishant, goes out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. This should be the last over before tea then, shouldn't it?
Harriet Atkinson says also fell asleep again and woke up to you talking about sleep. Oh, and Stokes gone. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Just looking at a replay of that dismissal.
The short ball obviously plays a huge part. Get yourself to play the short ball. The worst thing to do, play the short ball.
Pause. Sorry.
What was that?
That
sounded like KP to me.
That sort's coming on at tea.
Right,
but it started playing straight away. Right. 2 balls to go till you hear that properly. Ishant is in and defended from the crease by Dan Lawrence. Got a lot of moving parts at the crease, Dan Lawrence. It's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Leia points out that by watching Netflix, you're partially responsible for 8 shitty Adam Sandler movies every year. Gorilla Hendo, are you not?
Yeah, well, that is a cause of deep regret. I have to say, yes.
Although his last film was really good, Hidden Gems.
Yeah, I thought that was.
I heard that was a bit crazy. That it's hard to watch.
Oh, it is. It's very stressful.
Yeah.
But it does remind me of my mate John from America, who you met.
Oh God, well we met, yes. So.
Oh yeah, it does that classic kind of New Yorker. Has every theory and every scheme going.
Yeah.
The magic tree, or whatever it was.
It's something like that, yeah. That's a good shot. Last ball before lunch, Dan Lawrence just leans into it, drives it past mid-on, and it goes all the way to the boundary to end the session with one of these. And that brings us to tea. We'll give you a little rundown of the scorecard. If I can pick it out, there we go. We have England. After lunch, Ben Stokes went on to get 55 off 121 balls and pretty much missed a straight one from Washington Sundowns, LBW. He didn't want to review it. Ollie Pope was trying to get him to, which is quite funny, but he didn't. Ollie Pope remains there, 21 not out of 73 deliveries, and Dan Lawrence coming and it's okay for 11 off his 28.
You missed out Johnny Bairstow, haven't you?
Oh yeah, Johnny Bairstow was out. LBW to Siraj. Contentious decision. I wasn't happy about it. I mean, I understand why he was given out. Obviously, everything does get reviewed, but he did seem to indicate to the umpire, "What have you given me out for?" The umpire seemed to indicate, "I've given you out court," and then he kind of got saved by the fact that it was just clipping the top of. Well, Johnny Bairstow didn't get saved, but the umpire got saved by it being able to say that it was clipping the top of middle stump, and only his umpire's cool. I think if they'd have gone up for LBW, absolutely certain that the umpire thought it caught the inside edge because it hit the back leg, and he thought it hit the inside edge, which is why he gave it out. I think if they'd have appealed that for LBW, if the bat had been nowhere near the ball and it hit the top of his leg, it had probably been given non-out, and they could have reviewed it, and it was remained not out. But having been given out for a catch, he was then given out for LBW. So I know Mayank thinks that Cricket Info said it was LBW, but I don't think the umpire was giving him out LBW. I think he was giving him out court. He wasn't happy. I wouldn't have been happy. But hey ho, that's the game, and he went for 28. Johnny Bairstow never seems to last long into us. If he bats, you can guarantee that he won't really get any runs the next time he comes out to bat after a break, which is a bit disappointing, but hey ho. Bowling figures, Ishant Sharma, 9 overs, none for 23. Mohammad Siraj, 12 overs, 2 for 34. Axar Patel, 18 overs, 2 for 48. Ashwin, 10 overs. He hasn't been bowled as much really today. 4 maidens, none for 17. And Washington Sundar, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Pretty much brings you up to date.
Do you want me to finish off the tweets while we're...
Yeah, you might as well.
Mia Katie comes back. She says about 2.5 billion pairs of overs would have to have been bowled for there to be a 50% chance of a hat-trick and 6 sixes occurring based on the back of envelope estimates. That's a lot.
That's a lot of overs. So that's a one.
But here's the question: do you think that 2.5 billion pairs of overs have been bowled in the history of cricket of all sorts around the world?
Well, that's...
Well, if you take 90 overs in a day as an average, how many days would that have to be?
No, I'm not talking just about international cricket. I'm talking about
all
cricket.
Well, I'm talking about all days of cricket. If there's 90 overs in a day of cricket, you divide 2 billion by 90, you're still going to have well over 100 million. 100 million days of cricket. That's an awful lot of years. So that could be a once in a history event, unless we survive into
although
once in an era, once in a millennia.
It could happen again next week.
Oh yeah,
it could do.
There is that, isn't there? Yeah. You're right.
Mog says that as the number of streaming services increase, somehow the amount of genuine fucking shit they produce to fill the schedules increases exponentially. And Angelic Skoukas says The Bear Does Science, the Netflix series. That could be quite good.
That'd be stonking, I'm telling you.
And that brings us up to date on Twitter.
Well, it does indeed. And we shall go to tea. And we shall listen to... if I can find it again. I'm not going to find it again now. We're going to listen to Cricket Bat Cat and Dan Liebke. I think they're talking to Michael Bevan. And I think the thing's all about one ball that changed some match or something. But here you go.
1 in a billion.
Yeah. Play.
See you later.
Oh, fuck off. Someone's trying to ring me as well. No, someone's trying to ring me. And then I keep getting something wrong going on here.
The Bear Does Tech.
Yeah, it's not happening for me. Here we go. Are you going to play? Oh, fucking hell.
Wins the short ball cup. Short ball obviously plays a huge part. Get yourself to play the short ball.
See you
The
in a
worst
bit.
thing to do, play the short ball. Or you're playing the short ball. Yeah, we're going to talk about playing the short ball.
So in case you hadn't realised, this segment is called The Short Ball, and in this segment we described, in undoubtedly a bit too much detail, Dan, a single ball of cricket and explain why it deserves so much attention. So first up, Dan will describe which ball we're talking about, and then we're going to talk about it in excruciating detail. Off you go, Dan.
Yes. So this one, we're going to go all the way back. We're going to go back 21 years. We're going to go back to April 2000, and this is part of ICC Cricket Week, which is an unusual concept. There was an unofficial ODI between an Asia 11 and a rest of the world 11. The Asia 11, they batted first. They made 9 for 300 320, which in the year 2000 was a very big score. Sachin made 80, Ganguly made 67. A wrist spinner named Michael Bevan took 1 for 61 from 10 overs, which was pretty economical, all things considered. Then in reply to that 320, the rest of the world had top scores of Mark Waugh, who made 28, and Jacques Callis, who made 27. And then there was Michael Bevan, who made 185 not out from 132 balls. So the ball we're going to look at is the second last ball of the match. Bevan has put on a 119-run partnership with Andy Caddick, the England fast bowling tail ender. He's made 23. And going into the final over, which was bowled by Abdul Razak, Caddick was on strike and they needed 20 runs to win. So they stole a bye off the first ball, which meant they needed 19 off 5 balls. And Bevan then just went 4-4-4, straight down the ground, then over cow corner, then a whip backward of square. So with 2 balls left, they needed 7 runs to win. Bevan chipped it over mid-wicket for 2, or it would have been 2, except Andy Caddick, coming back for the second run to the non-striker's end, failed to ground his bat and was run out by the substitute fielder. So the 2 became a 1, and instead of needing 4 off the last ball to tie, Bevan needed to hit a 6 to win. But sadly, the lofted drive down the ground landed just inside the rope, and it was only 4, and the rest of the world lost by 1 run.
Oh, exciting. And the highlights are, of course, available on YouTube. Go see the show notes for a link to that. Now, is that the way you remember it, Michael Bevan?
I remember lots of things about that match. that was one aspect of it as well. I mean, I guess just the simple things really count, don't they? And always have been told from a very early young age, always slide your bat. So it always helps, right?
It does. I remember I was watching this game on pay TV with my brother, and we were absolutely furious that Caddick didn't ground his bat, because we were just like, oh my god, he's going to get these runs. How's he doing this? And then when Caddick didn't ground his bat, we were just so angry with him. But this game's kind of one of a lost masterpiece. People don't really remember this as one of your great innings, which is a little bit sad. I think that's mostly because the Hansi Cronje scandal broke the next day from memory, and that kind of overshadowed everything.
Well, it could have. I think what I found with that match is that, as you've just said, I think you would have watched it on pay TV back then. But I'm not actually sure who and how it was viewed in the subcontinent. And so what I found just recently, sort of in getting back into social media, is that I get quite a few comments on obviously the last ball 4 in '96, and then the other matches, that one that a lot of cricket fans from the subcontinent remember. And so it was pound for pound probably the best that I've ever hit them in a one-day match. And as you said, it occurred in an unofficial match. But it's a strong memory for me because it was, you know, I think by the time I got in, I distinctly remember in the first couple of overs we were 2 for 7, chasing 330 or whatever, and just thinking this is going to be ridiculously hard. But certainly I have fond memories of that match for sure.
It's a bit annoying that it's not an official match, because it would have been a pretty decent high score to have on your record.
Yeah, and it would have probably boosted my strike rate. Sits at a lowly 75 or 76 or something like that, maybe by 1 or 2, which would have been nice. But
presumably the selectors were watching, because you did get some rewards from it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess so. The reality is that inevitably, as a cricketer, probably like a lot of jobs, you live from day to day, in the sense that three good games can make you and 3 bad games might break you, I guess. So it's sort of one of the harshest aspects of trying to play cricket for your country, for sure.
Well, speaking of three good games, that's a unintentional segue from you. But I wrote a book called The 50 Greatest Australian Cricket Matches of the Past 50 Years, and there were three of your rescue matches for Australia that got in that book. Sadly, not this game, because that wasn't for Australia, but there were a couple games, and I got access to some of your thought processes by a book that you put out called The Best of Bevan, which basically showed how you thought through 30 of your best innings, and that was a fascinating read. You took people behind the scenes into what you were thinking when you had to conduct these rescue missions, which kind of segues us into this new mentoring service that you're offering. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, look, I've recently just launched a batting mentoring service. It's www.battingmentor.com.
Yep.
It was something that I'd kind of thought about long and hard for a while, whether it was something that I felt as though I should do. And I guess the rationale behind it is that, and I know you talked about the book where I sort of go into a little bit about the strategy, tactics and mindset that I needed to have to win one-day games for Australia. And I guess at the time when I was actually doing it, it probably didn't occur to me about the process that I used and how I actually did it. And then I moved into the coaching space, albeit part-time after I finished cricket, and started to put two and two together and to work out, okay, right, so this is a little bit more about me, it's a little bit more about why I did well, and then put it together from a coaching philosophy, which gave me sort of the idea of the concept about, all right, this is what I actually did, this is how I did it, and this is what would be beneficial for other people, not only trying to win matches for their team opposed to their country, but some of the reasons why batsmen do really well at times and some of the reasons why they don't, and it kind of mirrored my own career, and consistency was one of my issues throughout my career. So I guess I wanted to launch the product in the hope of to offer a valuable service to cricketers who are unsure about why they're not getting the results they want, and to kind of demystify it and to simplify it and to turn around and to be able to say, well, look, it's not that tough to identify what it is you need to do, but there's the whole host of reasons why we don't as people. And then the other aspect is the coaching aspect too. I think throughout the cricket fraternity, there's a lot of coaches out there that are doing their best based on limited information that they've got, and they with the core belief that they'd love to help batsmen improve their game, and maybe they don't have the skills or the knowledge, or they're not experienced enough to be able to help batsmen navigate through this space. So in any case, I ended up launching a few weeks ago, and there's a couple of different services. There's the Michael Bevan Club, which is a 30-minute weekly group live stream. It's pretty interactive, and we just discuss all the batting topics that's nominated by the players within the club during the week. And then there's the one-on-one mentoring service, which where we take a little bit more of a deep dive into the player's game and just sort of get an idea about what their current approach is, what results they're getting, what results they'd like, and work out what are some of the most important areas they have to work on and how they do it. And then there's also the Coaches Club as well, which is about helping coaches navigate, helping players improve their performance. So there you have it. There's a quick / medium sort of longish version of the batting mentor.
I think it's a great way to keep up your cricket skills even if you can't play, right? So, for example, this weekend in Melbourne lockdown, or if you're in the off-season in another part of the world. I presume, though, Michael Bevan, that thefinisher.com was already taken, right? Did you check?
Well, I don't see myself as the finisher. I mean, that was a label that was sort of given to me, and I kind of just did what I did, and so I didn't really. I don't know if I really felt comfortable with that tag or not, but yeah, look, I guess I could have used that for sure as well.
No, I checked it. It is taken. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's taken.
Damn it. So that website again is battingmentor.com, and I like the way it looks too. It's a really slick website. It's sort of mb.bm, which is a really nice balancing there of the skills. A bit like ahead of your time, you kind of describe how to break a large task into smaller achievable steps, and that's certainly our experience because we've tested this service for you listeners. So we actually had a mentoring session, didn't we, Dan?
Yeah. So we got our 13-year-old. We took some video of him batting in the nets and booked a session with Michael.
Now the reason for this is that at the moment Dan and I are not playing cricket,
No.
so otherwise we would have done it ourselves.
Yes. We may be hopeless cases. The 13-year-old has a little bit more talent than either of us with the bat. So we got him a session, and Michael went through it, and I must admit was very good at dealing with a 13-year-old teenage boys are not necessarily the most forthcoming with their relationship with people they don't really know. But Michael managed to get a bit out of him, and we came up with a plan to help him improve.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, hopefully it was interesting. Hopefully it was simple, and look, it's funny and it's strange, and you mentioned the age thing, and it's kind of the same. I mean, regardless of if you're a professional, semi-professional, or a rep player, or a 13-year-old player playing for your club side, it's funny how most of the concepts that I went through are applicable to everyone basically, and it's just something that every batsman goes through that's very similar. So hopefully I could be of help in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, no, it was really great. Now, one question I have for you: are there any current international batters taking you up on the mentoring? I mean, apart from Rishabh Pant, we can tell he's already had a few sessions with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess given it's really just been launched in the last 2 or 3 weeks, there hasn't been a lot of international players come knocking at my door, I must admit.
There's still a few vacancies then. People get onto it.
Yeah, well, look, look, I don't know. I mean, hopefully it'll appeal to a broad spectrum of batsmen, and it'll be something that is beneficial for whoever sort of takes up the service or is part of it. And look, I don't really know, in the end who it'll be for or where it'll go or how successful it'll be. But look, we just have to trial it and see. And I guess the main thing, generally as a coach, when you go into the coaching space, you just want to be able to help in some way, shape, and form. And if you can do that, that's great. And if you can't, then move on.
So you often did have to bat with tailenders, Michael. So what advice would you give to the tailender who just doesn't want to be out there in the middle? And I know, because that's me. I'm a number 11 bat. What advice would you give, for example, to Andy Caddick if he was coming to you for batting mentoring?
Yeah, well, apart from slide the bat, boost. Look, I think that it really is. You've touched on a really important aspect for me. It was my bread and butter. I pretty much relied on tailenders to help me win matches for my country, and so I suppose it was about getting the best out of them at that point in time and making them feel really comfortable. And one of the things that I took away when I was playing for Australia is that we kind of, at various stages and times, used sort of the personality or our own variation of the personality profiling, which obviously to a certain degree defines and categorises people in a couple of different criteria. But we use that with the Australian team at various times, and one of the takeaways for me is that I could use that in helping tailenders feel more comfortable at the crease. You can't actually increase their skills, you can't really change their game plans. You're not going to work with them in the nets. That would be too frustrating. But one thing you can do is just make them feel comfortable. And so I was very mindful of who I was batting with and what their personality was. And one of the things that I used to try and do was speak to them on their wavelength. So if you had a serious guy out there, you'd speak in a similar fashion. If you were speaking to a light-hearted guy, you'd speak to them in a similar fashion. So it would put them at ease. And so, look, I guess that's probably the best piece of advice I can give to someone batting with a tailender in any form. But that kind of applies for any batsman, I suppose, doesn't it?
I think that's a really good point. There's been a couple of times where I've been out in the middle, and I've been out every possible way. LBW, run out, hit wicket, stumped, caught. Although, God, for the life of me, I'm not sure I've ever hit it. So I'm sure I was caught out when I hadn't even hit it. And I'm petrified of going out to bat. But you never get any advice in the nets when you're a tailender. You only ever get your batting mentoring kind of out in the middle from the person you're batting with, who's trying to keep you out there for as long as possible.
Yeah, or the opposition.
Yeah. Oh, no, you get plenty of advice from the opposition. That's so true. But there's also been one time in indoor...
We're back.
We are indeed. We are indeed. That sounded like a fascinating interview with Michael Bevan, and hopefully we'll get to hear the rest of that at some point.
Well, I'll play it at lunchtime because I think it's like 35 minutes long, so we'll play the whole thing. It's just it's not visual, and we've been doing lots of visual stuff recently. I don't know who's supposed to be on with us. There's Jason. I don't even know who's supposed to be on.
You, me, and Jason.
Oh, is it? There you go. Perfect.
Well, the England team is back out there. The Indian team also. We're going to get the first ball of the evening session. This ground not filling up anything like it did last week in the pink ball test. I guess that's to be expected. And I suppose you have two tests in an enormous ground in very close proximity to one another. You're not likely to sell it out. This is Siraj bowling to Pope, defends on the front foot into the onside, and there is no run. Shall we jingle him up?
Jingle him up, jingle him up, jingle him up. I'm waking up again now. This is good.
Oh, well done you. I'm not.
This man's bowling.
There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Mama Siraj?
He's bowled really well today, and he's in again to Pope, and Pope goes after the drive to one that's given a bit of width. And again, he doesn't time it. He's had trouble with his drives today. He was picking out fielders before tee in the offside. That one, he just mistimed horribly up to mid-off.
Should we give him a jingle?
Yep. He's onto the front foot to a better length ball from Siraj. He plays it straight to extra cover. Pope's been out there now for 76 balls, scored 21. Pretty much every innings that's been played today has been scratchy, hasn't it, Bear?
It has a little bit, hasn't it? And I think this goes back to the headspace that they're all in. It's everyone's on a bit of a holiday sort of thing. It's an end of term feeling. I mean, I suppose Pope, Lawrence, they all go home after this game. Been away from home for a while, locked in bubbles, and you're just kind of thinking, well, I'll be home next week.
Onto the front foot he goes. Going to take a quick single this time as he just pushes it slightly to the left of Pujara, who is sidestepping to his left to field, and England get their first run after tea, 145-for-5. Jason, you're on Twitter, one presumes?
I am, yes.
Okay, well, we'll come to you at the end of the hour and try and catch up with any communication that we've had with our loyal and wonderful followers. Siraj then to Lawrence for the first time since tea. And Lawrence played a lovely drive just before tea, but he's edged that one. But it's lovely in one sense because it's gone wide of Rowett at gully and down to third man for 4.
Dan Lawrence is going to get 100.
Oh, Bear, did you have to do that?
It's just commentators cursed him.
Well, he was playing. He's playing well out in front of his body there, well out in front of his front leg to reach that, and a second gully would have swallowed it. But they haven't been over-attacking India, so they've not always reaped the rewards of their work. And Siraj is on his way again into Lawrence. Lawrence goes back to this one. And with the angle of the ball coming into him, he turns it up towards mid-on and then turns to scratching out his guard in a more emphatic manner. 149-for-5, Lawrence 19, Pope 22. That's the end of the over. Have you got any tweets?
Yep. During the interval, there was one from Chris Tyndale when we were talking about Adam Sandler and Netflix movies. It wasn't the first time Sandler turned a sports star to a movie star and sends a picture of him with Dale Steyn in the movie.
Oh.
For which
That's
Leia
right, he was in the movie.
For which Leia says Steyn should have received a lifetime ban from the ICC for that cameo.
Yeah, what was that? What was that all about? It looks like Ravi Ashwin is going to start up after tea as well.
And he sounds a bit like this.
Faced up against the spin,
I took it down nicely so you talk over there. And,
Oh, no, I can't really hear. You can't hear the difference at this end of the Zoom feed. This one is scooped past mid-wicket up to the man long on. It's quite wide there, rather than straight, and they take a single. 3 men round the bat now, short square leg, leg gully and orthodox slip. He's in again, bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence goes onto the back foot and finds the gap in the offside. That's nicely played. It's being pursued by Pujara, but he hasn't quite got the pace to catch that one up. It's 4 runs to Lawrence, and it's England's 150.
Yay, well done.
2 + 2 is our man.
And he joins Ollie Pope on 23, does Dan Lawrence, in about
third of the time.
A quarter of the balls.
Third of
the balls, something like that.
I don't mind that. If someone's going along nice and slowly and someone else wants to be the attacking man, it often works, doesn't it?
Well, it was always the way, wasn't it? It's always the perfect partnership in so many ways. They've plugged the gap now on the offside. They've taken out the leg gully, and he's in again, and he goes back to this one. It does turn, but not significantly. And it's a comfortable defensive shot this time. And there is.
We have details on that. Film when you want them.
Okay, Ashwin in again. Oh, it's hit on the pad, but I think he's got outside off stump. He's imploring the umpire, is Ravi Ashwin. Now he's saying, I don't think that was out, was it? He's talking to Virat Kohli, who's standing there with his arms folded, and they have agreed that it isn't out, which makes you wonder why he appealed quite so vociferously. But there you go, that's the way the game is.
Well, a bowler always thinks, that's out. And then they think, there's a few things going against it. It's not that far. I mean, it's probably hit him outside the line. May have been
He's bowled from wide of the stumps. He's turned a fair bit. It might just go drift down past leg.
Onto the back foot, cut, but this time it is saved by the man at backward point. That is Rohit Sharma. He's not a man who likes to throw himself around too much, but on that occasion he did, and prevents Lawrence from getting another run. 154 for 5. Final ball of Ashwin's 11th over. He's in to Lawrence. Lawrence goes back to this one and plays it from a rather square on position, but comfortably. And up to mid on it goes. There is no run. That is the end of the over. The partnership now worth 33. More tweet news.
Chris Tyndale confirms that Stain was in Blended, a Sander and Drew Barrymore film set in Sun City in South Africa.
Oh, I've been.
That sounds dreadful.
Sun City is a pretty terrible place, to be honest.
Mog says, you can't pretend Lawrence will make any more than 30. It's just too unrealistic. And Alec Patton, our own Alec Patton, says, mate, he's Dan Lawrence, not James Vince.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope he is not James Vince, because we know what happens to James Vince. Crawley made 9, Sibley 2, Bairstow 28, Root 5, Stokes 55, Pope is 23 not out, Lawrence is 23 not out. England are 154 for 5 if you're just joining us. England won the toss and elected to bat, and there hasn't been the significant turn that we experienced on the first day in the pink ball day-night test, but there's been interest for the pace bowlers and for the spinners. There's been more swing than we might have expected, and the 2 pacemen, Ishant Sharma and Mohammad Siraj, have bowled with great verve, I would say, and intelligence. Anyway, it's going to be Siraj to continue. 1 slip and a very fine gully, and he's continuing to Ollie Pope. He's in, he bowls. Pope flicks this away. That's an Ollie Pope shot all day. The angle takes it away down to deep backward square, and he gratefully accepts another single. Goes on to 24, which may well be his highest score of the series. Is that right?
Well, could be.
Yeah, I think it is.
Did he get 30 in one of the matches?
He get 30. He got 22. I'll have to double check my my stats again.
He might have got 30 in the first test when we got 500 odd. In which case, it was an insignificant 30 in a 500.
Oh, well, right. Yes, you're probably right in that case. 34. He got 34 and 28 in the first test. Yeah, he was all right in the first test. And I thought batted quite well in the first innings of the second test, but he's struggled a bit since then. Anyway, Lawrence now to face Siraj, 2 for 40. into his 14th over. He bowls him a short one. Oh, and Rishabh Pant really has to stretch, really has to reach up high.
Oh.
Stop that one. It's been given as a wide, and I think that's fair enough.
You don't get to play this very often in a test match.
Wide. Indeed not. I'm just thinking of Sibley's last. He's now batted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times in this series. Got 87 in his first innings in the first test. Since then, he's got scores of 16, 16, 3, 0, 7, and 2. Just 35, 42, 44 from 1, 2, 3, 4. 44 from 6 innings. It's not good enough, is it? Forward comes Lawrence. That one kept a little bit low, if anything, as he squeezed it out into the offside. And there is no run.
Yeah,
That's not the worst. Did you not see Bairstow's stats against India? In 7 innings, he had an 18, a 6, and 5 blobs.
Ooh. And yet we brought him all the way back via various different countries to play in that third test.
Yeah, his actual record in India prior to that pair that he got, I think he was averaging 40 in India at that point. That pair ripped him down to 32.81. This is outside the off stump and left alone again by Lawrence.
I think that Siraj will be quite good in England this summer, won't he?
Who, sorry?
Siraj will be might have some success in England.
Yeah, I would have thought so. He looks very sprightly, doesn't he? He really does. And he looks like he enjoys it. He looks like he enjoys the competition. He enjoys the banter, perhaps more than banter on occasions as well. He likes the challenge, I suppose. Anyway, here he is again. Coming into Lawrence, who has his bat raised aloft. Goes onto the back foot as that one just nips back from a shortish length. But comfortably played by Lawrence. And again, no run.
Looks like we've got a bowling attack wrong in this test again, eh? Last one we should have had an extra spinner. We went in with an extra seamer.
Josie Oak has said that. He said, "Yep, not much spin here. Yes, 2 spinners and 1 seamer is definitely the way to go."
I think there may be more spinners the game goes on. I think that England. It's about England batting as long as they can. Onto the front foot comes Lawrence, defends a good length ball up to mid-off. But with 5 wickets down, they're not going to bat anything like as long as they would like.
No, yeah, but the problem is, we do have 2 seamers. It's a question of, is Stokes an opening bowler, you know?
Well, he has opened bowling. He has opened the bowling for England. But the worry is that he's done so little bowling so far in this series. He really has. He's only taken the 1 wicket. And
fairly big wicket, though.
A big wicket of Virat Kohli, but apart from that, as Siraj is in, driven past the diving bowler, past the diving mid-off, and that is a glorious shot that's going to end up hitting the boundary around about now.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, Dan Lawrence has moved on to 27, 28, I think, with that shot, in fact, which is his second highest score in Test cricket. He got that 73 in Sri Lanka in his first knock on his debut. Also got 21 not out. Failed in the second test and has failed in both the 2 tests he's played against India so far. This is a chance to put it right, and so far he's looking reasonably good.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen a LinkedIn advert. They got money now.
Oh, goodness knows.
Speaking of adverts, today I think there's been the rollout of adverts for the Vitality Blast by Channel 4.
Oh, right.
Which seems very odd, considering that that's the format that they wanted to deprecate to some extent in favour of the 100. And we haven't seen any adverts for the 100 yet.
This is played off the back foot by Pope as Ashwin starts a new over. Down the wicket this time. He's not getting to the pitch of the ball, but he sensibly doesn't try to play the big shot. He just jabs it into the offside.
Yeah. Cardinal rule: if you go down the wicket, don't let it get past you.
Well, yeah. Short and cut,
nice.
And he likes that shot. I said it earlier. He plays it very well. Backward of the square cover, and it's going to run away from Agarwal for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And yes, it's probably his most productive shot so far today.
That was a good
plays
shot.
that late cut very well indeed, back cut. Ashwin in again, turns in, and goes through the top of the pad, and bounces around the inner thigh before dropping out on the onside.
A little bit of dust came up then.
Ooh, dust. Plays this one nicely, waits for it and opens the face, runs it down towards backward point. Agarwal is in the action again. They take a single, 165 for 5. So if Agarwal is on, who's off? Do we know which Indian is not currently on the field of the original 11?
Ishant, maybe?
I'm
Maybe.
thinking it's Ishant, yeah.
So Lawrence back down to face. He's got 27 from 41. And Ashwin is going to complete his 12th over. It's full, but he works it through mid-wicket. There are 2 men back. One of those is at deep mid-wicket. Axar Patel, they take the single. Lawrence will keep the strike. England 166 for 5.
Speaking of the match situation and 90s cricket contest, we've got them exactly where we want them.
Who's he talking about? India in regards to England?
Pass.
Yes, maybe that's what it is.
And Moggs, speaking of James Vince and Dan Lawrence, says, have they ever been seen in the same room together?
Don't know. It's a good question. Axar Patel's taken 2 wickets. Siraj has taken 2 wickets. Washington Sundar has taken a wicket. But Ravi Ashwin, to date, hasn't. He's playing almost second fiddle to Axar Patel.
I think that's because
Sibley and Crawley.
I think that's because there's a predominance of right-handers, isn't there? And there's not a great deal of turn, and therefore they probably feel that the left-handers have got a better chance turning it away.
Down the wicket comes Lawrence, turns this into the onside. Axar Patel takes over from Mohammad Siraj. He's just started his 19th over. He's got figures of 248. Well, of course, if the England management had followed the advice of a story we had overnight, this is pushed. It balloons off the front pad as Lawrence advances in towards extra cover. We did suggest, based on an interview that the Barmy Army did with Jofra Archer and put up last night, that Jofra might bowl his left arm spin in this match. But sadly no.
You get double bubble with that, don't you? I mean, you get him to bowl pace at the start and then, switch, Joff, stop bowling.
I used to, one of the clubs I played for many years ago, captain did basically that. Now that's turned a long way as Lawrence came forward, but he played the line, he didn't follow it, and it passes alarmingly, but at the same time harmlessly, well past the outside edge. We used to have a quick bowler. I used to play for Wokingham many moons ago, the end of the 80s, early 90s, and he'd come on, he'd bowl, he's quite a tall guy. He would come on bowl pace, onto the back foot, and lovely little cut from Lawrence, but can't beat the man at backward point. So he'd bowl about 4 or 5 overs of pace, and then he'd come on and bowl off breaks. And then he'd bat number 3. Bloody hell.
My game.
How about anyone else?
Totally.
Onto the back foot, played just past the man at short leg, and there is no run.
You lot of shit, I'll do everything.
He did. I'm not sure he had that attitude. He ended up playing a bit for Berkshire, so he was a very decent cricketer. But he did get his money's worth. Put it that way. Onto the back foot goes Lawrence and flicks it past the short leg towards mid wicket.
You hate those times.
And there is no run. That's the end of the over. It was a maiden. Yeah, I know. We could all do that if we. I don't know.
I remember going to a Lashings game at the cricket, the one in Wellington, the ground in Wellington that they opened, and in that match, Turan bowled right arm over and left arm round.
Oh, Turan, I don't remember him bowling anyway. I mean, he was a solid and, at times flamboyant batsman, wasn't he? He was a good batsman.
Yeah.
I don't remember him bowling, but I guess for lashings, I probably thought it's time to have a bit of fun. Ashwin has switched ends. He bowls to Pope. Pope gets forward. They're appealing for LBW. It did turn, but I think he's done well to get his pad outside the line of off stump. And as the bearer was saying a few minutes ago, India have only got the one review left. England have retained all three for the time
You
being.
also got a big stride in there as well, so that's a long way down the wicket.
Indeed. Ashwin again. Now he's gone past the outside edge. Pope played a very belated little cut jab shot, and it wasn't anything really in the end, and he was lucky that he didn't get a little thin edge through to Rishabh Pant. We're just looking at it again. Yeah, he was kind of hoping that was going to turn into him, and then when it didn't, he tried to follow it and very nearly got a little bit of bat on it. Ashwin in again. He's down the wicket. Oh, it's gone into the air. Has he been caught? I think he has. He's chipped it to short leg. He didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball. He dragged it, and it's been taken. And Ashwin has got him again, and Pope has to wander off.
Oh, he's standing there actually.
On your bike, mate.
Well, the umpire's soft signal is out. Pope is hoping beyond hope. Pope beyond hope. Although he does seem to be gradually getting accustomed to the idea that is out. Let's see what happened. He came down the wicket. Oh, he chipped it onto the inside of his back calf, and it popped up to the man standing there at short leg. It's a pretty unlucky way to go. Not really going very. Things are just not quite going for Ollie Pope at the moment. He's had shoulder surgery. He just can't buy a decent score at the moment.
He got an inside edge.
The soft signal was right.
It came off. It was on top of the flap, wasn't it? It was almost square on the top of the flap, which happened to be flat, so it just popped straight up off it. That's a really unfortunate way to get out, but he does have to go. Bummer. 166 for 6. I already did.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. Well, he seemed to be walking off, and everyone thought he was out, so I just played it.
Okay.
Let me get through some tweets.
6 wicket down. That's a real struggle now for England, isn't it, to get 200 plus? I think.
Well, folks can bat a bit, can't he?
They can bat, but no one can seem to be able to stay in long enough, do they? I mean, people are getting scratchy 20s and 30s, but nothing more really. Ben Stokes got a 50, but no one's played with any real confidence, have they? I would even suggest that perhaps Lawrence has looked as comfortable as anyone.
Yep. Leah says, and this is quite apposite given the context, I think the important thing is not England batting as long as they can, but the question of how long can England bat?
Well, if they can get through today, they'll be lucky. I mean, there are signs that the pitch is already, as you said, I mean, a couple of turned sharply. And on a couple of replays, we've seen a couple of chunks coming out of the wicket on the even on the straight. So things could quickly deteriorate here. The wicket's held together longer than it did in the last. I mean, it was going square after about an hour in the last.
Yeah.
But it's lasted until the afternoon session here, at least. So it all depends where it goes from here, I guess.
Josh Holland has said LinkedIn have been owned by Microsoft for a while. So yes, I think they do have money.
Yeah, they do. I've just never seen a LinkedIn advert.
Matt Hertz-Serler said, during lockdown, Countdown fans turned to Zoom for Zoom Down and have produced a documentary about it. If they can do it, where's the Guerrilla Cricket documentary all decent cricket fans should be clamouring for?
Well, if someone like the BBC or some other, wants to make a documentary on us and pass loads of money to be a part of it, I'm fine with that.
Ashwin to folks. It's a full toss. He whips it away, but he'd have to hurry for the single. He's hit it quite firmly to mid-on. He really started to run for the shot and thought he was going to get more value for it than he did in the end. In fact, that wicket did take a little bit out of the surface, that Pope dismissal. So that's kind of good news for England. But they need to get, I would say, 200 plus. They've really got to grind it out if necessary. and get to 200, 210, 220 if they possibly can. As you say, Folks can bat. He's got 100 in Test cricket, 100 on debut. Lawrence can bat. He's got a 73 against Sri Lanka. He's got a lot of runs in county cricket, but it's not going to be easy. He plays this next ball from Ashwin back to the bowl. That, of course, being Ashwin's first wicket of the Test. And when it's going for you, it's really going for you. Shubman Gill was the man who took the catch. It was as simple a catch as you'll ever get at short leg. In again, this one turns into Lawrence, who flicks it away. So mid-wicket, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. We'll do one more over, and then we will have a change, and I will hopefully try and get some sleep. Although it's very difficult when England aren't batting very well, I find it very difficult to sleep.
Exactly, you just keep looking at it and going,
you keep looking at it, don't you? You think, no! And then you stay up and you're all awake, and then you realise, why the hell did I do that, and not just go to sleep. Lawrence has 28, Folks has 1, Pope 1 for 29, Stokes 55, Root 5, Bairstow 28, Sibley 2, and Crawley 9.
Light Roller says, "You little faith. I'll take all the scrappy runs Lakeside Larry can grab."
I will, absolutely I will. But he's got to grab about another 50 or 60 of them. Well, him, Bess, Leach and Anderson between them. And Folks, of course. But we shall see. 62 overs have been bowled, 28 more overs supposedly to go today. Akshar Patel continues. And he's into Folks. Folks comes forward. And the ball goes on with the arm, takes the thick inside edge and runs towards mid-wicket. Folks has batted well with little reward in this series so far, I would say.
Well, people were saying the last Test, wasn't it? Whilst he was out there for a long time, he didn't score enough runs. While he was
but I don't think you can say that. No one was scoring runs. No. Onto the front foot he goes, defends back to the bowler. I mean, he's not a big hitter, I don't think. I mean, you'll have seen more of him. I've seen a bit of him, Jason, but you've seen more of him. He can get quick runs.
He can. I think the problem is he's getting stuck at one end and not being able to rotate the strike.
This is defender's short extra cover. Yes, I think that was it. Very much so.
Because that's normally his forte, is to rotate the strike and score runs without you really noticing it.
Yeah. This one he turns to Gill at
Gill
short leg, and there is no run. Varying his pace quite nicely. Akshar Patel 91, 84, 83 and 95. There's kilometres per hour of the deliveries. This one is held back and then it spins away from Folks and beats his outside edge. Just notice that one where he just holds it back a little bit more, does seem to turn. Maybe batsmen need to be picking up on that a little bit more closely. He's in again, flatter one, quicker one. It pops a little bit on Folks, but he's gone right back deep in his crease and controls his defensive shot. And that is the end of the over. That's the end of me for today. Gary should be coming in. He'll be joined by Nestlers and Tony. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. Also joining us, we get a couple of shout outs on YouTube. Jeff Payne says another Test loss with it before a day's play is completed. And Stephen Pelt says, "Good morning, gorillas everywhere." And with that, I'm out of here for half an hour.
I don't think it's necessarily a Test loss. It's not going to be easy batting fourth on this wicket, but to do that, England have got to take it at least into a fourth day, and there's not much sign of that. As Ravi Ashwin comes in, he goes back as Lawrence and defends. I just want to say about the Pope dismissal there. He was a bit unlucky in that he got an inside edge onto the back pad, and then the ball went up to a short square leg. You don't see that very often. But even if the ball had hit the ground or hit his foot, he probably would have been run out because he'd overbalanced and was 2 or 3 strides down the pitch and wouldn't have been able to turn and get back had Shubman Gill run him out. So it wasn't that good a bit of batting from Pope, who had gone well until then. A little inside edge into the leg side from Lawrence. There is no run. That was Ashwin's first wicket. He has 1 for 29 in his 14th over.
Yeah, when your luck's down, isn't it?
Yeah, he had.
Pope, it wasn't with him there.
Yeah, he had batted well until then. Lawrence, who's played with some confidence, just pushes this to short mid-wicket. We're seeing it again here. See how far down the track he is. He'd have been run out by a yard. As Ashwin is in, he goes back. Does Lawrence watches the turn onto the back? That's good play. Go all the way back. Watch the ball.
actually, Shubman Gill looked like he was going to attempt to throw the stumps down and suddenly realised he'd actually got a catch instead, if you watch.
Yeah.
He kind of goes, oh, I've caught it.
Pushes this to wideish mid-on, who inexplicably is 2/3 of the way back to the fence, and England pick up the easiest single. England have got about 10 singles there, at least, in this innings, which they didn't... or they've been donated them, really, by India's fielding, or field placing. As Ashwin is in again. This ball keeps a little bit low, but Folkes is well forward, and there is no run. I think Folkes has played spin better than any of the other England batsmen in this series, actually, except Root in the first test. He's much more decisive in his footwork. He goes forward and back. He watches the ball onto the bat, and he batted a lot of deliveries on a spinning track in the last test, and was only out really when he had Jimmy Anderson at the other end. So. He
probably had a little spell where he looked tidy, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean he hasn't scored a lot of runs, but he has shown considerable technique, and that's what's annoying, because it's not like England don't know what to do here. It's that some of them have just been incapable of doing it, and it's not even that they've done it badly. They just haven't watched the ball playing back and haven't come fully forward. As Ashar Patel is into Lawrence and taking on the pad, it's a ludicrous appeal from behind the stumps, but Ashar has a good grace not to join in. There is no run. We'll be coming to your social media at the end of the over. England have all 3 reviews left. India have just the one. They've burned reviews as well as had some strange field placing. As Dan Lawrence gives it a full forward defensive. No run. He has 29. Ben Folkes just the one. England 168 for 6, and there's still some 25 overs left in the day's play. As this one goes down the leg side, and Rishabh Pant just blocks the ball rather than takes the ball. He's had a difficult time behind the stumps today, Rishabh Pant. We've seen, I think, I should mention this one, Ben Folkes is at the crease. I'm writing a report card on the series at the moment. It goes back to Dan Lawrence and punches it to the right hand of the fielder, and they're mid-on, and they're through for a single. I think Rishabh Pant and Jos Buttler have shown a difference between a batsman-keeper and a keeper-batsman in Ben Folkes, very much a wicket-keeper-batsman. The other two very much batsman-wicket-keepers. And it's been a delight to watch Ben Folkes about his work on the other side of the wicket. At the moment he's on the forward part of the crease and defending into the leg side, and there is no run.
At that 100 on debut, of course, in Sri Lanka.
Oh, he's absolutely no mug with the bat, but he's a wicket-keeper batsman, not a batsman wicket-keeper. This ball is defended. Back to Ashar, who does a little bit of keepy-uppy, and it's the end of the over. England 169 for 6. Your social media.
Kevin Naylor, any relation?
Probably my brother, yeah.
Ah, right. Is he the one I helped onto the stage at the Bangles?
I think so. I think you were both there. Yeah.
Well, we were. Hello, Kevin. I did. If it was you that I pushed onto the stage at the Town and Country Club, you were most welcome. He says, "Isn't that slow-mo footage of the ball hitting the wicket?" Not quite sure what that's in reference to.
I'm not sure either. It usually makes more sense than that. I'll try
it's early in the morning.
Yes, as Ashwin is in, defended, and there is no run.
Did we figure out that he was wearing a paisley shirt that you said that around that time he wore all the time, and that's how I remembered him?
I think it was shirts off. It's the Bangles in the standard. As this ball is punched to mid-on, and Lawrence picks himself up the single that's on offer. Oh, it's in response to a tweet that I sent out and to yourselves of the SpaceX rocket going up and then coming down again, and my comment was it's rather like England's innings that's not really got off the ground today. As Ashwin is in, and it's defended by Ben Folkes, and there is no run.
Well, to be fair to Mr. Musk, it did get off the ground. It did land back on the ground.
It did.
It just exploded afterwards.
It was a pretty impressive bit of pyrotechnics there. As this is very full, and it's caught at slip. Ben Folks is gone. Was it a bit quicker by Ashwin, perhaps a bit straighter as well, and Folks played for the spin. It wasn't there, and it went low. It was a sharp catch by Rahane, but that's what he's there for. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, England, 170 for 7.
The bear is in the woods, so we don't have bye 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 jingle.
Just
Yes, I mean, I've described that. Have you got anything to add, Tony?
No, he just thrust forward, didn't he? It wasn't elegant. It was a little wooden. He normally looks quite elegant and kind of fluid somehow. Ben Folks, you've got to be doing it now. But there, no, he just thrust forward, got the outside edge, taken low down, very tidy take, and the wheels are spinning off the clown car, aren't they?
Yeah, I think he was slightly beaten for pace there. He thrust the bat at the ball. He played for a little bit of spin that wasn't there, and the ball took the outside edge. It was a good catch by Rahane. You've got to stay low at first slip. If you just ease yourself up, then you're not getting back down for that one. But
it's very interesting now to see how Best does, because, I mean, don't forget, he's in the tide to bolster the batting as well as for his bowling. I mean, England have made it pretty clear they don't have maximum faith in his bowling, but I think they can see that he can make gritty runs lower down the order if he can keep Lawrence company and somehow get England towards 250.
Well,
and you'll take all the time you're at the crease, you're knocking chunks out the wicket, aren't you?
Yeah.
And that is really England's only hope. Time at the crease might buy their bowlers a chance to get India out similarly cheaply.
Well, I'm reminded of Mike Atherton's uncharacteristically cruel assessment of Chris Schofield, whom he claimed was a better batsman than bowler. Chris Schofield's claim to fame, he was in the first group of central contracts issued by England in, I think, 1999, but very much for his leg spin. But once he came into the side, he realised that his batting at number 8 was rather more valuable than his leg spin being carted just about everywhere. Turned himself in later life to be a very handy T20 player, coming in, hitting the ball hard and turning the ball away from the bat, but just wasn't quite good enough. So we'll take a bit of your social media in lieu of jingles.
The last one was from your brother. No, hang on a second. It's nice to know there's at least one name that usually makes sense, Gary.
And more concisely, probably.
Now.
Tish.
Now. I'll claim a somewhat prolix approach to life myself, but you haven't met him. As this ball slides to backward point, and there is no run. Dom Bess back in the side. Very interesting. They've shown a lot of faith in him by picking him as one of only 3 full-time bowlers, really, with Ben Stokes as the all-rounder supporting them, because his bowling action was disintegrating a little last time we saw it. He pushes this ball rather than drives it to mid-off, who for once is close enough to save the single, and does so. So 66 overs gone. England 170 for 7. Dan Lawrence has 31. Dom Bess has 0. The Dom and Dan show are at the crease, and we have your social media.
Talk amongst yourselves, because I've got to do something.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I'll actually qualify what I said earlier. I mean, quite often when England are down to 7 down, you start to have the discussion that goes something along the lines of, is it time to hit out? You might as well make a quick 30 than as a slow 20. But here I don't think that does apply, because the longer you spend at the wicket, the more that wicket gets worn away, which has to work in the favour of the team that won the toss and batted first.
Left arm round is Akshar Patel, and there's an enormous leap by Virat Kohli, who gets nowhere near extra cover drive from Dan Lawrence, and they're through for 2. Lawrence goes to 33 off 62. I think he's batted well here, Dan Lawrence. He had his troubles early on. In fact, he was quite near. That was Coley, although I think it might have been a bump ball.
It was a bump ball. We played it straight down into the ground. There's no.
He's batted very positively, Dan Lawrence. He's looked for the scoring opportunities and has taken them. He is, in the luxurious position of a full-time batsman, of it coming in at 7. But he's
been batting at 3, and then all of a sudden he's at 7. They're sort of doing a mowing alley, but without the benefit of his bowling.
Yeah, he's pushed the previous ball back to
around.
Akshar Patel, and the next one he hits to short mid-wicket, but there is no run.
There's a logic in that, because you're bolstering up the lower order, you are getting him out the firing line a bit in an earlier stage of his career.
He goes back to cut, and that's going to be a very dangerous shot in the second innings, but in the first innings it's relatively risk-free if the ball is short enough, and it was, and they're back for 2, the ball going to deep backward point. That'll be the ball that keeps low in the second innings, and I fear for England, Johnny Bairstow, Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence have both got the cut out to balls that are pretty much on the stumps, and they don't want to be doing that come day 3. As he goes back, does Dan Lawrence, and just pushes this into the leg side, and there is near run. Seen a little bit of dust come out to that delivery that got Ben Foakes, but that's fair enough. This is subcontinental cricket. He goes back to a ball down the leg side. There's an enormous appeal, and the umpires are having a word here. The Indians are very confident that Shubman Gill has pulled off, I think, quite an extraordinary catch, because he's run back at short leg to kind of backward short leg and taken a catch off the full face of the bat here, or so it seems. Dan Lawrence is standing there, but he looks like a condemned man to me. I think this is a wicket.
Yeah, we need to see that replay.
I think the soft signal is out because Dan Lawrence has been rather cruelly greyed out on the screen.
Yes,
here.
The decision's been made by the TV director already.
Yeah, he's been Trotsky'd, airbrushed out of the picture. We're seeing it again here. He goes back, he gets the full face of the bat and hits it down, but somehow Shubman Gill, it's hit him on the toe.
He's dropped it. But I think it doesn't hit his toe. I think there's enough ball on the ground to slightly save him.
Well, the problem with that is that there's no puff of dust here. The ball hits the toe.
No, look how much of the ball is on the ground.
I think
if that's given out, it's a crime.
I think the soft signal being out here, they need conclusive evidence that's
hit the ground.
To be reversed.
Surely hit the ground.
I think
it's only caught the front of his boot, and if Lawrence is given out here, then questions have to be asked. I would sincerely expect
I think we
he's
can
not
see,
going to be given out.
I think we can see from this angle that the ball is already on the way up when it hits his toe. Well, we'll see. It's been a difficult series for the TV umpire. I have to say I'm with you. I'm not quite as certain as you are, but I'm with you. We'll see. But the problem is it's been given out on the field, which I think is an error, because there's no way on the field they can be sure that that's out, and I don't think they should have given that out on the field. Also, even the way the ball bounces up, it looks like it's bounced off the ground rather than off a foot in terms of how it's jumped up in the air. We're getting lots of replays here, which suggests there's some doubt in the umpire's mind, but we're getting the decision, and the decision is not out.
Yeah.
So the third umpire agrees with the Gorillas. One smile on Shubman Gill's face. I think he knows it was probably.
How much did he appeal for the catch? Because to me, you're going to know if it smacked you on most of your toe or only the front of your toe, aren't you? You're really going to know that.
It happens. It happens quite quickly. You feel it on your toe. It goes up in the air. You catch it. Do you really know if a little bit of the ball has also hit the ground? I don't know.
Well, in this case, it was a little bit as being desperately kind.
Yeah, I mean,
nearly all of the ball.
Nearly all of the ball, but you feel the pain on your toe. You look down. The ball's in the air. You catch it. You know it's hit your foot. I'd be appealing. It's the umpire's job to make the decision anyway. It's not the fielder's job to do the umpire's work for them. I think Shubman Gill was perfectly legitimate to perfectly legitimate of him to make a big appeal. Anyway, it's 174 for 7. Dan Lawrence gets a reprieve of a kind, although it's probably not really a reprieve. Although the soft signal was out, that's what I'm more concerned about. I mean, how do you see that and say, yes, that's out as an umpire on the field? I think that's a pretty poor decision on the field. Ashwin beats the edge of Don Bess. Again, I think England are looking to cut too often to these deliveries. That's a bit too full to me to be cutting.
Yeah.
And
I think he was trying to slide it down to third man, Gary,
yeah,
rather than
to steer or a late cut. This takes the outside edge, and Rahane has been very sharp at first slip fields. And there is no run. We'll be coming to your tweets there. Be interested in your views on that DRS protocol, or rather DRS procedure that's just been gone through, as Bess comes down the track and actually plays a very decent shot backward of square. What I liked about that shot is he waited for it, got to the pitch of the ball, and then turned it with a kind of full face, just a break of the wrists to get it backward at square. Looked the mark of a class batsman, and he does look a class batsman once he gets in, does Don Bess. He's off the mark with that too. England 176 for 7. Trombone time, as Brian Johnson would say. As goes back, does Don Bess. And fielded at short leg. I do think that in either leg slip here, the way Bess is playing. This takes an outside edge, and they scamper a single.
There's always the interesting psychology, isn't there, though, when you have a spin bowler batting, watching the ball turn. Because they have to partly be thinking clearly about their batting job, but there's always a part of them that's thinking, I wonder what I'm going to do on this.
Yeah, I mean, they should be thinking about the kind of pace they want to bowl at. They should be thinking a little bit about the kind of lengths they want to bowl at. And, of course, they should, until they're warned, be running up the middle of the pitch.
They should or they shouldn't?
Should. So Ashwin is in, this turns, and that's why they need a man at leg slip, really, because he was almost all the way back to that one. At the last minute, he really sort of put the full face of the bat at it. Did Lawrence, and he got himself a single, which retains the strike. He's on 36. It took Kieran Pollard 6 balls last night to get that far. It's taken Lawrence 68 in somewhat different circumstances. England 178 for 7.
He was very eloquent, was Ashwin, in defence of the pitch last time out in the third test, first one here in Ahmedabad. He made the point, along with many other spin bowlers, that spin bowlers have to go around the world and play on seaming, bouncing, swinging wickets. Why does everyone get upset when it's a turning one?
I tend to agree, although it was at the extreme end of
turning.
This is short from Akshar Patel, and Dan Lawrence says, I have some of that, mate, and hoiks it really over the vacant square leg. A couple of bounces into the fence, and he goes to 40. That's a good shot.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I also noticed Akshar Patel has changed his eyewear. Have you noticed that? Occasionally, sometimes he has those yellow frames on his glasses, and sometimes he has a black frame. So he's, and it's not just a question of whether he's fielding or bowling either, because he seems to mix them up.
This ball is just pushed into the leg side. They wonder about a single, and they get a single because Akshar Patel runs round attempting to field off his own bowling, and somewhat inelegantly, despite his yellow glasses, fails to get to the ball. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a bit like Bobby Fischer in the match against Spassky in Reykjavik in 1972, and there's some kind of... They had yogurts, didn't they, as secret signals between Fischer and his seconds. Maybe it's a secret signal to his fielders. Or maybe he's got light-enhancing glasses on there. They look a bit more yellow, as has Rishabh Pant. Because you can go for the very dark glasses and you can go for the more light-enhancing yellow. Although why you would want the light-enhanced when the shadows are as short as they are at the moment. In the Indian summer, of course, we're in the summer in India, in Gujarat. It's very hot. And that may have an impact on the crowd. We'll see more on the crowd tomorrow because India will be batting, as this ball is just nudged into the leg side, and there is no run. We'll come to your social media at the end of the over.
Please.
Yeah.
Doing all right, Bess, I would say. I think he's, 8 balls. He's fenced at one that ripped past his outside edge, but...
Well, he's had as good an 8-ball start to his innings as most England batsmen, although that isn't saying a huge amount. There's that one where he waits for the ball and then turns it off his pads on the leg side, and that's why I think they've got to get that backward square leg into a catching position, because he's going to do that to a ball that gets a little higher, and then he'll be caught if he's not careful. Just defends this one, bat and pad close together. Yeah, it's a kind of curious thing, but folks at 7 and Bess at 8 look to have a better idea of playing with bat and pad close together than Sibley at 1 and Bairstow at 3. Ashok is in again, and it's a beautiful shot by Dom Bess, but he did pick out the man at mid-wicket and therefore gets nothing for us. England 183 for 7, your social media.
So Warren has woken up at ridiculous hour and trying to figure out if this is England's first or second innings. Knuckle Pandy says England appear to have picked an 11 that only gave them one way of winning the game: bat first, bat big, and hope the pitch fell apart. What they need to do now, that they seemingly have failed to bat big, is a puzzler. Yeah, I know. I tend to agree with that. Mayank says, I think 220 will be a great score for England. This pitch will start breaking up and becoming a minefield by day 3.
You know what I can hear? I can hear, or rather I can see in front of my eyes. I'll come to it in a moment as Ashwin is in, and it's slammed very, very hard by Dan Lawrence. Almost took Ashwin's hand out as it went past him.
Sent the umpire flying.
Yeah, and 4 runs ensues.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a good shot by Lawrence, who sashayed down the wicket to Ashwin. England have been much more willing to come out of the crease and hit that ball very, very hard.
Down to it, did Ashwin?
Yeah, he's not catching that though.
No,
and
that would have taken him most of the way to the boundary with it.
It would, as in a Tom and Jerry cartoon,
Yes.
like when he runs into an ironing board and head and body go one way where the neck stays attached to the board. As this ball is just nudged into the mid-wicket area, and there is no run. What I was seeing in front of my eyes are tweets and comments that if England had got in on this wicket and, Root's 94 not out here and, Sibley's on 70, I'll just wait for the next ball as this is punched to mid-on by Lawrence, who's making batting look as easy as anybody has all day. If England are, 240 for 2 now, they'd say, win the toss, win the match. Or if India had won the toss and the Rohit's 112 and Virat's 97, win the toss, win the match. But it's not like that, because you've got to make best use of the first day, second day pitch.
Well, England did it on the very first day of the series in Chennai, of course.
Well,
they haven't done it.
I read some very crass comments about that win the toss, win the match pitch. No, it wasn't. It was a pitch that deteriorated over 5 days, as pitches should. This ball takes on the pad Dom Bess, and there is no run. You have to make the most of the conditions. England have been handed a first day pitch with a long batting order, which so far they have looked that gift horse in the mouth and ignored the evidence before their eyes, because they really should be only 3 or 4 down here, and instead they're 7 down as this ball goes back to Ravichandran Ashwin. It's the end of the over. England 188 for 7.
What I have noticed, they've definitely applied more footwork. Admittedly in a 2-day test you don't get a lot of time to judge, but it seems to me that, as I said, I've used the word positivity earlier, and I think we've definitely seen that. More positive in running, more positive use of feet. Take the risk of coming down the track. Don't be a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah, when these lads
come across.
were schoolboys. They were told when you're playing spin bowling to go all the way back and watch the ball, or come all the way forward, if necessary, come out of your crease and smother the spin. And for some reason, they forget that and try and sweep everything, play from the crease, and were just hopeless. Speaking of which, Dan Lawrence has been stitched up like a kipper by Akshar Patel. He came down the wicket, and that was okay, but then his head went up while he was playing that shot. He was going so well. Don Bess is giving him something of an old-fashioned look, and dear, oh dear.
There's positive and there's reckless.
Exactly, Tony. Right on the money. The ball pitches on off stump. It's the easiest stumping Rishabh Pant will ever have, because he has the time to see it all the way down the wicket, all the way past the bat. He missed it by a good distance, but that's what happens when your head is in the air looking at the sky instead of watching the ball.
See, but there's two batsmen who have got close to 50. One who's got 50, got out. One who's close to 50, got out. I mean, I'm not even sure it's a question of there's always a ball with your name on it, get on with it.
There isn't.
Well enough set on our first day wicket that if either of those had been converted to 80s, 90s, obviously three figures being the one most celebrated, it would at least put England in the game. As it is, their backs are right to the wall here.
Well, two men have got 20s.
Briney 001 has taken the commentator's curse away from us and says, has Lawrence decided he can't rely on the tail enders, so he is hitting out to get his next 50-plus score?
But this is what we were saying wasn't the right thing to do, because time at the crease is important. Time at the crease, where's the crease?
I mean, why? I mean, they practice range hitting for T20, and Dan Lawrence is part of the England T20 setup, but he's played a lot of T20 for Essex. And what they do when they practice, because you see them in the nets beforehand, they practice on retaining the shape. If you're going to do range hitting in white ball cricket, you can't have your head in the air. You have to go down the track and retain your shape. That's where the balance comes. That's where you have the strong base. That's how you get the ball over the line. If you look at those 6 sixes last night by Kieran Pollard, he's at a strong base, he's watching the ball onto the bat, and he's hitting it with a very strong bottom hand. But, I mean, Lawrence was...
And he's built like a brick shithouse.
It is, yeah, but, you know, he was hitting the ball 50 yards over the boundary. Lawrence only needed to hit that ball, well, didn't even need to hit it over the boundary. He would have taken the 4 if it dropped inside the line.
Well, in the context of where they are now, 2 would have been fine.
Yeah, but why get out of shape? Why have your head in the air?
It's concentration and lack of just it's lack of thinking, isn't it?
Here's a man who knows how to concentrate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have we got the jingle, or is the Bears lining them up? Over the wicket comes Akshar Patel and crabs back as the as yet unjingled batsman, gets off the mark with a little dab to short third man.
It's very difficult in cricket, because the moment you switch off for a millisecond, you can be out. It's very hard, isn't it?
Nobody thinks it's easy, but that's as bad a shot as you're going to see on the first day.
But that is switching off just for a split second, isn't it?
Well, he'd hit a couple of beautiful straight drives in the previous over, but he
very hard.
You want
didn't even have to be particularly lively by Pant, did it?
No, this ball is defended
so long.
I mean, it's Village. That's how you see a kind of number 6 blacksmith get out on the village green, for want of a cliche, because he's come down the track and he's playing it under his eyes, but he's not looking at the ball. The head comes up, the back foot comes round. It's just awful.
You never saw me
tell us in. There's an appeal for LBW's done best. It's given. That's hitting middle and leg halfway up. There's a review. Of course, there's a review, but that's because England have got 3 left and they've only got 2 wickets left. This is out unless he's hit it. This is bad from England. Bad.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Oh, he didn't hit it, so I think this is out.
I can't see much to save him there, I'm afraid.
Is it a tragic day for England's cricket galley?
This tragic day.
Of course, you had a tragic day for the city of Liverpool the other day, didn't you, with Ian St John?
Very sad.
Yes. 82 isn't a bad knock, but
Might be sliding down.
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
it's hitting the leg stump.
It's hitting leg.
It was the umpire gave it out.
Just fuck off!
Okay.
Just a quick word about Ian St John there. My uncle's a big Liverpool fan, slightly older than Ian St John, and he always spoke very highly of him. Said he was the brains of the team who carried that first Shankly side to the FA Cup and built the foundations for the 70s success.
I tell you what, I mean, one thing that doesn't get recognised a lot, his TV partner, Jimmy Greaves. I mean, if you go onto YouTube, watch Jimmy Greaves play football.
Well,
got to be one of the greatest strikers in the history of English football.
If you see the film Greavesy, to be BT Sport documentary, which might be on one of the streaming platforms, sometimes these documentaries can get a bit hagiographic, if that's the right word, but it's a beautifully judged film. It's very fair to him, and he had an extraordinary life both as a footballer and subsequently. There are things that Greaves does that you think Lionel Messi would be proud of.
He was. I mean, if he was around, if he was around now as a 3-year-old, he'd be like considered one of the best in the world, no question.
Absolutely, and it's not just the acceleration, the explosive pace, the anticipation of stuff like that from Jimmy Greaves, and the balance. He must have a resting heart rate of about 30 when he's in one-to-one on the goalkeeper. But that's football, and one of the reasons we're talking about football is because talking about cricket for an England fan is somewhat something of a downer. England are 189 for 9. Jimmy Anderson at the crease to Ashar Patel, who's over the wicket and defends. Still, India aren't really attacking Jimmy Anderson. I don't think he's going to slog sweep you for 6 the way Stuart Broad would. But there's just a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg for Ashar Patel. This ball is defended. It's the end of the 71st over. England are
We're due a change.
89 for 9. Oh, we're due a change.
Gary, you're on social media, and the next tweet belongs to Messi Jez.
Oh, Messi. What can I say?
All right, Messi. This is a fucking disaster. I'm not a happy bear. We just look lackadaisical today, really, haven't we? There's no real thought in the processes that are going on in English brains at the moment. Their brains are on the plane home, the ones who are coming home, and the others are thinking about the IPL and the T20s afterwards, it seems to me. It's almost like they don't think they can win anymore, which is a real shame considering that they were still in the series. I mean, having won the first test, no matter what happened in the next 2 tests, we all knew that coming into this last test we'd still be able to chance a draw in the series, and therefore your head really should be in the game.
Do you not think there's a silver lining here, which is there must be Australians with steam coming out of their ears?
Well, I mean, no doubt about that. As Leach, is facing up to Ashwin, who's coming around the wicket, and he's playing away from his pad with one hand off the bat and prodding at it, and there is no run.
I'll give you Messi Jez's tweet, and then we'll wait to the end of the over the others. Congratulations to Lawrence on getting a half the bear type century of 46 runs.
Inside half of the bat, Leach gets himself on the mark. That was the shot that got him the run that helped him and Stokes beat Australia to claw back the Ashes a couple of years ago. This time he just gets a single, which is leading them to 188 for 9. This isn't going to be enough. I don't think 300 is going to be enough in the first innings on this pitch. Might have kept him in the game. 300 would have been possibly. I mean, it is showing signs of wear already. It's true. That's really tossed up to Anderson by Ashwin. He defended.
Was it only a session ago, Bear, that you said you need someone to get 150?
Yeah.
Then we can get to 300.
Exactly.
Well, nobody but one person has got 50.
No. Driven at by Anderson, but can't beat cover, and there's no run. I mean, even the psychological benefit of getting to 200 here would be handy, but that's 10 runs away. A couple of reverse sweeps by Anderson, gets 8 of them, I suppose, which he can probably do in 1 over. There's 2 balls left in this one.
And then somehow they've got to get another 2 runs. It just plods his foot down the wicket. Oh, God. Is there going to be a run out? There could be a run out. No, there isn't a run out. Plods it into the leg side to Jimmy Anderson. Didn't know if he was running. Leach said yes. Anderson seemed to stop, start. Eventually got down the other end. If the throw had been on target, I think
a direct hit would have been out.
Yeah, I think so too. But it wasn't, fortunately. And England saunter onto 191 for 9. Yeah, he didn't sure at all. Leach plods at that one. Outside half of the bat into the ground, out to second slip where Virat Kohli is fielding. And there is no run, and that ends Ashwin over. He has 2 for 42. England 191 for 9. Leach is 2 off 4. Anderson has faced 5 balls for 1 run.
So Lee, outside cricket problem, says batsmen shouldn't fear the ball with their name on it. They should be afraid of the one that says to whom it may concern. Warren says, now I am wondering if I overslept and woken up in the middle of the first T20. Lee again says, Dom and Jack out in the middle. Hashtag bleach, but Dom's gone. Matt Harris points out that it's laws, not rules.
Yes.
Which it is. Mog asks another 5 for coming Ashar's way.
Well, yeah, could be. God, he must think this game is easy. And Jimmy Anderson is facing up. He defends the first ball out of the offside. There is a slip, there's a leg slip, and there is a short leg. No one on the offside, though. He's on the back foot, punches it out through cover. Great shot. Should get back for 2. Come on, boys. Yep, there you go. And they move on to 193.
Matt Searle has the half fullest of half full bottles by saying, let's be positive. Highest innings score in 6 innings by England. The comeback starts here.
Well, this is true. It's a slightly better wicket than the last game. There's not as much bite in it. But still, one feels it's definitely not anywhere near enough for a first innings score.
I was having a chat on social media to Hackney Hazel, and she thought it was a red soil wicket potentially rather than a black soil wicket.
Well, that would be... Oh, look, there's a reverse sweep. I told you he'd bring it out. Good old Jimmy. Gets 4 runs down to third man, and England are nearly at 200.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I said he'd hit 2 of them, didn't I? And then we get to 200 and then he'll be out. You see how correct I am. Bowls that very flat. And,
I mean, this is a good batting wicket, let's be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's
good batting wicket.
That's what it seems like to me, I have to be honest. It doesn't look like the minefield that England have made it look. Prods at that one, Anderson beats his outside edge. Rishabh Pant takes it. Jimmy smiles, which is rare. And there's no run. The permanent frown is quickly replaced on his face. He prods at that one, defends, and again he's heading off for a quick single. Rishabh Pant doesn't get there, and they get through. He just prodded it out in the offside. There was no fielders close in, so Pant had to go after it himself.
You know, he's just getting his legs pumping for his bowling spell that he's going to do in about 20 minutes' time.
Well, you know, the ball was swinging. The new ball was swinging vociferously for Ishant, wasn't it? So, and Stokes can swing a ball. I mean, I presume they're going to have to open with Stokes. They're not going to open with spin, I would have thought. There's no point in doing that with a new ball. I don't understand why they dropped Archer. I know he can't bat for toffee, but I'd have probably had him in. And mind you, Lawrence has scored nearly 50 runs, which is a good chunk of the score, but things always turn out differently depending on who's in the side. Defended at by Anderson, and there's no run.
Warren says, have the crowd rules changed since the last game? I do have an update on that. There has been something of an increase in COVID, which may be deterring some fans from turning up. I think they'll be there to watch Virat tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Clipped into the leg side by Jimmy Anderson. Gets himself another single. He's making it look easy enough, and England move on to 199 for 9.
Yeah, Darren Macy on that point says, Jimmy Anderson reverse sweep is the only thing that has given me any joy during this morning's cricket. I mean, these two look as comfortable as anybody, which shows
you exactly. That's what I mean. It's now that one's
whizzed past his outside edge of Leach. Over the wicket, Ashwin is bowling to him. And that was a decent delivery. And
well, that's how it got him out in the last Test match, wasn't it? It was just nudged it very gently to second slip.
Full toss. That's a hideous ball. Driven by Leach. He's going to get himself a 4. And England race past 200 to 203. My word.
They've saved the follow-on.
Well, there's some smiling faces in that England dugout. I don't know why. Probably because Leach just hit a 4 off a full toss and Ashwin bowled a full toss, which is quite rare. I think it's just
was Ashwin trying to bowl some fiddly carom ball and just didn't get it right?
I think he was just trying to give it a little bit more air, wasn't he? But got it wrong. Defended round the wicket now to Leach. Defended back down the track to him, and there is no run.
Got a question at the end of the over from the light roller.
Defended again by Leach down the line of the ball. Just plops it out on the offside. No run. End of the over. 203 for 9.
And they say, is the plan to bowl Lawrence alongside Root to give Leach and Bess a break? They have less bowlers, should possibly be fewer bowlers, than Australia usually choose.
Well, this is it. I mean, we've essentially chosen 3 frontline bowlers, haven't we? And a bunch of part-timers.
Yeah, I think England's over rate will get very, very slow if India get in. Mog says, with all this black earth, red earth stuff, it's like an inscription off a temple at Luxor.
Yeah.
Well, England need to read the Rosetta Stone on the pictures to get their selections right. Just goes to show, as I've always said, that if you're claiming to read the pitch, you can't.
Well, no, but I mean, you should kind of go off what the home team are doing, shouldn't you? That's defended into the leg side and there's no run. I mean, in the last test, clearly got it so wrong with the seam attack. And in this test, we've gone the other way and got it wrong again. No, but hey, that one has come in turned outside Anderson's off stump. It was quite a flat delivery. He went back to cut it, got a top edge, but the man back at the third man was too deep. It bounced before him, and he got himself a single.
I'm going to take issue with Leah here, who says Jimmy grinning while batting is an atavism, like chimpanzees that grin when they are afraid. Well, we saw Jimmy grinning a lot when he made 81 at Trent Bridge on that dead track.
That was as dead as the dead tracks as well. Leach prods forward, defends back to the bowler. No run.
Like a lot of tail enders, if he knows he's not going to get one in the mush, then he's quite happy to bat.
Absolutely. Very much so. Axar Patel is up to the crease, bowls, and Leach just prods forward and defends it back to him, and there's no run.
He's rocking the Murali Kartik shades today whilst he's bowling.
Yeah. Up to the crease again, Axar Patel gives that a bit of air, comes into Leach. Not sure if it got inside edge onto pad, even if it did, it bounced off the pad straight back down the wicket towards the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, there was a big inside edge. Fortunately, it didn't skew off the short leg, hit the inside of the pad, and therefore went straight back up the wicket. Ooh, that one, he's just played into the ground between short leg and leg slip, and get himself a single out into the deep.
Sally R456 says, geez, Bear, who holds the Ashes? One partnership in a series doesn't win them back, and Australia doesn't deserve to be in the WTC. They have only 5 test-level players in their 11. Warner, Smith, Labuschagne, Cummins and Hazelwood. I think that's a bit harsh to Nathan Lyon's 400 test match.
Absolutely.
But you know, World Test Championship, who cares? Harriet Anderson is singing, go Jimmy, 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 Jimmy Anderson. Messages also points out that Nathan Lyon is missing from the Australian test level players. Adrian Lowe says, when I get sad, I eat just of the biscuit tin. Not quite sure that's not got a typo in there, but it's Ashwin.
Indeed, Ashwin is in, and he bowls to Leach, who just defends it out past the slips to backward point, and there is no run. There's 2 slips, leg slip and a silly mid off.
Yeah, that's a field that Virat could have had all day, really.
Yeah, probably. Again, same ball, similar result. This time it goes to City mid-off, and there's no run. And now, I think I thought Kohli was going to stick himself in.
Anything other than spinners now.
Yeah. Once more. This time it's a little bit shorter by Ashwin, and Leach just goes back, but defends it out to short leg, and there's no run.
I think Siraj should be on to a bit of nose and toes, really.
Yeah, quite possibly. Although I'm sure England managed to get themselves out against the spinners.
Well,
we've done pretty well at that.
These two have looked a lot more competent than most of the ones who've come before.
Well, yeah, it's all defence though, isn't it? You've still got to score runs.
Well, they have.
Well, they have, I suppose, yeah. That was to
scored
leg slip, no run.
15.
Yeah, when I got past the 200, there's a big appeal for Obidabi. That's got to be bloody close. Yeah, it is. It's given out. That was pad before bat. Leach should review it because he's the last man, might as well. But I think it's pretty much going straight on. England do review it.
I think it's a bit high.
You reckon it's high? Well, it could be bouncing. It's quite a reasonably bouncy wicket, and he gave it a bit of air. But he didn't get to the pitch of it. It was, pad before bat.
A long way forward.
It is a long way forward. It might be going over the top. You could be right, Gary. You could be right.
You're the spinner.
All it needs to be is umpire's call, which is what I think it probably will be.
Yeah, I suspect you may be right, Jason.
I mean, I thought it was out when I first saw him hit it. I mean, it's definitely in line. It's a question of whether it's going over the top. Well, here we go. Here's the review. It's in line with middle stump, and it is hitting just below the bail on Midland leg. So it's out. England's innings ends. We only got an hour into. Well, no, we got an hour and 20 into the last session. And the good little. We get a good little spell. The ball will still be reasonably new tomorrow morning, I suppose, after the 10-minute changeover. It's bollocks, isn't it? Says Nestle.
Rubbish.
Yeah,
it's rubbish.
It is.
Do they now recalibrate the overs for the England? Sorry, the India innings.
Well, they lose. Well, they lose 2, so that's 76. So they lose 2. So there's 12 overs left in a day.
But what Jason's asking is, do India get the benefit, if you like, of having bowled slowly, so they would get fewer overs? In other words, if there's an hour left, do they get 15 overs rather than the 18 or 19 that would be left? I'm not sure is the answer, Jason. We never seem to know what time matches finish or how they calculate overs or anything. Somebody will tell us.
Well, there's a total amount of overs in a day required, and they take 2 off for the change of innings, and there's only 14 overs left after the end of this over anyway. So they lose 2 of those. There's only 12 left in a day.
That would seem to give them an advantage, you an advantage, because they have to survive fewer overs if it is curtailed, but by recalculating it to 6 p.m. on the basis of the expected over rate.
But there's always the extra. Half hour.
We might get some tweets in on that recalculation or otherwise of the overs left in the day. The light roller says Anderson in double figures, woo-hoo, and he is in double figures and forever will be, because he's not out 10. Nestle Boy says things you do when you're on a commentary break at Guerrilla Cricket number 1. Take out the recycling and eat half a bag of butter-kissed popcorn. That sounds like number 1 and number 2. Vector Victoria says, if Australia have 5 World Test players in their squad, how many do England have? I'm not sure we have that many. Knuckle says, news from the ECB, Jofra Archer is not playing in this Test match due to his ongoing right elbow issue. The all-purpose Jofra Archer isn't playing reason. Sally R56 says, sorry, Lion was in my head, but my fingers didn't listen. Of course he should be in. My excuse, shit week at work and in Australian politics have just about broken me. Well, that's disappointing. It's Friday and then the weekend coming next. So, in fact, it's Friday very soon in Australia, so I hope you'll be feeling better soon, Sally R56.
Well, in Test players, English Test players, you'd have to say Broad and Anderson are Test players, very much so.
Root,
obviously, probably Stokes.
Yeah, I'd put those two in. I'm not sure I'd put anyone else in.
Not if you're having a breakdown for World 11.
I think if the match is at Lords, Jofra is a hell of a handful at Lords. We've seen that before, so he might be. It's a bit early to call him world class at the moment.
Exactly.
But get him on a pitch that gives a bit of help, and get him running down that slope or across that slope at Lords, and he is a real handful. But he's got this ongoing elbow issue, which
is it a did he have a floating bone, or is it like? I presume it's kind of like tennis elbow, isn't it, or something like that? The equivalent of.
Tendonitis, they said.
Well,
tendonitis.
Something. Yeah. Well, isn't that what tennis elbow is?
Mayank says, just read on the BBC that Stokes has a stomach problem. If he doesn't open the batting, who will share the new ball with Jimmy? Leach is the answer to that one.
Well, yeah, that was the other thing. They've all come down with the shits, haven't they?
Yeah, so well, maybe that's some mitigation for what we've seen in terms of batting. But what's been, I think, acutely disappointing is that England have batted much better. They have shown plans, they've shown good technique, and then batsmen have got themselves in, done the hard work, and then played bad shots to get out. The plain fact is that apart from Siraj, India haven't had to do a great deal to get these wickets. They've had to bowl consistent lines and lengths and just wait for the error to come.
That's true.
I think Siraj was excellent. Ashwin hasn't been at his best. Ashkar hasn't been at his best. Washington Sundar bowled well, but nobody's claiming he's going to run through you. But England have just found ways to get themselves out. I think Kohli's been off it in the field. I think he could have attacked a bit more. I think there have been chances that have not been taken because fielders whom you would expect to be at third slip and at short leg haven't been there. England have been lucky to get 199 in some ways. Is that what we got? 200 and something.
205.
India just haven't had to do a great deal to get those wickets, I'm afraid.
A couple of people have been unlucky as well. I mean, I think Bairstow, no matter what you say, was a little bit unlucky to be given out. If the umpire thought he was caught behind and he ended up getting given out, LBW with a very slim marginal umpire's call, that's a bit unlucky. And Pope as well, inside edge onto the flap of the pad. Usually,
he'd been run out if he hadn't.
Possibly, but it might. Well, if it hadn't hit his body, it might not have gone to short leg. I mean, that's the other thing as well. So,
but you're going to get that in India, and the ball is taking a little bit of the surface out, not a lot of the surface.
Not a lot. The odd one has taken a big chunk of here or there, and it's only, as you say, it's only going to get worse.
The scorecard is instructive in telling us what England haven't been doing, which is playing the straight ball. They've been 5 LBWs.
Yeah.
Once again.
Do you want to give us a scorecard, Jason, if you have it in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me. I can get it up. I can
put it up on the screen for everyone at home. I can run through it for you. Let me just do that. I've just got to get my mouse in the right place, and I shall go through the England batting innings. So, we had... Opening the batting, we had Crawley and Sibley. None of them lasted very long. Sibley was first out, bowled off an inside edge, playing a wrong line. He only faced 8 balls and got 2 runs. Zach Crawley came down a track, missed time 1 off Axar Patel, who got the first 2 wickets. Getting the openers out as a spinner is always a good thing. He was caught Siraj at mid-off. We thought it was going for 6. Gary was commentating at the time. Thought he smashed it over the boundary, but it plopped into mid-off. He was actually up on a single. So Johnny Bear. Joe Root was next out. He was at LBW Siraj. That was a decent ball. That was probably one of the wickets that you'd have to say the bowler bowled well to get that one. It wasn't really given away. It was a decent ball. Came back in a little bit from a wobble seam and beat Root's inside edge. His head didn't really look there, it has to be said, but he only got 5 off 9 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow was out next, as the one I said. I mean, he was caught behind, and he was given out. I think he was given out caught behind. It clearly didn't hit it, but having been given out, all options are looked at, and it was very marginal. If that had been pad only, nowhere near the bat, I'm pretty certain the umpire wouldn't have given it. But having been given out, it remained out on the field because it was clipping his the top of the barrel at the middle stump. So he remained out. He shook his head as he went off. Next out was Ben Stokes. He got himself to a 50 and then basically played round a straight one, and was Washington Sundar's only wicket. He was out for 55. Pretty good innings from Ben Stokes. Ollie Pope was the next man out. He got 29 of 87. He was the other unlucky one, I'd say. He came down the track, didn't get to the pitch of it, fair enough, but got a bat on it, but it went between his legs, jumped off the flap of his pad, and was caught at short leg. Dan Lawrence came down the track, lifted his head, having got to 46 and looked quite reasonable. Head in the air. Ball spun, beat his outside edge. He was stumped by Rishabh Pant. Ben Foakes was caught in the slips, bowled Ashwin for 1. Don Bess was LBW to Axar Patel for 3, and Jack Leach was LBW to Ashwin for 7. Bowling figures are as follows. Ishant Sharma, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. Mohammad Shiraz bowled 14 overs, got 2 for 45 with 2 maidens. Axar Patel, 26 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 68. Ravichandran and Ashwin, 19.5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 47. And Washington Sundar, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. So the spinners have taken the majority of the wickets. So, we do have at least 2 supposed spinners, and we have Root as a part-timer. The wicket will break up. Maybe it's not going to be so bad, but you can't.
Just before we hand over, because England are getting ready to bowl, I am indebted, as Cyril Fletcher used to say on That's Life, to N Like Bystander, who gives us an important piece of information. Play will end at 11:30 UK time, that's in an hour's time, or total overs reaching 88 as 2 lost for the change, whichever comes first. Theoretically, if the 88 were reached before 11 o'clock UK time in a half an hour, more could be squeezed in, but that ain't happening.
No.
The other thing that ain't happening is you hearing my voice anymore until Monday. Ho, 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 Monday.
I don't think
Remember
that's
5 days
either.
of test matches. So I shall leave you in the capable hands of gorillas and say abiento.
Yep. Well, Hendo's gone to sleep, hasn't he? So I presume Tony's taking over.
Okay, I am. I was just offering you an extra 10 minutes, seeing as you'd had to spend a lot of your ball-by-ball time discussing everything that went on without actually commentating on ball-by-ball, because it was the innings break.
Oh, well, I'll do the first 10 minutes of England.
Yeah, so you take this and I'll duck out, and then I'll come back in at 10:40.
Okay.
Bloody lightweight.
How's that? Well, I'm actually trying to be kind.
Yeah.
Rather than lightweight. It's up to you.
I want to get Jimmy.
Interpret it how you wish.
I want
up to me.
I want to get Jimmy's first couple of overs. Right, so I'm going to play some jingles for us coming out to bowl. I presume this man's going to open the bowling.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
This man is opening the batting. With this man.
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it, shows them how.
We're going to see India go off at about 5 and over here. We'll be on about 60 for none by the end of play. It'll make us look like a bunch of idiots. Anyway, Jimmy is up for the first ball. Swings. It's very full, and Shubman Gill just defended up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Come on, Jimmy.
Yeah. Look, I'm just thinking, this is very defeatist of me, and maybe not.
Some
very
like you,
supportive.
there.
But I think we'll get our revenge when they come to England in the summer. It's a long way off, but Well, I think that some of their batsmen will struggle in England conditions in much the way that someone like Rishabh Pant. In Australia the ball doesn't really do a lot. Let's be honest, compared to what it does in England. And I think someone like him, the footwork's not there, and I think some of the Indian batsmen will struggle in England. But hey ho, that's a long way off, and it's a bit defeatist. So that's defended up to mid-on, and there is no run.
We need something spectacular to happen.
Well, you know, the old adage, you don't know what's going to happen until both sides are batted, is true. But I guess you just look at the way that England wickets got out, and the fact that the wicket doesn't seem to be have the terrors in it of the last two, that it just seems well short of what we should have been at. And you know, you have to say Axar Patel and Ashwin again are bowled very well, and they're very good bowlers, but England probably should have done it better. But we shall find out now, I guess. A couple of early wickets will be quite interesting. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. That should be close, and he's been given. Shubman Gill's been given out. Second ball. Is he going to review that? I think it will end up being out because it's probably umpire's call. I mean, it was in at sort of middle and leg. It was quite full. It's quite skiddy. I'm not sure it was going over the top. His feet didn't come that far forward. Well, let's have a look. Batsman's review. So let's give that a jingle.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
There's no bat on it. Yeah, it's on the knee roll. His foot's on the crease. He
didn't come forward.
He didn't come forward. I'm not sure it's going over. There's nowhere near on the bat. There's maybe a little bit leg side. I'm surprised the umpire gave it out, but I think it will hold and at least be. If it's not on height,
I'm with you, Bear. I think at the worst that's going to be umpire's call.
Yeah, I'm surprised the umpire gave that out. Really, it seemed a bit leg sidey, but. If the umpire wants to give it, the umpire wants to give it. Let's have a look. Ooh, it's going to be umpire's call.
Not.
Yeah, it's umpire's call. Top of leg stump. It's out.
Goodbye.
England have... Well, we started better than this, didn't we? We didn't lose our first wicket for 3 runs. Then none for 1. Boom. England are right back in it.
England are winning.
Yes. Yes.
Right, some social media.
Go on, Jace.
Mog says, if you're doling out sympathy for shit times in Australia, sling some my way, and sends us a picture of his foot in a cast. Rajesh Sharma says, the pitch is spin friendly, man.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's not
the England composition, I think.
Well, the pitch is spin friendly, but I mean, it's not like the last pitch. I mean, the last pitch was ragging on very early on day one. I mean, this has got some balls have gone quite sharply. But I mean, that was the problem I had with the last pitch, was that your ball would brag sharply from the word go, and it was like 50-50 whether it would go on or not, whether you were trying to put spin on it or not. But I mean, most of the time spinners have been trying to spin the ball, and a lot of the time it hasn't spun. So I mean, and you have some consistency there, and the old one's taken a bit out of the pitch.
It's like you said though, Bear. India struggled on that pitch, and if it wasn't for another 50 odd runs, you know, England would have been well in it.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's the thing, they didn't have a chance to even bowl Jimmy, particularly in the second innings, because they couldn't afford to have 3 squirt off the outside edge and go for 4 in that second innings. They were only changing 49. If they'd been chasing 150, it'd have been fun. But I mean, considering England could only manage 100 and something in the first innings and 80 in the second, that was never going to happen, was it? Well, Pujara comes out very early. He's a man you need to get through. He is a limpet. I'll give him a jingle after this. His first ball is defended as he faces up to Jimmy Anderson. This is his jingle.
Say you don't need no IPL and I'll be satisfied. Tell me that you want to do well inside of the test side. I don't care too much for run rate of Jedishwa Pujara, Jedishwa Pujara, Pujara, Jedishwa Pujara.
He gets his second ball from Jimmy and defends it down a track, and there's no run. I mean, England need to get another of the top 4 out reasonably quickly with the ball, reasonably new, and hopefully Jimmy gets one to swing. I'd be a bit upset if I was Shubman Gill. I mean, the line of that ball seemed to be sort of down leggish to be given out by the umpire. But
that's
the way it goes.
In our favour then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, exactly. The umpire gave it out. I'm surprised the umpire did give it out. But hey ho, he's at ground level. Next ball, Pujara leaves outside his off stump, and it is no run. And that ends the first over. India a none for one.
Except Barry says Leach should be opening the bowling and the batting. It's interesting to see who turns up now. Messages responds to Mog about his boot car, saying, "Have you shot yourself in the foot again, Mog?"
Well, it is going to be interesting. Who does bowl England's second over? It is going to be... Well, Stokes has obviously stuck his hand up and said, I can open. And they've decided that they must have had a chat. And if they were going to leave Archer out and not put someone in to replace him as a pace bowler, they must have had this discussion behind the scenes.
This could be good because he will bowl in duckers in the main that attack the stumps.
Well, yeah, and he does swing it, but I mean, he hasn't been bowling a lot in this series, so it's quite a lot to ask him to kind of open the bowling. But hey, let's play a jingle.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
A nice little switch out for Tony at the end of this over. He can come in. And that should be it for me for the day. Well, I'm on overspill, but bollocks, you lot can carry on. Stokes is in. There's a filthy delivery. Got away with that. It was a full toss, slow, on off stump, and Rohit will feel possibly he missed out there as he drove it to scrambling mid-off. He went across to cut it off. And you kind of feel that Rohit's not going to score slowly here, and he could quickly put some runs on, which would be disadvantageous to England. They kind of want to get him out reasonably early, don't they? Well, Stokes in for the second ball, and it's wide. Swings away a little bit, but starts wide, goes wider, and it's through the keeper, and there's no run.
What's Rohit under on? Do you know?
What do you mean?
To get out?
On the betting?
Yeah.
I imagine.
Whilst you're looking that up, I'll say Josie Oak says the Earth is talking about the Earth. The Earth is green/yellow, red is live, and black is neutral.
We're talking electricity there. Stokes in, third ball, shorter this time, and defended by Rohit back up the track, and there is no run. Right, the betting.
Not says, what is day 3? Question mark.
Well, that's a good point. Well, I won't be here for day 3. India 4-1 on. The draw is 33-1. England are 7-2, which seems a bit skinny, but I suppose you don't know until both teams have batted. Rohit is innings. His line is 31.5. Ooh, wow! Played that off the back foot, airily past gully. It was a bit wide of him, and it goes down to third man, and it will be one of these. I'm going to go under for the fall of the next wicket.
Yeah.
If I can find it. Runs at the fall of the second wicket. 34.5. I'm going under that. I think it's a bit optimistic. I don't think it will happen, but hey ho. If you don't have a go, you don't know. Hey.
That's it.
Is that the first misery hedge you had for a while there?
Yeah, it is. I haven't done a lot of betting on this series. That's clipped into the leg side by Rohit. To mid wicket, there's no run. I could have made an absolute fucking fortune on unders in this games as well. I mean, the last game, I did make a few on the last game. I started betting against England when I remembered. But the last 2 tests, you could have made a fortune on betting unders for all the wickets for England. Including this game probably too. You might have missed a couple, but you'd have got most of them. Stokes in, short. Filthy delivery, too short. It's going away from Rohit, but he lets it through the keeper, and there's no run. And now off the mark, Rohit is with 4, India 4 for 1. Tony's coming in. Are you there, Tony? Tony?
I'll do some tweets.
I'll wait for him to come back, and then I'll go off then.
Harry Atkins says, that's it. Jimmy Anderson, man of the match. Enough said.
Well,
and Diana Patterson said, I'm impressed with the Bears' constant tribute to Rachel Hayhoe Flint today.
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh,
The interesting thing being he doesn't know that he's done it. Oh yeah, he keeps saying hey ho. Right, okay. Rachel hey ho Flint. I've got it now. Yes. Pujara, yet to get off the mark, facing Jimmy Anderson, who's in from the Adani end. Little bit of movement in the air again, and away into the leg side by the limpet-like Pujara. New IPL, and his jingle's got to change, hasn't it? Isn't his jingle all about him not doing anything in the IPL, and suddenly, hey ho, he's in. Oh, you've got me doing it. It's catching. You've got me. You've got
Rachel
me.
Hey Ho Flint was one of those names.
Rachel Hey Ho IPL.
I had growing up, where I used to see about 2 seconds of her on grandstand and go, oh, that's who it is.
Yes, indeed. As 3 slips go down, and forward comes Pujara and eases this to mid-off. There is no run, Jimmy.
What sort of cricket did the women play in like the 70s?
Competitive. I mean, I would argue it.
Well, yeah, I know
I
that.
don't have a good enough memory, to be honest. But
was it Ashes? Was there an Ashes? Was there a?
Yes, there was.
I don't know. I would be treading on thin ice, attempting to.
They weren't
say I had too much
professionals, were
knowledge.
they?
I'm afraid. I don't believe
No.
so. Anderson in, and this one keeps quite low, and Folks takes it down at ankle height to his right. There is no run. 4 for 1.
Some YouTubers, Whale All Beef Hook says.
Well,
I said that very carefully.
No. It's.
What are you thinking about the pitch? Stephen's calculator. Can we have the Jimmy jingle? We did the Mr. Anderson one for you, I'm afraid.
Mr. Anderson. What do we think about the pitch? I think we're thinking England are at least 100 light on it.
Well,
And,
George McPherson in YouTube
those
says,
good
I think
starts
we're
could have kept going.
About 50 to
Anderson
60
is
run
in.
short.
That is a good leave by Pujara, but it did just nip back in a tad. It was probably about 9 inches away from the top of his off stump. But that is the skill of a man like Pujara. He knows precisely where that off stump is, and he judged that very tidily.
Diana Craddock agrees with George McPherson about it being 50 to 60 runs short.
Oh, okay. Well, we shall
But then
see.
says, but let's get him out.
Well, that'd be good.
Jimmy Anderson in again as those 3 slips go down, and a big high elbowed defence from Pujara away to cover. No run. Watchful start. 4 for Rohit. None off 8.
Well, it doesn't have to do anything.
Pujara.
It's a test match, isn't it?
From when I picked up, before I joined you, because I was trying to finish off some other things in another life, has he played anything resembling a shot scoring stroke yet, or have they all been the watchful
Rohit or
defensive
Pujara?
mode? No, Pujara.
No, he has not had no opportunity to do anything
I wouldn't
yet.
have thought so. Anderson in, and carrying on in the same vein then Pujara drops this into the leg side this time, as there's a little bit of sight screen adjustment underway. It will be the end of the over, and we'll get some more social messages.
You get the feeling that Pujara is one person who's not overly concerned to be on not out for a long time.
Absolutely not. I mean, that is part of his
So he
talent
shouldn't do.
for sure.
Social media, let me just flip to them. And on Twitter, we have Warren saying it's a weird choice to bowl Stokes to open. Stay with your convictions in election and bowl Leach. But I think there was always the plan to bowl Stokes.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've this one's away into the offside again. There's no run by Rohit. A very non-threatening somehow Stokes. He looks to be rumbling in at 3/4 pace to me. Maybe it was just that.
Well, I think it's his knee is an issue in his bowling. That's why he's.
Well, this is why he's been used occasionally.
Yeah, but he's apparently got a stomach bug as well.
Poor lad. I mean, nobody feels like toiling in the heat when that's the case,
No.
does he? So, well done him for doing it, and solidly met away into the onside by Rohit. No run.
There's no other option, is there?
Well, yeah, open with a spinner.
Well, yeah, but
and you know it's been done, and to a certain extent, why wouldn't you? I certainly don't think it's going to be very long before we see either Leach, Bess, or England's #1 spinner Joe Root. We
Or
shall
Dan Lawrence.
see. Dan Lawrence can turn his arm. Yes, he can.
he also
Interestingly enough,
does this, doesn't he?
Stokes in. Rohit defends. 2 mid-wicket, no run.
I think he has an action which you might call idiosyncratic.
Does he?
Yes.
Oh well, it's
You're not seeing
it'll
him,
be
Tony?
interesting to watch. I'm sure I have, but I'm trying to recall it. Talk me through it.
It's a bit of arms and legs everywhere, and
For those of you on radio, Nestle was effectively doing a butterfly stroke if he were in a swimming pool, from what I could tell.
Effectively, that's what he does.
Okay, well that will go. Goodness, well, that is going to be worth
I
seeing.
mean, I'm exaggerating slightly, but you know.
Stokes is in. Back foot by Rohit. England spring in their step. That early wicket will help them. Certainly psychologically, they all converge, but it gets to point and there's no run.
Leah playfully tweets us and says, "I don't understand why Pujara doesn't just bite the bullet and open at this point. When he effectively does, why not make it official?"
Well, poor old Shubman Gill's had a shocking time of things, hasn't he? Really, he's not. He made a few runs, I think, in the first test, but beyond that, he hasn't overly troubled the scores. 29 and 50, actually. To be fair, he made in the first test in Chennai. That's flicked to mid wicket by Rohit, no run. Yeah, 29 and 50. He fell to Archer and Anderson there. Second test, 0 LBW to Ollie Stone and 14 LBW to Leach. And then in the first test here in Ahmedabad, third test of the series, 11 to Crawley. He did get to 15, not out, of course. Caught Crawley, bowled Archer. He popped one up, didn't he, to forward short leg, I think. Am I right? In the first innings of the last game here. And then 15 not out as India cruised to a 10-wicket win as this one's pushed into the onside by Rohit. And again, there's no run.
I know Gill's problem.
What's that, Nestlers?
Well, he hasn't got enough stickers on his bat, has he?
There, you've heard it here. Speaking of bats, you can go to our website, and if, with the cricket season approaching and some sense of impending freedom from the various restrictions of lockdown and the benefits of our vaccinations and all of those things, if you're looking to improve, upgrade, replace, or buy anything new in terms of your cricket equipment, cricket gear, then you can get a 15% discount. If you go to our Gorilla website, you will find we have a fantastic relationship with Woodstock Cricket, and any price you see on their site, and indeed you'll see a lot of the kit on ours as well, it's 15% off if you use the code GC Radio, which you may have spotted we use for a fair few of our various promotions. But it is absolutely top quality kit. Very interesting company. It's our own Jono is a director. Toby Tarrant, the disc jockey, is a director. Max Rushton, the disc jockey, sports presenter. And they have a first-class
master
bat maker. Yeah, indeed, they do have a first-class master bat maker. So, well worth checking out. If you've got to upgrade your kit or change your kit, then have a look on our site at Woodstock and avail yourself of a handy discount. This one is left outside of off stump by Pujara. Through to Ben Folks it goes. No run. Plodding along is our friend Pujara. Quite happily. Jimmy's got an ankle quite seriously strapped up, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did a bit of running repairs before the first ball and he's now readjusting.
Yeah. Well, it's
if he goes down, that's not good news for us, for England.
Well, that does leave the bowling resources. We might well see the butterfly stroke of Dan Lawrence if that's the case. That would be a heavy weight to carry. Sorry, Jace.
I was going to say, Chris Acquire's got a tweet, which I'll do after this
after
ball.
This ball, Anderson's in, right arm over, left periscopically by Pujara through to Folks. No run. What is it, Jason?
He says he's almost recovered from a dream of a long conversation with the bear as we were at lunch, then going to the Oval to continue commentating for cricket. That's what happens when you're in bed at 5 a.m.
Well, I don't know who was on air with me. I think it might have been you, Jason. Yes, it was. Because we in the top corner of our screens can see the studio, and therefore the bear sat in his.
He was
control phone.
Supine.
He did send me a little note going, I was just resting my eyes. We'll see, bollocks. He was fast asleep. Anderson in again. Good. High elbowed defence from Pujara into the onside, and guess what? No run. I think we ought to have a minor celebration if and when tonight Yeshua Pujara does put a run on the board. But like you said, Jason, wise man that you are, he's not a man who's going to be overly troubled by being on naught for a long time. It's not in his DNA, is it? Standy's got a stance well outside of the crease there, trying to counter any potential swing from Jimmy. None in that case, and it's solidly met. And again, no run. 4-4-1 India.
Josie Oak sends us a picture of him. Call out an injury to Mog 774. I'll raise you 2 disc removals and fused neck vertebrae week last Sunday.
Jersey Oak. Poor thing. Does he still have his beard though? They didn't have to shave his beard to
yeah, they did.
Beard's
gone.
The beard's gone. He's got a very strong neck brace in
poor
place.
chap. Oh my lord. Anderson in. Pujara meets it solidly. Seems to have a little look in his Muppety way. Oh, in a nice Muppety way, not in the critical Muppety way. Back down the track at Jimmy, who goes through the little. I love to watch it. Different players have different routines, don't they? Jimmy, when he's got that kind of weary, quick bowler's trudge, he's often adjust his shirt. He gives the sort of one shoulder a little upward pull, and he's got a very sort of lumbering gait as he does it.
Like Nadal.
Yes, yeah, no, it's by no means unique, but he certainly has it on between most deliveries. Left alone, again, wouldn't you but just know it by Pujara, who wants nothing whatsoever to do with anything that's doesn't need his bat to be put on it, frankly, right now. End of the over. More tweets and other
Message
messages.
says the first women's test series between England and Australia, the first women's test series anywhere, was played in 1934-35.
Wow.
And Mark replies to Warwick.com saying, yeah, you win. I'm not surprised. Josie Oak says, so Stokes is bowling whilst clenching his cheeks and preventing rapid bowel movement.
Yeah, that's. I suppose anything that involves explosive effort carries an additional level of risk. If you do have to have a little bit of a dicky tummy.
I have a story about playing golf at Glen Eagles where I am surprised that we were ever allowed back there, but I won't go into the gory details of my friend and his
Maybe
problem.
best. Well, we're going to have a bowling change, which is rescuing us from that one, Nestless.
I wasn't going to give you the gory details.
Well, just as well. It's going to be Jack Leach, a man who has his own problems, of course, with his Crohn's disease. Poor chap.
But we laughed half.
But he's back into that. You, not at Jack Leach, I hope.
It's no fun. I've got my own sob story about alimentary complaints.
I suspect most of us do at some point. He's replacing Ben Stokes anyway. Whether Ben Stokes has stayed on the pitch is something we'll watch out for you. It could be he's had to nip off, as it were.
Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
It is indeed Jack Leach, scorer of one of the most famous ones ever made. And he's left arm around the wicket and immediately gets this to turn. However, it was so far wide when it started. I think it would have been a challenge to meet, to be perfectly honest. But you might be encouraged at least by the fact that it was wide. Turn, I beg your pardon. He's in again to Rohit. Ooh, a few oohs and ahs from behind the stump because Rohit had to hurry up on that. And they get a single, though not one that Rohit was especially in control of. I don't think. Did they take a single in the end? Or no, he had to turn back. I beg your pardon. So Rohit is still on strike. India remain on 4 for 1. Shubman Gill, the man to go again, quite cheaply. He's having a bit of a dicky run at the moment. And onto the back foot goes Rohit. Guides this down to deep point. They will get a single that time. And
that's annoying.
We wait with bated breath to see now if Pujara will use this, the fact he's facing Leach, as an excuse to go mad and get himself a single. 5 for 1 India.
I really don't like this field. I know they do it in modern days to keep the run scoring down. But having a man on a boundary when the batsman's barely got in.
Yep.
Bring him up to point.
No, I think I would be with you there, even though England don't have a lot of runs to play with, of course, 205 that they made. There is a slip, there is, of course, a forward short leg for Leach, and this is whipped away off his toes very nicely indeed by Pujara. He will get himself off the mark. They come back for 2. I don't think they would think about a third. They won't. And immediately a little bit of release of pressure, perhaps, although we don't really think he's been feeling it. But just leant forward. The ball was there to flick away, and he did it quite stylishly, and he gets himself 2 and off the mark he is.
Well, hey,
good footwork too, wasn't it?
Yep.
You somehow feel that facing Leach holds less terrors for him than perhaps Jimmy, who was probing and accurate throughout his spell. Leach is in again, onto the back foot and cut this time by Pujara. Cut straight to backward point though. He's not going to run there. 7 for 1 India. England, of course, bundled out, although not quite as much of a bundling out as we saw the last time out here at Ahmedabad, for 205. As Leach is in, forward takes the outside edge. Leach enjoyed that. He saw the turn. The left arm orthodox bowlers turn that would be a leg break were he a right arm bowler. And it does take a bit of an edge, but was all the way along the ground, and there's no run. It's the end of 6 overs. 7 for 1 India. Jason, who is it? Is it actually? Oh, it is you. Yes, Nestles is experting.
Warren says, apropos nothing, is Jimmy under house arrest?
That's because of the ankle bracelet.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think he's got his? Yes.
Dave Sarrar says, send in the cramps in response to Ben Stokes bowling whilst being affected by gut problems.
Yeah, poor chap. I mean, it's kind of par for the course, isn't it, in a way?
It's really hot there apparently at the moment as well.
It is
And,
indeed.
Warren comes back with England selection. First bowler strapped up with gaffer tape. Second bowler looks like he might upchuck any moment. Sunday thirds at its best.
Anderson will take up the
just
attack
need someone
again
to be pissed on the pitch, don't they?
from the Adani end. He's bowling to Rohit, who climbed on Rohit a little bit, forced him to jab down on it rather hurriedly, I beg your pardon, and again there's no run.
Well, Jimmy is your ultimate village blacksmith, isn't he? I mean, he's the king of the village blacksmith. You know,
well, they're normally huge, but I mean, he's
he's got
very
that
trim chap, but he's not.
He's got that look about him, though, that face and that, you know,
Yeah,
the grimness, you know, and he'll get you out in a second.
He can bear a grudge, I suspect.
Oh, yeah.
as we know. High elbowed running. He has 2 slips in place, and Rohit is not going to trouble them on this occasion because the bat does its job. We keep getting close-ups of that ankle bracelet.
Tag.
I don't know what time. Ankle tag, yes. I don't know what time it's going to start beeping and alerting the authorities that he needs to be back in his hotel room. We shall find out, I suppose.
It's come loose, look.
Again, yeah, it's
come
must
loose.
be driving him crazy. And besides which, it can't possibly be doing its job if it comes loose every 2 or 3 balls. It's supposed to you know, give your ankle extra support, isn't it? As this one's through, past Rohit's outside edge, into the gloves of Ben Folkes. No run.
You won't be happy about that.
Surely they must have a replacement. I mean, when he puts that big front foot down, it seems to jar it loose, or the kind of lip of his cricket shoe is flicking it every time.
Well,
so you've got a combination of weak Velcro under some pressure every time he slams his foot down. It's
Dodgy
not doing the
Velcro.
job, is it? And this one is rather uppish and away by Rohit. There is no run. I always think Velcro's too expensive. Complete rip-off.
Is that your first dad joke of the day?
I believe it might be. I don't know if anyone's counting. I'm probably Messi Jez's, to be honest.
Blimey.
He's probably got a catalogue of things you expect to hear, and Tone's and Bish's dad jokes.
Well, the listeners don't get to see our internal WhatsApp group, thankfully. And
It
God,
may
the
be
other
just
day,
as well. And this one is forward comes Rohit, away into the covers, no run.
I knew as soon as I put that picture up of me and my mates at the chalet outside Pontings what was going to happen. And blimey, my phone wouldn't stop going beep.
Well, you see, red rags to
red rags
to bulls.
And I know it's going to happen, and I still do it.
Well, we're glad you do. We're glad you do.
Oh, here we go. I'll just send it.
It is a compulsion. Grubby has a similar compulsion to me.
Oh God,
he just can't stop himself from looking for puns. A big, high elbowed defence by Rohit. They shall not pass. And so no run. Sorry, that was Pujara. What am I saying? But
we're due a change, aren't we?
Well, I think we're now going into overtime. So it's a question of how much overtime we're in. There's only 5 overs left of the day. Therefore, I suspect we're going to stay as we are. Let me just see.
No, but me and Jason are going to swap.
I think you could be right. Nesta, no, the bear is coming on. The bear is coming on.
Is he?
Won't be. We do know it won't be social. I've got in overspill. It's the bear and Nestlers.
Yeah, I'm the one who's dropping off.
You are going into the tweet seat. Your home, your rightful home. The bear is coming in to provide
colour.
Analysis.
How much colour do you want?
I can tell you that too. I've just sent out the note to everyone who is on, telling them what time they're supposed to be there.
I can be very colourful if you want me to.
Well, we'll find out. Depends if 3 wickets suddenly fall, then who knows what may happen. It may ignite the colourfulness within you. 7 for 1. Jack Leach is into the attack again. No, he's not, because Pujara steps back. There's some movement somewhere behind the bowler's arm. There's a bit of a sight screen adjustment. Pujara's not in any hurry, I don't suspect. 5 overs left of the day's play. A day's play so far that has been resoundingly in India's favour, but in those 5 overs 2 wickets may just change that picture. And down the track comes Pujara, whips it away again. That's the second time he's played that shot, the second time he's got 2 for it. So in fact, 1 shot played twice has accounted for his entire run tally so far.
Yeah, he's a good player of spin, Pujara, and he likes using his feet. That's what I think it's
he
quite
does
important.
beautifully off his legs. Actually, he moved his feet perhaps a little bit more this time around than the first time. But very, very similar to the shot that got him off the mark.
And he's not had a very successful series actually for Pujara.
No, not yet. Well, we'll have a look. I'll tell you. He made 73 in the first inning, in the first test.
In the first test, okay.
But he had a Norton did not bat first time out here, which is quite unusual for him. 21 and 7 in the second Chennai test. So yeah, 73 is his top score so far as around the wicket comes. Leach to Pujara. This is just guided to mid-off. There is no run. 9 for 1 India. England striving desperately to get 1 more wicket. 2 would be rolling in clover. 1 would be a definite spring in the step. None would be a disappointment. And Pujara is forward and pushes this back to Leach.
This is a good little battle here, isn't it? He wants to come down.
He
wants to come down a track to him all the time, and Leach has got to try and stop him from scoring.
And Pujara, strike rate, has him 3 times, does Jack Leach in this series. Bowled him 70 balls and conceded 50 runs to Pujara. He's in, down the track comes Pujara. Goes into the onside, this time was heading to mid-on, but the short mid-wicket was also happy enough to intervene. A little bit of turn for Leach.
Enough as well.
Gets a round of applause from Joe Root, who clearly appreciated that delivery. And Pujara again is distracting him behind Jack Leach. Might be some crowd movement on this occasion, I think, because I thought he'd already adjusted the sight screen. In comes Leach. That turns. Played off the back foot to point by Pujara. No run. This session we've had 27 overs, 70 runs, 6 wickets. 5 of which, of course, were English wickets to close England out on 205. I suppose they passed 200. You have to look at and batted most of the day.
It's a bonus.
Leach in, that one turns for a slow, predictable turn though, and Pujara is able to steer it beautifully through third man for one of these.
That's what's really annoying.
2 + 2 is on man.
I think the bowlers are bowling at the right men here. I mean, Anderson to Pujara was always going to be a battle of attrition. He's just going to leave a lot of it because it's on that line just outside off stump, and Pujara's very good at leaving. I think Rohit's more inclined to play shots. And if the ball's going to do anything, you want it to be A, new, and B, you want him bowling at Rohit. It's one of your chances of getting him out, I suppose.
Well, as Leah points out, the follow-on's been avoided. Messi Jess tells us that Pat Cummings has admitted he'll be an England supporter for the first and only time in his life for the next few days, and he wasn't chuffed to hear they'd been bowled out cheaply after opting to bat.
I mean, this is it's a sort of a fabricated argument, all of this. Does David Warner want to play in a World Series final?
Well, apparently,
you'd hope for his country, you'd hope the answer would be yes. Therefore, whatever circumstances have to happen for that to happen, he would actually want to say, even though he may be doing a bit of posturing to say different, as Rohit meets this and pushes this into the onside. No run. Sorry, Bear, I think you were about to say something there.
Well, I get the feeling that the world wants India versus New Zealand.
Well, I tell you, I really would like to see that, because I do think that New Zealand have a good opportunity to beat India in English conditions. You know, they got the attack to do it. I mean, India have got the pace attack to do it as well, but I think
they do.
Their batting will be more suited to batting in English conditions.
Anderson in this time. He will carry on. Rohit quite happy to just fend him away into the offside, and Anderson turns. His other, I wouldn't really call it an affectation, but a habit, shall we say. He's quite a hair stroker, isn't he? As he turns away, he will habitually just run his fingers through what are admittedly still quite lustrous locks. Says me enviously.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'd both be doing that all the time, Tony, wouldn't we?
I do it all the time now. My hair's long.
Giving it the old finger run through, male model style. This one's left alone outside of off stump by Rohit through to Ben Folkes. 13 for 1. Jimmy puffs out his cheeks. 28.2 over 74 runs, 6 wickets, and a run rate of just a shade over 2.5. As we said, 5 of those wickets though have been England's, as they almost capitulated.
I've been looking.
Once you've got past 200, it doesn't quite count as a capitulation. Met again, hurried a little bit was Rohit, but not overly so. Pushes it into the onside, no run.
I was looking at GPL.
Tight bowling from Jimmy.
The lowest score on GPL was 247. And what did England get? 205. Which means that India have to be on 42.
You're going to have to go some, given that we've got
3 overs after this.
What left? Yeah. 3.2 overs left of the day, so 3 full ones after the conclusion of this one.
That's a bowl, isn't it?
It is indeed a bowl, and met by Pujara. Jimmy gives one of those, fields off his own bowling, spins around, feigns a shy at the stumps,
and then plays with his hair,
and then gives his hair a little tousle.
Now we're all going to be watching that.
Well, just to see if he does it every ball. I think he does do it most balls. I genuinely think he does do it most balls. Now let me see. On the offside, he has 3 slips, and then point cover, extra cover, guarding that offside. In he comes, left by Rohit. It is the end of that Jimmy Anderson over. 1 for none for him. 13 for 1. India. Pujara is on 8 and Rohit Sharma is on 5.
I first saw Rafa Nadal live when he was about 16 at the Italian Open, and there was a bit of a buzz. People say you've got to watch this kid; he's going to be really good, etc. And I went. It was playing on one of the outside courts. There was hardly anyone there, and I was sitting there watching him and just fascinated, not just by his play, but the movement of the water bottles when he sat down, and the twitching and the pulling, and in the end, my mate came and said, "Oh, is he any good, this guy?" I said, "Yeah, he's pretty good, but look, watch this." And the pair of us sat there for about 2 hours watching him play with his water bottles and his towel and his shirt and his hair. It was just, I said, he can't carry on like this, surely. You know.
He's not the Steve Smith of tennis, is he?
Nadal? You've never seen him?
Well, I've seen him. I've had breakfast next to him once. Not that he'll remember that. Yeah.
But yeah. Oh my God. And some.
Leach in. And it's flicked away to leg.
Wow.
I was just checking it hadn't gone straight to the hands of Ollie Pope at forward short leg. It didn't. And it will get an extra 2 runs to Pujara. But it was uppish. You might have heard the Bears.
Well, it was an inside edge. He came forward and he prodded at it. He didn't get to the pitch.
It was uppish, but it was well wide of Ollie Pope. But he didn't quite get to the pitch. It might have warranted just a... not a ooh.
Ollie Pope was running away from it.
Well, Ollie Pope was, in fact, as you rightly say, moving in the other direction. Yeah. 15 for 1. 205. Remember, England limped towards. We wait to see still if that's going to be a good score. I think it's 100 light. Others have said about 60 or 70. Waited for nicely by Pujara, guided to Jimmy Anderson, who's at backward point. They don't run.
No, I think 100 light is possibly even too light.
You think it's going to be more?
Well, I mean, I don't see massive demons in this pitch, yet.
Nope.
So, if it starts crumbling tomorrow, I could be wrong, but...
In comes Leach. That one does turn, but slow and predictable enough and easy for Pujara to steer down to deep point, and they will get a single.
I just think that England have got to that point in the series where they're discombobulated and the brain's gone. And I don't know why they would be like that, but it just feels like that because they're still in the series. They're only 2-1 down with 1 to play. You're not out of it, but it does feel like that their head's a bit gone.
Leach again, and gets some turn. And it's slightly outside edgy. It'll go down to third man. Poor old Jimmy was going to have to do some chasing, probably thinking it's late in the day, I've bowled 5 overs, taken a wicket, haven't had a single run off me, and he's still asking me to go trotting around in the field.
He's got 1 more over to bowl as well.
And he probably has, yeah. I think it would be highly unlikely that they didn't ask him to just give that 1 extra few drops of sweat.
And he'll be opening up
for the
tomorrow
cause
morning as well.
In comes Leach, met by Rohit, away to short extra cover, and there's no run. End of that over. No, it's not. Beg your pardon. He's got 1 more ball to bowl. I can't count dots. Leach to Rohit, 178 balls, 77 runs, strike rate of 43. Got him 4 times though in this series. What's he got here? Full, indeed, and not quite the same dip that perhaps Ashwin gets. Well, I suppose that's why Ashwin is Ashwin.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, how many?
But nonetheless, fuller. That is the end of the over. It's 18 for 1.
I mean, Leach has had a pretty good series. I mean, I don't know how many wickets he's got, but it must be in the teens, high teens, I thought. 16, 17, 18 wickets he's got in this series so far. He's played all the tests.
Yep.
He got at least 8 in 2 of them, didn't he?
He did, I think.
Andy Castro says test paradox. Yes, England may be 60 runs short, but it's also not easy to bat the last hour of the day after fielding all day, so maybe good timing for England's all out. He also says 1 boundary, 1 wicket, 26 dots. This is going well. If we can bring King Kohli in soon, India might get scared.
Well, now,
so I'll look at
what do we know?
Oh, well, that's interesting.
What do we know? Jimmy will definitely bowl this last over, we said. But no, replacing Jimmy, who's run his fingers through his hair one last time, at least for today, as he trots back to his mark. He won't need to do that again. Dom Bess is brought into the attack. Let's jingle him up.
If the pitch isn't good for pace, get this lad on his bowling's ace. But if you need someone who bats, you
Forward he
should
comes,
just
in he comes, and
say
it's
Dom
immediately
Bess for
stroked
that.
down to Jimmy Anderson. Who else? Who's down there at long on to field and just a single. 19 for 1, 12 for Pujara off 28. Took a while to get going. He's getting into the groove a little bit now. What's being signalled here? Surely that's not a no ball. Please tell me that's not a no ball. I think it might have been, wasn't it?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well.
Spinners should not be bowling no balls.
No, spinners should not be bowling no balls. You
Disgrace.
are right. So he's going to have to bowl an extra one. Means he's none for 2. And he comes, he drags this down, and it's pulled away around the corner. There is a man at deep backward square. It's Jack Crawley, and it will just be a single. And I think, well, perhaps we're seeing the reason that England were reticent to bring him into the last test, because he's bowled a no ball and then a horrible drag down.
He just needs to relax, doesn't he?
Yeah, easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, of course.
No one's saying it's easy, but you're right. That's not an auspicious start for Yorkshire's Dom Bess. This one, though, that would have made his day if that had gone into Ollie Pope's hands. Pope did dive away to his right, didn't get there, but there's no run. Automatically, I suspect, or immediately, Dom Bess will feel that maybe life's not so bad after all when he. Whoa, that was
could have
coat of paint away from just having enough legs to get to Pope. It didn't, though. This one is steered by Pujara away to cover. He'll jog the easiest of singles. How long? 1.4, so it'll be 1 over after this one.
Yeah.
Then it's a question if there's any extra time after that.
Well,
I don't think there should be, should there? Because they would have got through their overs for the day. 22 for 1, India. A slipper forward short leg. A shout from Ben Folkes. I'm really not quite sure what for, because that almost turned towards the man at forward short leg. The good news, though, for England as the bowling side, is that it did turn quite sufficiently.
Well, Leach has got 16 wickets in this series.
Yeah, he's just,
at
just
27,
more expensive than his Indian counterpart, so he can certainly take those wickets. And that's another extraordinary ball from Bess, and he looks distinctly fed up with himself. Again, it was a drag down. Just the moving parts didn't seem to work together, did they, there?
Has he got the yips or something?
Well, that's what we're all worried about.
Yeah, and I think England have seen that. The strange thing is, every so often you get a really good ball, and like that one, which really made Rohit think. Right on the money, turned sharp off break, dealt with comfortably enough, but for every one of those, there's those crazy drag downs and a no ball. So he had 2 of those and 1 no ball.
Let me get through some tweets.
Please do.
Oxymoronica says, I was confusing Ollie Stone with Ollie Ball earlier, but you do need a bowler with a bit of fizz and energy. Otherwise, your attack lacks venom. India are going to grind us down into the heat and dust. Leia says, England don't even give Pujara the chance to make a pair last week. How very disrespectful. She also says, I think it depends a lot on what India make here if 205 counts as a capitulation. Short leg drift, good or bad, says Warren. Leia says, Pujara with more runs and a higher strike rate than Rohit. 2021 isn't any more sane than 2020 was so far.
Well, no. That's true of life generally, I think, not just cricket.
Nitin Bajaj says, you don't see massive demons in this pitch. Wow, I think England have done brilliant to get what they have. I'm predicting a Leach 6 for and England to get a lead of 30 or so.
Well, that's interesting. We've had some very contradicting points of view. Leach in. Pujara uses his feet, guides it to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, you see, with India's, you see Shubman Gill is a kind of not stable at his position. But you see Rohit Sharma, and then you see Pujara, and then you see Kohli, and then you look at the equivalent for England. You've got Sibley, Crawley, and who was number 3 today? Can't even remember. Bairstow.
Bairstow,
I mean,
he made 20 odd, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Bairstow's got a reputation.
Looked reasonably okay after a torrid start.
Yeah, I mean, Bairstow's, at least he's got a test career behind him and some experience, but, 1 and 2 don't really. And that's, I think that's a big difference. You've got to, you think it's hard to get rid of 3 out of their top 4. You think Shubman Gill might be a giveaway because he's new to Test cricket and you might be able to work him out. But you think Rohit scored a lot of runs and he's going to be difficult to shift. Pujara is like a limpet, and then you've got Virat Kohli. I mean, you're a hell of a lot more scared of that top 4. But if you can get through that top 4, you probably feel a little more confident. We got more strength in.
Just hold on 1 second here.
Ruti's going to have a bowl.
Well, this is extraordinary because we had 1 ball and Root looks like he's going to come on. So we've had 11.1 overs, which is perplexing in the extreme.
What is going on? We don't know what's going on here.
Well, I'm just trying to work it out. Does Bess...
I know, someone's going.
No, it was... Jack Leach. Okay, yeah, Jack Leach has only bowled 1 ball. So unless there's some issue, but I think we're just waiting...
Oh, he's going to give a helmet.
Yeah. He's giving the helmet to Joe Root.
Yeah, he's going to field it.
He's either going to go close in at some sort of slip position, or he's going
to assuming they're not about to move Ollie Pope, who's pretty much, made that station his own at forward short leg. Where might they deploy? Are they bringing him into silly mid-off? Or a silly point, perhaps? Knowing that it's the end of the day, you might as well put as much pressure around the bat as you can. It's highly unlikely Pujara or even Rohit, who's perhaps more likely to do it, is going to come skipping down the track to slam maximums at this stage of proceedings. We'll let you know where Root has end up stationed as soon as we can. Pujara stands ready, and he is indeed at silly point as this one nearly goes to him. It actually goes past him towards extra cover.
I mean, how
England
rare
seem to see the funny side of things.
How rare is it to see Pujara outscoring Rohit?
Yeah, 13 off 32 for Pujara, 8 off 34 for Rohit Sharma. You're right, there's a slip, as we said, a silly point and a forward short leg. Pujara studying concentration, facing the left arm of Jack Leach, who is in. Turns, cut away past backward point. 2 men chase after it. It's is that Crawley who gets there? No, it's Lawrence.
No, it was Crawley.
Oh, it was Crawley.
Yes,
it was indeed Crawley. It's worth another single. Did they take it though? Surely they did. Yeah, they would have done. Yeah, no, that's Crawley.
Yeah, it's Crawley.
24-1 are India. We've had 11.3 overs of this innings. Forward comes Pujara, dabs it down to short third man, no run.
Limpet.
Yeah.
Limpet, indeed. He is indeed.
He's very important to get out.
You sense that India are just shutting up shop for the day. And England know that and are doing all they can to winkle the shop door open one last time, but not with that ball, because that is nicely just dabbed away to backward point. There is no run. 24-1. 15 Pujara, 8 for Rohit Leach, none for 16. And that one, well, again, that was heading down a leg from Jack Leach. It's the end of the over. It's the end of proceedings for the day. Umpire Menon flicks up those bails, and everyone relaxes. Joe Root is giving the ball one last shine for it. What happens to the ball at the end of the day? Who do they hand it back to? The umpires, presumably, who then store it for safekeeping
Goes into a special urn.
A ball urn.
Yep.
24 for 1, India off 12 overs. You don't need me to tell you the run rate they've been going at to get to there. England earlier had made 205, and we seem to have rather a divided jury on whether that's a decent score in difficult conditions. 100 short, 60 short. Ahead of the game was one suggestion. Was it our friend Nitin Bajaj who'd said actually he thinks that's probably 50 runs to the good by England.
Nitin, I'm surprised at you.
Yeah, we shall see. So we'll give you the story of the day very quickly, and then tell you a little bit about tomorrow. Bear can update us. Let's start with the GPL, Bear. But I assume there isn't much of a story to tell except we've got money in our bank because no one's won it.
What did they end up on?
24 for 1.
So 231, 229.
229.
Yeah, the lowest score was 247. So no one won that.
Well, indeed. Right. So England won the toss. England batted. No surprises there. Probably equally not so surprising was that the opening partnership did not last too long. Dom Sibley was bowled. Axar Patel off what I think was his first ball. Yes, it was. Zach Crawley went for 9. He was caught by Mohammad Siraj again off Patel. There was definite rumblings, and not just in the stomachs of the England batsmen, but a general feeling that here we go again. Johnny Bairstow, he looked all over the shop for a while, but gritted and his way to 28 before he was perhaps, unfortunately, out a little bit for 28. LBW in the end to Siraj, although we feel that probably the appeal was for a caught behind. Either way, he was definitely out on review. Joe Root, the rock upon which more recent innings for England have been built, was less rock-like today. He was LBW to Siraj. Ben Stokes did make 50, looked good. He's struggling with a stomach upset. He was the man, or the only man in the England innings to go past 50. He made 55 before being LBW to Washington Sundar. Ollie Pope really battled and fought. Never really got his stylish stroke play going, but 29 off 87 shows that he was really prepared to stick it out, which he was able to do with Ben Stokes. But eventually he was caught Shubman Gill and was the first victim for Ravi Ashwin. Dan Lawrence again fought hard, 46 off 74 for him, but he came down the track looking to hike Patel, and having been so determined, so solid, so correct in so many ways, his head lifted. We had a horrible rush of blood, and it was easy for Rishabh Pant to just whip off the bails. He went for 46. Ben Folkes didn't last long. He went for 1, caught Rahane, bowled Ashwin. Dom Bess went for 3, LBW to Patel again. Jack Leach, 7, LBW, bowled Ashwin. Jimmy Anderson, as for so often in his career, the not out batsman, although not out this time, he actually got 10 to his name, and that helped England to get past that 200 mark, 205. The bowling, none for 23 for Sharma, though that perhaps a little harsh, because he bowled very well indeed, particularly those early overs where he was getting the ball to swing a bit. Mohammad Siraj, he's always box office and enjoyable to watch. 2 for 45 for him. Axar Patel, 4 for 68. A starring role once more. Ravi Ashwin, or R Ashwin, E.R. Ashwin, lad. 3 for 47 and 1 for 14 for Washington Sundar. So 205 for England. India close on 24 for 1. It's going to be an important hour in the morning, but isn't it always, chaps?
It is always an important,
the crucial hour.
Yeah, it's the crucial first hour. I do think that I think we're light personally, but there's a lot of people thinking the opposite to me. I don't see the demons in this pitch that other people are seeing currently. It's not that it can't decay quite quickly tomorrow, but whilst there is spin at the moment, it's not inconsistent. And these are experienced players of spin. I imagine Rohit will not be as circumspect in the morning. He might be able to get him early. I mean, you got that chance. The ball's still only 12 overs old. It didn't get hit around the park in those 12 overs. Only gone 24 runs, and a lot of them were guides. There was no spanking of it particularly. So it should be in reasonably good nick. So hopefully Jimmy will be refreshed in the morning. You can get 5 decent overs out of him with a bit of swing. I think morning conditions seem to be a little bit better for swing actually as well. Presumably it's cooler at that time in the morning. Maybe it helps, but I mean certainly this morning Ishant was getting it to move quite prodigiously.
Well, he was. I mean, certainly, and Jimmy was this evening too. I mean,
but not as much as I thought. I didn't think he was getting as much as Ishant was this morning.
Took the 1 wicket to fall though, and didn't concede a run.
Yep. Oh, he bowled very well. Don't get me wrong. You know,
all of that whilst coping with a slightly dodgy ankle and an ankle support that wouldn't seem to stay on. So literally every ball he seemed to be having to.
I think
fiddle with it and re-velcro it.
Yeah, I think the ankle support was a problem. I'm not sure he's got a dodgy ankle. I think he probably wears that in every game he plays. It's probably
maybe we just don't get to see it.
Yeah, we don't get to see it. I mean, you have seen it before. I think I've seen it before. I think Broad wears one as well.
Anyway, shall we'll probably do some final social media messages. What have you got, Nestlers?
I've just got messages saying thanks lads, shall be with you at Sparrow's Fart in the morning to read some of the tweets of the
he is indeed on social first up.
Gorilla RT Infomosa. The Light Roller says thank you folks for getting up stupidly early, much appreciated down under, see you tomorrow.
Great pleasure.
Anindo Dutta says you will have his dubiously entertaining company tomorrow. Merv84 says watch out for Pujara tomorrow because look what he's done before against England. His average split at home. He sent a little graph there. And Light Roller to Knackle and to Gorilla Cricket says it will be interesting to hear how the team try and put a positive spin on that batting performance. Don't think you won't get
much of that
doing that today.
Are we there? Are we up to date?
We're done. Yeah, all done.
Well, yeah. Now you're going to see me again. Messers and Indo. The Bear will be back. Jason will be back. Al Hotch will be here. Jack Hope will be here tomorrow. Jono will be on, and at some point in the afternoon, not Fred's deigned to get up, so he might be appearing towards the end of the day. But for now, thanks to everyone who's been on today. The Bear. Nestlers, Jason, Hendo, of course, and who have I missed today? I'm not sure. I've missed loads of people.
There's definitely one other, but I can't remember who it was. That's really slack, isn't it?
I don't think so.
No.
Well, there we go. That's been
Gary
us
was
for
on.
the day.
Gary. How can you forget Gary?
Gary, very hard to forget Gary. I can hear it now in my head. We shall see you tomorrow. We'll be on air from just after 3:45 in the morning UK time. Way hey. And England will need early wickets. India will be looking to consolidate, and we will probably get the answer to that question of is 205 a good score or not. And we will see you tomorrow. Take care all.
See you tomorrow. Bye.